Office. Okay. Are you here?
Hey, IB.
Yes, sir.
I was wondering, I've got a doctor's appointment this morning at 11. When BB comes in at 11, could you or ask could you do it, or could you ask Bjorn to maximize his screen and record it?
I can ask Bjorn. He's not responding right now. He's on the other side, and I'm going to have a hard time with that because I'm at work right now. You hear
Gotcha.
the grinders behind me.
Yep.
But I was talking with Judy and Joe a little while ago. If I could get a hold of one of them, I'll try to get one of them to do it.
Yeah, that would be wonderful because I've got to go do that. I'm just not going to be able to do it. I can get on with my phone when I'm done, but I can't do anything as far as recording it. Otherwise, I just have to wait 24 hours and I can get it then. That's not a big deal either. But I just
Yeah,
wanted to, I wanted to
I'm
make
just on
sure
my
the
phone.
screen was maximized.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm on my phone at the office right now, and I'm
All right. Well, thanks.
all right. Hey, did you able to get a up unit yet, or you saw the links I sent you?
No, I haven't been doing anything on that. I've been kind of working on a video, and like I said, I got to run to that doctor's appointment. I'll see you in a
Okay.
bit.
All right. Hey,
Well, I'm
Judy.
here. I'm here, but I don't know how to maximize his screen or anything.
Okay. He just left. Um, he was asking about maximizing the screen and recording the session, but
Yeah, and I don't know how to do it.
yeah, and I don't either, and I'm on my phone at the office, so I don't know that I'll be able to do that. Joe might be able to do it, but Bjorn can.
And we are live.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to try to mute as much as I can with all the noise here at the shop. It sounded like Bob was kind of in a hurry too, so. And I know how that goes. He called away last second.
Do you know how to maximize a screen for somebody?
Not sure. I've only been doing this on the phone usually while I'm driving, so I don't get to mess with it a whole lot. It looks like there might be some video settings if you click on his name. You might be able to set some video settings. Maybe.
Do you have to be a moderator to do it?
I'm pretty sure you do.
Okay, where's Wally just said that all I need to do is ask Bebby to do it.
All right, you guys should be able to hear me now, right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, it's a snowy day here. We've got a winter storm. I've got to run into a doctor's appointment today, so I'm going to be away from the mic probably at 11 when that presentation comes in, which I was looking forward to getting.
Oh, can Bebby do what you need him to do? Can he do the recording and use full screen?
Don't know. You guys can ask him when he comes in. If not, somebody else is going to have to do it, or I'm going to have to get a hold of him and see whether or not I can get his slides and stuff. That's not a problem either. It's just a little bit more work on my end. I just have to edit everything together.
Because neither Hunter or I, well, Hunter's on the phone and I don't know how.
That's not a problem. If Bjorn's there, I'm sure he can probably do it. But
Bjorn isn't
I
responding.
well, I mean that's okay. He may just be doing something. You know, I think it's kind of nighttime there, isn't it?
Yes, but he hasn't been responding for over an hour.
Well, maybe he's asleep, or maybe he's at work and busy. It's not a big way.
Actually, actually, he's in a fun house.
He's in the funhouse here.
Yes.
Go down and say hi to him and see if he's there.
Well, that's the thing. He hasn't been answering.
Oh, he may just be sitting there. I don't know. Bjorn's Bjorn. He's got his own things that he does. I don't think I see Joe out there either. He'll probably be stopping by in a few. Well, visibility kind of sucks today. That's
Well,
for sure.
Joe was talking to us a little bit ago, but he's still recovering from flu.
All right.
Okay, where's Wally is here? He will know what to do.
Ask Walla if he can maximize BB's screen and screen record it for me. You there, Wally? Wally. Oh shoot, is anybody out there?
Just this
I
chicken.
I could hear you too.
Just you chickens. All right. Well, there's a bunch of people out there. I don't see where's Wally responding. But in any event, we're going to have Bebby come in today. He actually got the logical arguments from Bev, and he's going to be dissecting those today at 11 o'clock, which should be a pretty interesting conversation and presentation. So it's one of those things. It's kind of like his last presentation, but he's using the actual argument from a flurf. And it should be kind of interesting. He says it's even worse than the one that he presented, so it should be kind of fun to listen to. But that's what's going on today.
Yeah, after listening to his first one, I was like, man, it's so much worse than that. That's why I brought up that one about the person that couldn't see that there was a inconsistency on some of the stuff they were saying about the being able to focus 12 miles versus being able to focus on the moon. It's like it's way worse than what his presentation was about.
What are you doing? Trying to figure out what this guy next to me is doing. He all of a sudden slowed down to about 40 miles an hour. He went to pass me, and then all of a sudden he slowed down. But in any event, yeah, I don't know if you guys caught my presentation of Brian's logic the other day, which I'm in the process of editing for final release now, cleaned up the sound and such. But, it's the same thing. He will sit down and literally read source material that contradicts him and then claim victory. I mean, he will literally go through the exact thing. The thing that really struck me about it was he read a source that said the Great Circle is the shortest distance across the surface of a sphere. Therefore, it's the shortest distance across the surface of the Earth. And then he'll sit down and say, well, the Great Circle is the shortest distance across the surface of the Earth because they take a rum line and convert it with a Haverson to make it appear that way. But the distances, of course, are accurate.
Well, that's very similar to that argument that Flat Sky was doing, where he was refuting the Eratosthenes measurements to the sun, the shadow measurements to get a distance to the sun. I said, well, wait a minute, that's not what those measurements were for. That whole video you made was on a wrong assumption, trying to disprove something that wasn't a thing to be disproven. He was measuring the circumference of the Earth, not the distance to the sun. Somebody who was already done before with moon phases, and it was based off of this, how many diameters of the Earth to the moon, and they didn't have the diameter of the Earth, but they had the measurement already to the sun. So read something somewhere, misunderstood it, and ran with it.
Bebby,
Hi there. Can you hear me?
yes, can hear you. When you do your presentation, do you know how to use the full screen and record?
I don't know how to do. I do know how to do full screen. I don't know how to do record. But I thought the last time it just streamed straight to YouTube, didn't it?
Yes, yes, it streams to YouTube.
Well, that's fine, isn't it? Worked last time.
Okay. I don't know any different.
But in answer to your question, I don't know how to record.
Okay, as long as you know how to do full screen for your presentation.
Let's try it now. How's that?
Yes, that looks right.
I'm flipping now. You can still see it full screen, can you?
It depends on how you define full screen.
Right. I can see. Well, I mean full screen.
No, we still see everybody else on the side, if that's okay.
Ah, right. So that's so. What can you see? I'm seeing the full screen now. What are you seeing?
Well, I don't
Oh,
see it yet in YouTube, but here in Discord, I'm seeing everyone else along the side and then you
all
on the
right.
other half.
So can you take me how to
I,
do full screen?
I could see it as full screen. If you, or I clicked on it and it comes up as full screen. When it says watch live feed, and it's
That should
coming
be
up full
fine
screen
then,
for
I
me.
guess. I mean, when we did the last one on the 31st, it came out on YouTube fine, and people could see it. As long as the audience here on Discord can see it full screen, then it works. Yes.
And where's Wally's recording?
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Wally. Hi. So we'll kick off at 1600 London, if that's okay. I note they advertised it on the other channel last night, which is great of them. Thanks, guys. Hope they're listening.
Colin is saying that the main channel on Discord feed needs to watch uh, your stream.
Right. So how do we do that? I'm really not an expert on this kind of stuff. That's the main channel here. Is that what you mean?
The problem is I do not know.
Does anyone else know?
I know it's not showing on YouTube and I do not know what to do.
Can anyone help? Is anyone else around?
Sorry about that. Had a phone call come in.
We're not seeing his stream on YouTube.
Is he there and sharing his screen?
I'm trying again.
Well,
It's
I mean,
full screen.
is stuff coming out on YouTube right now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, because I can't do anything about it right now. I'm on the road in the middle of a blizzard.
That's not good.
No, it's not.
Well, Colin is in here now.
All right, and Colin's avatar is showing up on YouTube as well, so we're streaming. All you should have to do is hit share screen and then select the screen that you have. Just like last time.
Yeah, which is what I thought I was doing. It says Discord is sharing window, stop sharing. But if I...
Yeah, it's sharing windows. You may not necessarily be able to see it on your end, but we should see it.
I'm looking at the YouTube now and there's nothing there.
Yeah, I see flat earth in logical form. All you have to do is click on the button that says view live stream on Discord.
View live stream.
First page of your presentation.
Right, as long as you can see on full screen flat earth in your logical form, that's fine, isn't it? As long as you can see it.
Well, all you have to do is click on it.
Other people or me? I'm fine.
Yeah, as long as you can see it.
I can see it fine. But
All
please
right,
let me
well,
know.
go ahead and give your presentation.
I can see it.
Go ahead and give your presentation. If they want to see it in real time, they have to come into Discord perhaps. But in any event, when I redo it, I'll have your data. You know, can you screen record it by chance?
I can't.
All right.
You've got the presentation. We're kicking off at 1600.
All right. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and record this, and then you send me your slides, and I'll put them all together. But people can at least listen to it.
That's great.
Or they can see it on Discord.
I don't have a contact for you.
I'll get it to you. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to go on mute and let you get started.
I'll give it one more minute because people are expecting 1600 or 1100. Whatever time they're on.
Judy can probably send you a link to my email in a DM. I'm out and about right now.
Yeah.
I can't do anything with it.
I hope you get home all right. Are you far from home?
I'm just over in the next town. I've had a doctor's appointment this morning at 11, unfortunately.
I hope the snow's not too bad. Okay, I'm going to start now. So, flat Earth in logical form. I've changed the names of 2 stars in the well-known constellation. So on 30th of December last week, I presented a critique of an argument purporting to prove that the Earth is not a globe. And the argument was deliberately bad. Some people sadly did not spot this, but we discussed afterwards, and I think most people get it. I was presenting an argument and then pointing out, well, here are the bad things about it. There are also some challenges to my quote from Lukasiewicz, the Polish edition, and I'm going to cover that in the presentation, but essentially Lukasiewicz said, logic is not about thinking or thought, it's about how you express those thoughts and how we test the expression of those thoughts for a valid argument. Now, my argument was identified with no one in particular, but Bev of the Discord Next Level server, and also of the Try Thinking YouTube channel, complained I was misrepresenting his argument, so I was committing the straw man fallacy. Well, I wasn't aiming my argument at any particular group of people. I was just saying, here is an argument which you could try to prove that the Earth is not a globe, and here are the flaws in it. But then I asked Bev to present his argument in structured form, and we had a long conversation about that on his channel. So read on. So Bev sent me this. It's a meme, as it's called. And it's meant to prove the following. So it's not... It's meant to prove that all horizontals, whatever horizontals mean, are parallel to each other. It's a meme, so it's not exactly in structured form to start with, but let's try and make some sense of it. So, right, you see this sort of two teenage girls chatting. Just above there, there's a sort of an older looking, sort of academic looking document that says Proposition 9 theorem. Bev later, he did a presentation last night, Bev later said that was from Euclid, but actually it's not really, because it's actually directly quoting John Playfair from his 1819 supplement to Euclid's Elements. You can see the title page of that book on the right. Playfair was famous for replacing Euclid's the famous fifth postulate with a different axiom. He didn't challenge the need for the fifth postulate, but we don't need to go into that anyway. If anyone wants to look at the Wikipedia entry for Playfair's axiom, you've got it there. The point is, that quote you're seeing, called Proposition 9 theorem, is actually not from Euclid. I'm not sure you could even find it in Euclid. Ev last night presented it as being Proposition 30 of Book 1 of Euclid's Elements, but that is a slightly different. That's a slightly different proposition. So, first point for logic, or rather for good scholarship, if you're quoting something, make sure you're quoting from the thing you say you're quoting from. Right, there are some minor errors, not serious errors, but there are some minor errors in what he's got there. So first of all, a tribar sign, which is the three horizontal parallel lines, actually does not mean horizontal lines, although he says it does. You can just see it. You see that picture one up from the bottom. That does not mean horizontal lines. It's actually in logic. In logic, it means if and only if. So P if and only if Q. Or in mathematics, it sometimes means identical to, or sometimes means equal by definition. The second point, which he's got completely wrong, is in Euclid, a line cannot be parallel to itself, because what does parallel mean for Euclid? It means two lines that never intersect at any point ever. But obviously a straight line intersects itself at every point, so a straight line can never be parallel to itself for Euclid. You could obviously redefine parallel if you want, but looking at Bev's presentation last night, he was clearly saying he got this from Euclid, which he clearly didn't. I've got the link to the video down there for those who are interested. But there's some far more serious errors in this meme than that. So let's quote Playfair. The bit that is actually quoted in that meme. It says, two straight lines, note the word straight lines, which are each of them parallel to the same straight line, not in the same plane with it, are parallel to one another. So that's a theorem. That's a theorem about straight lines which are parallel to each other and nothing else. Bev says, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, note the word plane, and all horizontals are parallel to each other. Okay, spot the error. Well, actually two errors. First error is that, again, he's not quoting what he's citing. He's citing what turns out to be Playfair, but what he's quoting is something quite different. Also, if horizontals means horizontal lines, that statement is false. Now just think of this. We've got a straight line parallel to the plane of the horizon, and we've got another straight line also parallel to the plane of the horizon, and suppose both of those are in the same plane, and suppose one of them is pointing north-south, the other is pointing east-west, and clearly those horizontal lines, while parallel to the plane of the horizon, are not parallel to each other. They're actually crossing at some point. Any questions on that? Okay, I'll continue. Now, the charity principle in logic, or in scholarship generally, says if your opponent, the other side, appears to be making no sense whatsoever, then try and understand them, try and reinterpret what they appear to mean in a way that does make sense. It's widely used in scholarship, not always. So perhaps Bev means something else. Well, actually, he didn't mean something else, because I wrote this presentation a couple of days ago. Bev last night actually said, he confirmed at some point in that presentation, to which you have the link, he actually meant lines. So he was saying horizontal lines that are parallel to the plane of the horizon, the plane of the horizon, must be parallel. That's completely false. So charity principle doesn't always work when you apply it to flat Earth. Okay, but I'll try for a charitable interpretation. Don't want to be accused of a straw man, but the point is none of what Bev said there in that meme made any sense at all. The only sense I can make of it is this. I interpret it as saying, if all planes are parallel to the same plane, then those planes are parallel to one another. And that's clearly true. But note, and here's another error in Bev's presentation, an if-then statement is not an argument. He clearly takes it to be an argument, because he said last night, well, you can express the argument either as an if-then statement or if as a P, therefore Q statement. But, well, you can't. It's a proposition, it's a material implication, whereas an argument consists of one or more propositions or premises plus exactly one conclusion. If P then Q is a proposition, so not a premise or a conclusion, hence not an argument. The correct form, if he wants to present an argument at all, is if P then Q, that's your first premise, and P, second premise, therefore Q. So far I have reinterpreted Bev's argument in a way that now sort of makes sense. So the argument would be this: if all planes are parallel to the same plane, then they are parallel to one another. All horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, all horizontal planes are parallel to one another. Is that argument valid? So now we come to Lukasiewicz, who I quoted in the presentation last week. And this is really, really important. It's about assessing an argument presented verbally for validity. You can't present a thought for validity, because thoughts are psychological items. Unless we're clairvoyant, we don't know what another person's thoughts are. You can only assess a verbal expression of thought for validity. So Lukasiewicz says, there exists in logic a rule of inference called formerly modus ponens, and still is called that. According to that rule, if an implication of the form if A then B is asserted, and the antecedent, i.e. A of this implication, is asserted too, we are allowed to assert its consequent B. So antecedent and consequent, these are logical terms inherited from the Latin, but it's not rocket science. Antecedent simply means the term that goes before. Consequent simply means the term that goes after. So it's another word. Antecedent's another word for the A as you see it. Consequence, another word for B. He then says, in order to be able to apply this rule, we must know that the proposition A asserted separately, i.e., when you don't assert it as part of if A and then B, but if we assert it just as A on its own, we must know that that proposition expresses the same thought as the antecedent A of the implication, since only in this case are we allowed to perform the inference. We can state this only in the case where these two A's have exactly the same external form. Right, so we're not clairvoyant, assume that. We can't read minds. We don't know what the person expressing the argument means by A. So we can only assess the argument for validity by grasping the thoughts as expressed by the two A's. And a necessary, although not a sufficient condition, for identifying the two thoughts is the external equality of their expressions. So fasten upon that last bit, external equality. So Bev's reinterpreted argument says, if all planes are parallel to the same plane, then they are parallel to one another. Premise 2 is all horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Now, you can immediately see, and again, this is not rocket science, the two antecedents in those premises, in the first premise, do not have the same form at all, because the sequence of words parallel to the same plane is not the same as the sequence of the words parallel to the plane of the horizon. If you're going to do logic at all, guys, if you're going to do logic at all, do it properly and make sure that you have the same terms, that the same term occurs in the same way everywhere in the same argument. Don't keep changing the words. Now, they've claimed to me in conversation that there was, I think he conceded there was a fallacy in the straw man argument I presented last week. But you see precisely the same fallacy in that meme. It's the fallacy of equivocation. If plane A is parallel to the plane of the horizon, and plane B is parallel to the plane of the horizon, then the term the plane of the horizon must refer to the same object in each of the two cases. So we have to assume that they mean the same. We need a further premise stating the sameness of reference. So just to understand that fallacy, suppose I say my office is on the first floor and you say that your office is on the first floor. Does it follow our offices are on the same floor? Well, I suppose in a sense, meaning they're both on the same floor, but if they're the first floor in different buildings, then they're clearly not the same floor. They're in different buildings. So, and again, I presented this last week. We have the fallacy of assuming the very thing that ought to be proved. The argument is valid if and only if the term the plane of the horizon refers to or means the same object in both occurrences. But it refers to the same thing if and only if there is just one plane of the horizon, hence it refers to the same thing only if the Earth is not a globe. But the argument is meant to prove that the Earth is not a globe. The proof that the Earth is not a globe depends on the assumption that the Earth is not a globe. There was an amusing comment in the discussion last night on Beth's channel. They're saying that the globe argument is, if the Earth is a globe, then it's a globe. They're saying that's a ridiculous argument. Well, this is the same, and that's not what the globe argument is actually. But this argument here is clearly that if the Earth is not a globe, then the Earth is not a globe. Begging the question. There's actually another fallacy embedded in this. You can count up a few fallacies. I haven't given them all. What's called the fallacy of secundum quid et simpliciter, which is Latin for arguing for a proposition that is true in some qualified sense. Latin secundum quid, Greek per, to a proposition that is true without qualification or absolutely true, simpliciter. Aristotle's sophistical refutations. This is where Aristotle lays out all the standard fallacies, which are still referred to today. Book 1, chapter 4, section 3. So this plane is parallel to the plane of the horizon in London. So you're qualifying it. It's the plane of the horizon in London. You cannot conclude from that this plane is parallel to the plane of the horizon in any place. It may be parallel to the plane of the horizon in London. That does not mean it's parallel to the plane of the horizon in New York. And there's yet another. Yeah, I found this. This is a completely different sort of fallacy, but I found this in another of the try-thinking presentations. If the Earth is a sphere, P, premise, then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve, Q, consequent. Water level is a tool to establish a horizontal plane of reference. The idea is here that the argument aims to establish a modus tollens. If you're given that if P then Q, you can infer that not Q implies not P. The argument as it stands again violates the Lukasiewicz principle. The Q in the consequent of the first premise, i.e. the surface of liquid water at rest must curve, is not the same as the negation of the second premise, because we're talking about water level being a tool. And a good test for validity here is just, do words appear in one premise that don't appear in the other premise? Then you've got the fallacy of undistributed middle, as it's called. The second premise is incorrectly stated, is also incorrectly stated. A water level establishes a local frame of reference, not a universal one. Hence, the argument also, as well as being equivocal, it also violates the secundum quid, i.e. the ignoring qualifications fallacy. So conclusion, I think this is a conclusion for Globers really, because to present an argument in structured form, you have to lay out stuff in an orderly way, and you have to be patient about it. I've not seen anything in the flat Earth sphere that suggests that anyone there is capable of listing out arguments patiently in a structured form. They rely on slogans, which like level is horizontal or prove a straight line, whatever that means. They rely on slogans, but they don't have the patience to present what is presented pictorially or as a slogan, as a structured argument. And once you've done that, you need to check the argument for validity and soundness. A valid argument is one where the conclusion cannot be false with the premises true, i.e. where the conclusion strictly follows from the premises. And a sound argument is one where all premises are true. You've got to do that or you have nothing. And you need also to check for the well-known fallacies such as equivocation without qualification, begging the question, denying the antecedent, affirming the consequent, and so forth. Well, that's it. That's my presentation. Next steps, if any. Well, there are two other arguments I think we need to be thinking about or critiquing. One, which you see quite often, is an angle is not useful information. That's my polite interpretation. I think the actual phrase is an angle tells you fuck all. But yeah, an angle is not useful information. You obtain only an angle from a sextant. Therefore, information obtained from a sextant is not useful information. Interesting argument, interesting to look at. There is also another one that you see frequently around the word proof. So science does not give us proof. Some Globers say that. I'm not sure about that, but let's assume that's true. Logic and geometry give us proof, because Euclidean geometry is entirely logical. Therefore, logic and geometry are not part of science. Okay, well, that's not a valid argument to start with, and I need to understand that argument better. But there are two possible lines of critique for the sort of arguments that you commonly see. And I'll just conclude by saying, well, number of flat earths are sort of wielding sort of logical tools or wielding the idea of logic as though it's a gift to flat earth, but I hardly think so. Hey, that's it. Any questions or comments?
I'm going to sleep, mate.
Who's that? Sorry, I can't see.
I don't know. So, yeah. See, Bev proper triggers everyone here then.
It's proper triggered everyone here.
Well, you seem
I
really
can't quite
triggered.
hear you.
It was all about Bev.
Yeah? Is that a problem?
No, not at all, mate. You carry on.
Any other questions?
Sounds pretty good.
So I wonder what response we're going to get, if any. We had a pretty ruthless dissection by Bob of Brian's logic argument last night. Have you had any response to that, Bob? Brian?
I'm sorry, I happen to be in the doctor's office right now, but the response was deafening silence.
Okay. Can anyone here see, apart from Bob, can anyone here see ways of sort of tackling so-called arguments from the other side, from the flat Earth side?
Well, along those same lines about how Bev was using the arguments, I got banned off of his server, but best I could tell is he's using planar survey techniques to prove that geodesics measurements or geodesics or survey is not accurate.
I
When
noticed that. I
yeah,
noticed that.
when planar survey techniques are specifically designed to not incorporate curvature into their measurements.
Yes, I think he has a couple of surveyors on his channel, and my understanding is there are two sort of departments of surveying. There's the planar surveying, where you literally assume it's a flat Earth because it doesn't really matter. It when you're building a building, the inaccuracies caused by the curvature of the Earth are just going to disappear, aren't they? Whereas geodesic surveying, where you're building when you're building a bridge, presumably a 2-mile long bridge across some river or somewhere, then you need these geodesic techniques. That's my understanding.
It's a little more detailed than that because the planar surveyors have to understand the measurements for curvature of the Earth because they have to incorporate ways of mitigating those into their survey.
Right.
Uh,
So even for planar surveying, you need the idea the Earth might not be
if they,
completely flat.
yeah, because if they're licensed surveyors and not just rodmen or instrument guys, if they're licensed surveyors, they understand that and they set up the survey to not measure curvature.
That's
Uh,
interesting. So
now, one of the ways they do that is by you do a backside and a foresight, but you do not measure your instrument. So you only get 2 points. Any 2 points can be a straight line. So you can measure over a curve, over a hill or something like that, as long as your verticals are relatively vertical for those locations. For the reference in the center, the height of one side of the hill is going to equal to the height on the other side of the hill. As long as you don't put the point in the middle, you'll never know that there's a hill there.
all right, now that's interesting. I saw a presentation by someone called, I think, the Maine surveyor, Maine, and he was saying he was using a theodolite to check the two angles of the verticals when added together give you more than 180 degrees. So, yeah, is he a planar surveyor or a geodesic surveyor?
That's used in both techniques. It's zenith angles. So a lot of surveyors
That's
use
correct.
zenith
Yeah,
angles.
yeah.
A lot
Yeah,
of
he did it.
surveyors use zenith angles, and it's basically a check on your previous measurements. It's every measurement is double, triple, and quadruple checked. So that's just another way of doing it. They also flip the instrument to actually measure the inverted on the instrument to make sure that the instrument there's no errors in the instrument and everything too. So it's just a check on it, but
It's a check.
it's a valid check. Yeah, and yes, your zenith angles are going to measure more than 180 degrees.
Yeah, but apparently no one on Flat Earth has sort of spotted that, correct?
I am unaware of an actual surveyor on flat Earth. I've heard of people saying they were surveyors, but come to find out they were people that worked for surveyors, but not actual surveyors themselves.
Interesting. Any other questions? Did my presentation make sense? Could I improve the clarity of the presentation?
I was able to follow it.
A lot of people find logic tricky because it's abstract, but actually, as I was trying to point out, it's not abstract. It's simply writing down stuff in a structured way, but that's not rocket science. You just write down all the things you're assuming, and then you get a conclusion out of those things, and then there are certain rules that you follow, like if P then Q and P therefore Q, or if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. And if you have a problem with the P's and Q's, just substitute any sentences you like in place of the P's and Q's. So logic really isn't difficult at all, as long as you're patient, as long as you understand that actually what seems to you a simple argument where you'd normally jump from some assumption to a conclusion can actually turn into many, many lines of logic, because just like a mathematical proof, each point has to be stated. You mustn't omit any premises that you would normally just jump over because you assume it's true. You mustn't leave anything out, and that's sometimes a challenge.
That's used quite a bit as far as, like you said, mathematical proofs, or also for software design, programming. You can't skip any steps, and also engineering as far as designing something. You have to lay it out in a sequential order, but the order is a little less important than the fact that all the steps are there, everything is defined, and
That's
nothing is
right.
omitted.
Yeah, that's right, because the compiler won't let you do it in a way that doesn't work, will it? If it's not laid out in the correct form, the compiler will just complain at you. Okay, if there are no more questions, I'll stop sharing, and I will shortly sign out.
Heat shield, can you talk? For heat shield, in order to talk, it's push to talk on this server.
I'm not on push to talk, should I be?
Yes, that's how it's set up here.
Oh, okay. It's working. It's working all right for me. I just leave it as it is, so I don't have to push to talk.
Okay, I thought it was push to talk for everybody.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, I might have it wrong. Push to talk. Do you hold your hand on the button to talk, or you just push it once?
You have to hold it down for push to
Oh,
talk.
right, no, I don't have to. May have been changed. I know that was the case a little while ago when he was playing about with trying to stop the people coming in here and play music or whatever. He was trying to go through all the settings, wasn't he? Maybe it changed. Are you push to talk then? You must be.
Yes, I have to use push to talk.
Okay.
Hey people, what's up?
Hello. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. Just trying to sort things out after the new year because everything's a mess.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
Uh, Mostly these glorious face masks.
Yeah. That's kind of a mess. In fact, tomorrow I need to take a trip to bring my son to have some medical tests done, and unfortunately, they just um, surpassed their record of COVID patients in that children's hospital
Oh,
this
nice.
weekend. Yeah, so I got to bring him in there to do some tests too. So, and he's immunocompromised, so that's kind of a little bit scary.
Dear, it was about? It was mid-teens, wasn't he? Masks and covering in as much hand sanitizer as possible.
Oh yeah, we double mask him, and then we hand sanitize and do all the stuff, limit his exposure as much as we can, and then he goes back and takes a shower right afterwards.
Yep. Sounds good, at least until they can get some specific topical antivirals for this. Because they're working on it. even if it might end up being a little close to kitchen surface cleaner. But yeah, aside from that, anything else much happening your end of things?
Not a whole lot. I'm at work, so every now and then I start making some noise. So if I don't answer you right away, it's because I can't get to my phone or the noise is pretty high.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Fine.
Well, I just finished having a look at Bebby's presentation and listening to it. It's a very interesting presentation.
Excellent. I haven't had a chance to look at that one yet.
I'm going to go ahead and work on it a little bit this afternoon and probably be released. I think I may release that tomorrow. And then I'm going to put Brian's Logic out on Friday.
Is that basically just tidying it up and professionalizing the presentation a bit?
Exactly, and I'm probably going to put some comments in it as well.
Sounds excellent.
You know who did a really nice presentation was Ranty the other day. He did basically a history of Nathan Oakley, and I've secured permission to use that. So I'm going to work on something probably for Monday.
Excellent.
Ranty goes back a long ways with Nathan and gave a lot of insights to the early Nathan and how he got into the flat earth. And I'm going to combine that with just watching him for the last few years. Did Where's Wally ever come in?
Yeah, he's in at the bottom, but he's muted.
Yeah, I know. I see him there. He's in, but has he said anything the whole time he's been here?
I've only been in about 20 minutes.
All right. But that was a really good presentation today. I enjoyed that. I like bringing in people that can really add insight to a particular field. I think that's a really great addition to the channel.
Well, I like the thing with Bebby because it's a very different approach. Rather than tackling it on and this is what science says and this is that, he's breaking down this argument just does not make sense part.
Well, McIntyre talks about the two rebuttals to science denial. One is a content rebuttal, and the other is a technique rebuttal. Traditionally, what we see is content rebuttal. We give them the correct science and show where they're wrong. The technique rebuttal is what Bebby is doing, and he is taking apart their arguments and exposing the weaknesses. And that is equally, if not more effective than content rebuttal. It's also easier to do because unless you happen to be a content expert on something, you can run into trouble there.
Yeah, we've noticed that a couple of times with your good friend from the weekend, where he'll present something. It takes a lot of time to find the counterpoint to what he's saying, by which point he's already moved on to something else. Because none of us are really experts in the area.
My good friend from the weekend?
PJ.
Oh. Yeah, but he's not a content expert, and I think you're absolutely right. He has a very superficial understanding of citations and medical science and science in general. So if you don't really have a good background in that, you really can't do a content rebuttal.
Yeah.
We have some debunkers that do relatively poor jobs, but the vast majority of the people that I've run across really seem to do a pretty good job on whatever it is they're talking about. You can find fault with them. You can find fault with me. I had some people that didn't necessarily like the way I approached the Mitchell issue. Thought I could have done a better job with that. And, they had some valid points. I kind of liked what I did, but they thought maybe it might be a better teaching point if I did it a slightly different way. And I like hearing that sort of stuff.
well, provided it's constructive, you did this well, but this could have been done better. It's not problematic, if you see what I mean. It's when people start on with the, oh, you did rubbish, and don't give you any feedback as to how to improve. That's when there's problems.
Well, yeah, but the thing that really irritates me is,
Go on.
when I go out and I do a basic presentation on something, like for example, when I did Brian Mullen on the rotating atmosphere, what I said was that basically as a packet of air went up, it would actually lag behind the Earth a little bit, and at most that would account for maybe 20 miles an hour at 50 miles, which is absolutely correct. And then you have people that come on in here. Rumpus is famous for doing that and pulling out some obscure point. Well, if you do the calculus of the drag coefficient, you'll find that it only works out to 18.3 miles. 18.3 miles per hour.
Round numbers, dude. Round numbers.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is, and the reason that they do it is not necessarily to correct me, but to show that they're smart.
Yeah.
I am quite aware of drag coefficients, and I'm quite aware that it's a concept that I'm putting out, not a very fine detail that you could sit down and predict exactly where a wisp of smoke will be to the inch.
Yeah. Well, I've said it before in the discussions. For most of the stuff we're doing, I'm quite happy to go pi squared's 10. Good enough. We can work with that.
Yeah. And the square root of 10 is 3.16.
Yeah.
Which is damn close to 3.14 and a half.
Yeah, I mean, somewhere in here, I've got a more precise approximation, but it's awkward because it's got 2 square roots in it.
I use 3.14159 simply because I can dial it on a telephone pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Or a calculator. And quite frankly, 5 significant digits is good enough for anybody. Well, actually, that's 6. The difference between 6 significant digits and 25 significant digits is about 2 significant digits with a fuck ton of zeros in front of it.
Yeah, it's amazing how much of a difference it doesn't make having increasingly precise versions of pi, because you're going to cut it off anyway.
Well, one of my biggest arguments with the Nathans of the world is, you look at the refracted versus the geometric horizon, and they make a big deal about that, but none of them have gone through and done the numbers to see how much of a difference that makes. Do you have any idea?
Refracted horizon under standard conditions is 7/6 of the geometric.
No, that's the radius.
That's the radius. Sorry.
Yeah, but what's the difference in the angle between the refracted and the geometric horizon?
Somewhere
About
between
3 minutes.
Right.
It's 1/20th of a degree. And how much of a difference will 1/20th of a degree make in the Alberoni equation when you're calculating the radius of the Earth? About 20 miles, if that. And out of almost 4,000 miles, 20 miles is nothing.
Yeah.
What is it that Jem would say? It's the square root of fuck all.
Yep.
So, if you're going to say that I'm wrong, go ahead and show me I'm wrong by how much, and then show me that how much is significant. Then I'll listen to you and I'll take your objection seriously. If not, when is good enough close enough? Or when is close enough good enough?
Well, for most navigation stuff, can I get close enough to see what I'm looking for?
Yes, that's all you need, and that's 3 miles.
Yeah.
You're not going to see it. You're not. Now, an instrument landing system is not, for the most part, on the order of a sextant reading. An instrument landing position comes through GPS, which is accurate to centimeters, or it comes through something called an instrument landing system, where you get beams of radar or beams of radio that give you a glide path, and as long as you follow that glide path, you're going to be over the threshold of the runway at 200 feet.
Yep.
And you can't use it if you don't have 200 feet of visibility. You can't land with zero.
Well, I'd seen one. It's an old version, but it was basically two directional radio transmitters, one on either side of the runway.
Yep.
And you just put yourself between them and hope.
Yeah, and then what you have is you actually have one angled up, and you follow that beam straight down at it, or down at an angle, and that will, it's assuming that you're coming in at landing speed. But when you get to the runway threshold, you should be within 200 feet of that runway threshold. You're less than 200 feet in the air, right over the threshold of the runway, and by then you should be able to identify the runway lights and the markings. And then, the final part is you always land visually. You may not see anything until you're just a few feet above the ground, but, you're going to see when you're going to land,
Well, this one, I think it was a dramatization of a World War II. I have to land this plane. I have literally seconds of fuel.
Yes. Oh, they're going to get you down eventually. As Wolfie says, there's regulations and there's the getting you on the ground aspect of it. I mean, you can come in with radar and get down to within a few feet of the ground before you have to take over. I mean, they'll literally walk you right down to it.
Yeah. Well, again, I've seen a couple of these dramatizations of someone's up having a pleasure flight with a friend who's a pilot. Pilot has a heart attack. Person who's never flown a plane before is now sat there looking at a plane console going, I think that's the radio.
Yeah, that's happened,
Oh, yeah.
That's happened quite a bit. There was a famous case of a King Air in Florida where the pilot died in mid-flight, and the owner came up and sat next, and brought the plane in. He was the thing is, I'm a private pilot. I'm not at the same rating that Wolfie and even Blue Marble Science are, but I can fly an airplane. In a pinch, could I bring in a 747? Well, given long enough runway, yeah, I'd probably get it on the ground and people would live through it, but I don't know if you could use the plane again. But I'm not gonna smuck it.
Yeah, there's multiple levels of acceptable landing, of course.
Yes, and this is going to be hey, the passengers live landing. I mean, that's what I would aim for. But and all you need for that is just a steady hand and a long runway. But yeah, that's happened. They had one guy out here in Wisconsin. He died in mid-flight, and his wife took over. That's one of the reasons I always taught my wife how to land an airplane.
Well,
if I stroke out in the middle of flight, I'd kind of like her to live.
Yeah.
She never wants to be a pilot, but I do need to give her enough information that she can get on the radio and she can put the landing gear down and knows how to just set the plane down a little bit.
Yeah, it's something that a lot more people could do with on their first flight up.
Yeah. Well, with video games nowadays, I think you could probably pull it off. It wouldn't be pretty, and you may not be able to use the airplane when you're done. You're going to break something on it. She broke her that wife. She broke the nose gear.
Yep.
So so basically she's going down the runway skidding on her nose. It was a twin too.
Well, I've not tried to land a plane in a simulator since I was 6.
Oh, they're not.
So I probably wouldn't be very good at it.
Well, you just want to you want to be going fast enough that you can fly until you're about a foot off the ground. Then you can cut the power.
Yep.
and nature and God will take over.
Yeah, I suppose once I get a foot or so above the ground and just let the tail just come down that touch, I can let physics do everything.
Physics will land you, yes. You cut the power, physics will make you land. You know, you can't really call it physics unless it's from the physique province in France. Otherwise, you have to just call it sparkling math.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to switch over. I just got home.
Yep.
Apparently, the doctor says I'm going to live a little longer. That's good.
That's good.
So, Dred, you in here talking to yourself?
I was talking to Bob briefly. I just didn't get around to muting myself. How's it going?
Good. No complaints. Came down with a nasty head cold on Monday afternoon.
Oh dear.
So I took a COVID test and it was negative, just to be sure.
Well, that's good.
But it's almost gone now. Just haven't had one of these for, over 2 years.
Well, yeah. If you've been somewhat isolated from all the rest of the plague monkeys out there.
Yeah, it's amazing if you don't, if you don't interact with the humanity, you don't get airborne illnesses. Funny how that works.
I've got a nasty irritation in the back of my throat from going warm and dry. Well, sorry, warm and slightly damp to cold and dry when I've been going in and out the house. But it's just an irritation.
Yeah, that's the problem in here. The air in the house is really dry. When I go outside in the cold, the air's still fairly moist, and the sinuses drain.
Yeah. Well, I think part of it is because I've not really got an outdoors as such. I've got to dry stuff in the flat at the moment because stuff just doesn't dry on the line at the moment. So it means that everything's just that little bit damper than it could do with being in the house.
Well, yeah, you're somewhere in the UK, so it's always damp,
Yeah.
even in the summer.
Oh, yeah. In the summer, I know we're not as bad as some places over there, but when we get a really hot day when it's been damp, it's just intolerable.
Well, one day
Usually
we were,
because we don't get extremes of either.
yeah, I know it's fairly mild there in the wintertime, at least in London. I don't know what it's like up in Yorkshire, but
It's fine except when it isn't. If we do get a really nasty bit of winter, it can be absolutely horrible because nobody's prepared for it. Nobody can drive. Nobody knows how to clear things properly.
yeah, it's funny how that works, isn't it? If you're in this area here in Philadelphia, people start having problems driving in the winter when there's like 6 inches of snow.
Well,
But if you go further south to DC, and it's 3 inches of snow. People can't drive in 3 inches of snow. And you get down to Atlanta, they can't drive in an inch of snow.
A few years ago, we had a sudden snowstorm that dropped, I'd say, about half an inch of snow on the road, and it paralysed the city
Yeah, I was in
because
London.
nobody had their snow driving brain in.
Yeah, I was in London, and they were. Oh my God! It snowed. They got half an inch of snow. I remember where the grounds were where they canceled a football match. I just laughed. It's like there's a half an inch of snow on the ground. Can't you guys clean it off the sidewalk? But that's what everybody's used to.
Yeah,
It's just
it probably wasn't helped by the fact that all the gritting lorries are driven by the binmen. So the guys who do bins will bring the bin lorries in, park them up, and take the gritting lorries out instead. This is fine.
What's a gritting lorry? I mean, I know.
It's a
I know bins. That's for like trash bins. You mean?
Yeah, it's a lorry that sprays salt and sand and stuff out the back to put some grip on the road.
Right, we have them.
Yeah.
Call them salt trucks.
Salt trucks, yeah. That's fair enough. But the problem was they were all out on their runs with bin lorries and got stuck in traffic. So they couldn't get back to pick the gritting lorries up to go out and clear the roads. So it steadily got worse and worse and worse.
Wow. Yeah, I could see that happening.
But it was one of those moments of clear skies, snowstorm, clear skies.
Wow. Well, we don't have to worry about that right here because our township doesn't pick up the trash. We have to pay a private company to pick up our trash. So we're okay. They don't do this. So they can't be, we're good. One of the funniest things I ever saw when I was in England. I'll never forget this. It was 50 degrees. Freedom units. What's that? See, 20. What's that? 15.
10.
10 maybe. It's 15.
About 10.
Yeah. Double 10 and add 30. So that's about 10. And I was walking around. We were walking through James's Park or Hyde Park. I don't remember where it was. I think it was St. James's. And people were out on blankets, shorts, laying out in the sun.
Yep.
50 degrees.
It's their only chance. It's their only chance to get exposed to relative warmth and sunlight.
Oh my God, it was funny. People are out on their lunch breaks and they're sunbathing at 50 degrees.
Yeah.
You would never see that here.
That's their vitamin D exposure for the entire year there.
That's what I guess it's what you're used to.
Yeah.
I've been in here. I've never been in here where Where's Wally had his microphone off. On, I mean.
Ellie might talk to us at some stage.
Probably too busy planning the demise of the socialist worker drone.
Oh, my demise. I have demised a long time ago.
How's it going in Norway today, Bjorn?
Well, it's cold. It's dark.
Okay, what's new? I mean,
I don't know.
You should just say same day, same thing every day.
Yeah, this is
cold
true.
And dark.
Cold and dark
until June.
Well,
and it's cold and sunny.
Yeah. How are everyone doing today?
Just trying to get by, Bjorn.
I couldn't help reading from Gary White Benga. Bev has more watchers at any one time than this, so that's good for Bev. And yeah, I'm just saying that the more people you have, the more right you are. I guess that's what he's saying.
What did you say, Gary? Like Benga says they have more watchers?
Yeah, over at Bev's.
Oh,
Yeah,
they have more people watching the bullshit
yeah. I mean,
and the bullshit that happens in Dr. Bob's server.
I think Bev has more entertaining bullshit. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. When you're just pulling stuff out of your butt, making stuff up, I guess, I guess it's more entertaining.
No, we all like to go to the zoo. I mean, come on.
Or
See
watching, rubberneckers on the highway while stopping to look at an accident.
Yeah, I get it. Hey, Judy.
Hello. How are you today?
Me, I'm very good. I had a nap. I'm gonna work tomorrow, so I'm gonna be here trying to entertain people for 5-10 minutes before I go to bed again. At least 5-10 minutes.
So you gonna turn your camera on and dance the Irish jig wearing a thong or what?
Something like that. We'll see.
To entertain us.
The night is young, Joe.
The dancing socialist bear.
Maybe we gotta get as many people watching us, Bev.
I'm sure if you do that, Bjorn, they'll all come over here and see that. I mean, I'd pay to see that.
Yeah, that's.
I was about to
Send
turn
you a-
on my. I was
I'd
about to
send you
get
a
on my
super
phone,
chat.
but I changed my mind.
Hunter.
You gotta love Hunter. He just hangs around, and then drops a bomb, and then disappears.
Yeah, it's like a young kid. Just
Yeah.
lay there and drops a bomb, falls asleep. After that redhead comment yesterday, I deserve it. Fair, so.
Well, Bjorn, this cord couldn't survive without your contributions.
Yeah, I could. In fact, I could leave now and no one would care.
Oh, that's not. Well, there's a couple people in here would care.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about YouTube. In fact, probably 2 or 3 would be happy.
So what's new in Finland, Judy?
Snow, cold, dark.
Sounds like Norway.
Yeah. Sounds like
I wonder
Norway.
why. Well, the funny item of the day, Djokovic,
What?
the tennis player.
Oh.
So the Australian Open is going to be starting down in Melbourne, and they granted him an exemption based upon medical exemption, so he didn't have to show proof of vaccination status, and he's an anti-vaxxer.
Okay.
And he was apparently one of 5 people either participating in the tournament or somehow involved in the tournament, or the people who work for the tournament, all that, press people, whatever. And that caused a bit of an uproar down there. Was to actually go to the tennis state, like what's it called, I think it's named after Rod Laver and Margaret Court. I've walked past it. I haven't been in it. Anyway, you have to show vaccination status to actually get into the building to watch the matches. And then Melbourne's been undergoing a series of lockdowns, and so the people down there are pissed that they're letting this tennis star hurt the rules by claiming some bullshit uh, exemption to the vaccination scheme down there. But they forgot one thing, Bjorn.
What's this?
The prime minister got involved, Mr. Morrison, and you're not allowed into the country unless you have the vaccine. So he flew into the airport at Melbourne. They won't let him out. So
Excellent.
He's apparently going to have to return to wherever the hell he came from. I don't know where he lives. He may live in Florida for all I know. You know, tennis players. I don't think he's living over in Croatia, wherever he's from over there. So I forgot about that.
Well, we're
I
gonna
don't know
see
how the
more.
world's going to survive without Djokovic being in the Australian Open. You know?
I think he has a
Hello.
funny name. Hello,
Hello.
Sam.
G'day, people. How are you?
Not bad.
Good, good.
I don't think I've had the pleasure of speaking to Mr. Vimes before.
No, this is my first time in a chat room for Flat Earth. I've been in gaming chat rooms before, but never a Flat Earth one.
Well, this is
Well,
really a flat Earth one.
Oh.
Well, kinda.
Yeah.
It's more just a discuss interesting things channel.
Yes, that's fair enough too. I thought I'd join for a change.
That's
Where
an
you
How are
excellent
we all
idea.
today?
Where are you from?
Perth, Western Australia.
I detected an Australian accent there.
Very much so.
Yeah, a friend of mine lives. A guy I know lives in Perth.
Oh,
So,
really? Okay.
Yeah.
Perhaps we have somebody here who isn't suffering from it being cold and dark.
Oh God, no! The exact opposite. It's friggin' boiling over here. Christmas Day was 43.
balmy.
Boxing Day was 44. Then we had 42. Then back to 44.
Well, let me
So-
guess. You did not have a white Christmas in Perth.
No. I've lived in Perth most of my life, and I've seen snow once, and that was when I was in holiday in Tasmania.
Well, I've never been to Perth. That's whenever we get back to Australia and New Zealand, that's on my list.
Yeah,
I mean, I've been in Melbourne, Brisbane,
Yep.
Sydney, and
yeah, Perth's a similar size to Brisbane.
Is it?
So it's a fair bit smaller than Melbourne and Sydney. But yeah, we've got a population of about 2 million people at the moment, which has expanded a lot over the last sort of 20 years.
And then we were out in the outback to go see Uluru, Ayers Rock.
Yeah. Well, Uluru basically very close to being right in the geographical middle of the country.
Yeah, it's there's nothing out there.
That's the enormous red one,
Alice,
right?
there's Alice Springs, and that's it.
Yeah, Uluru's the enormous red one, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's right.
Is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Supposedly the largest above ground rock in the world, or something. I don't take all that much notice, to tell you the truth. But yeah, it's something along those lines. It's a big.
It is amazing.
It's a big tourist attraction for sure.
The guy we were with talking about it, he gave a tour of it to the Rolling Stones.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
He had a lot of good stories about Mick Jagger, Keith Richards.
Oh, got no doubt about that at all.
I have to admit, at some stage, I would like to visit Uluru, but in the pass by it at a sensible distance, so I can get an idea of the proper scale.
Yeah,
I don't want to go up.
It's,
it's tall. I don't do tall things.
You're actually not allowed to climb it anymore.
Yeah, they stopped
Um,
doing that when we were
yeah,
there. You
about
couldn't
6 or
climb it.
12 months ago. It's
Yeah.
always been advised that you don't climb it, or the local people have asked that the tour groups don't climb it. But 6 or 12 months ago, they actually stopped
Yeah.
people climbing it completely.
Well, that's
When you
good.
say
That's
when you
good.
say the locals, you mean the Aborigines?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, we bought some Aboriginal art while we were there. That's pretty interesting.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's it's something you either love or you hate. But it's very distinctive. I've always liked it, but I know a lot of people who can't stand it.
Well, it's kind of abstract.
It is, yeah.
So
And the
I'm
thing
actually
is that
looking at the painting as we speak. It's over in the corner over there.
okay.
There's a lot of art styles I can't stand. So
Exactly. That's right. Yeah. There's a lot of stories to the art though. Quite often, the art will tell a story, but if you don't know how to read the painting, you've got no idea what that story is. The local people would be able to explain it to you what the story is, but that's it. If you don't know, you've got no chance of being able to decipher it.
well, yeah, because you've got even more of a problem than you've got with some of the medieval Christian stuff, where you're looking for what's that one guy carrying to know who it is. You've got that, but even more so.
And I think it's also need to be understood that a lot of the Aboriginal paintings, whether they're on a rock wall or whether they're on canvas, they're telling a story. But at the same time, that's just one level. At a different level, they're also giving ideas of how to navigate in a particular area of the country. They're also telling Dreamtime stories. Yeah, see something like that, Joe. I wouldn't have the faintest idea how to decipher
Has to do
something
with
like that.
has to do with water. That's what I
Mm,
remember. The lady
sure.
explained it. The lady explained it to me, but that was
Mm.
back in 2017, so I don't remember.
Yeah, there's layers upon layers upon layers, and there's quite often there's layers that they will not tell people who aren't of particular clans. So they won't tell white people particular parts of the story. They won't tell people, even Aboriginal people, from a different part of the country, parts of the story, because it's sacred to them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I was fascinated talking to the one of the people there that they had no but until fairly recently they had no concept of money,
No, that's true.
and it was very different way of looking at life. It was fascinating.
Sure, and until Europeans turned up 240 odd years ago, um, there was some differences within different Aboriginal clans, but basically they were still hunter gatherers. So um, they had no real concept of property ownership as such. The land was um, not owned by any particular person. It was up to each particular clan or tribe or whatever you want to, however you want to say it. It was their responsibility to look after it, but nobody owned it. Um, was their responsibility to look after it and pass it on to their children and their children's children and so on. So you could you could almost call it a sort of a communist sort of an idea. And I know that that there's been a lot of people who've claimed that they were the first communists, if you like. But that's not something that I know a huge amount about. I'm white. I grew up white in an extremely white neighborhood, so a lot of what I've learnt, I've just picked up from bits and pieces. So I don't claim to have any particular knowledge or any deep knowledge
Yeah,
about
when
how
we
people
travel,
lived.
my wife and I have been to all 7 continents,
Hmm.
and when we go places, it's fascinating to talk to people,
Oh,
and
absolutely.
find out how much people have in common
Mm.
around the world. Everybody's, except for an isolated group like the Aborigines, maybe, and some of the tribes down in the Brazilian rainforest or something like that.
Mm.
But
Mm.
maybe some Sami communities up in the northern regions of Norway and Sweden. Pretty much everywhere else, everybody's got the same concerns and worries and goals and everything else.
Yeah, it's just the details that change, the cultures.
Yeah, the cultures, the religions, that kind of stuff. And
Mm.
but the same, everybody's. I was sat down with a guy in Istanbul,
Hmm.
a devout Muslim, and we were talking about often it
Mm.
was how much we had in common
Mm.
outside of religion. I've been an atheist
Well,
since I was like 12, but
yeah,
it's fascinating.
yeah, it is. And it's a pity that more people don't get the chance to do much in the way of traveling, for whatever reasons, financial reasons usually. Because I think you know that old cliche of being able to walk in somebody else's shoes um, makes a big difference to understanding, and that's one thing that we need a lot more of, I think.
What's the problem with walking a mile in somebody else's shoes?
You're a mile away and you've got their shoes.
You have to you usually have to take their shoes back.
Yeah, they'll get you shot around here.
What part of the
Just
US
about
are you from,
anything will
Joe?
get you shot around you.
What part of the US are you from, Joe?
Philadelphia.
Okay, right. The city of brotherly love,
Yeah, supposedly.
supposedly.
It's hard. It's hard love.
Yes, tough love.
Tough love. Yeah, that's city of brotherly tough love.
Yep.
I had somebody ask me one time when I was talking about how much we've traveled,
Mm.
and they said to me, "Why would you want to go anywhere but the United States? We have it all.
Wow,
We have the
really?
best of everything here." I'm like,
Mm.
"Really? Eat some of the food in some of these countries. Tell me,
Yeah.
you think you have the best of everything?
That's a
It's just
question I'll never understand.
Yeah, same here. Same here. That sort of thinking just astounds me.
yeah, even the most horrid place in the world, France,
Mm.
has things to go,
Well,
has things going for it. I love giving it to the French. Man, I tell
doesn't
you, talk about
everybody?
lack of sense. Talk about a lack of a sense of humor. Oh my god.
Well, if you're not giving it to the French, then you have to give it to the English. Isn't that right,
But
Dreadlinwood?
yeah, I love England. I've been there pre-COVID.
We're,
I'd be there twice a year for 15 years. I love the place.
we're
Right.
fine. We get on with most people,
But the
except the
people
French.
there are, you've
Except
got
for
your
the ones that you've conquered.
Yeah, you've got
We
your
get on fine
strange.
with
Yeah.
most of them as well.
once you teach them how to play cricket.
Yeah,
Oh
I
my
was say
God.
seriously, we were different people then.
That's true. That's true. But that doesn't mean that we can't give you shit about it either, because that's just part of being English.
Well, if we're going to go down that route, did your family pay to go over there, or did they get a free ride?
Uh,
Yeah, the Botany Bay.
no, I don't think any of my family are actually ex-convicts. Not that I know of, anyway. All my family is from Britain, and but I don't think any of them came over here as convicts.
So you're in the paying passenger side of things.
Yes, I
That's
think
fine.
so.
Well, for being a British penal colony, the crime rate in Australia is pretty low.
Yeah, well, we cop an awful lot of shit about being ex-convicts, and it's completely understandable why we do. But yeah, look, I mean, I was reading a book just recently by Steven Pinker, called, I think it was called Our Better Angels or something along those lines. And his argument was that crime rates around the world have gone through the floor over the past 50 to 100 years. And particularly since about the mid 90s. Apparently, crime rates everywhere around the world have just gone through the floor.
Yeah, I'll also be honest. A lot of the things that we exported criminals for when we were setting up Australia are crimes that aren't plausibly a thing anymore. We
No,
don't have
that's
the level of
exactly right.
starvation where you're having to you're having to steal like that to feed your kids. We don't have that level of a problem.
Well,
And we
that's
exported
exactly
an
right.
awful lot of people for that exact crime.
Yes.
I read a
Yeah,
study.
exactly.
I read a study. I don't know if it's been peer reviewed or whether it's gotten any publicity, where they tracked crime rates versus lead in gasoline.
I heard that one too. Yeah.
And when they took the lead out of the gasoline, the crime rates over time dropped dramatically.
Yeah, I think from memory there was about a 23-year gap, and then that's exactly right. And the thinking was that particularly in concentrated urban areas, that the lead in the fuel was causing mental problems with the kids.
I've seen suggestions that it was depressing people's empathy.
Is that right? Okay. Yeah.
It was damaging people's ability to relate to each other.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I know the worst air in England is in the tube. I mean, it's been measured.
It's trapped.
Measured how bad the air is there, and how particulate matter in the air in the tube is just off the charts horrible. You really should wear a mask. You really should wear a mask in the tube at all times. Really, to be honest with you.
Yes. It's one of the things that I'm hoping will become more common. Yeah, masking up in areas with bad air, masking up when you've got a bit of a sniffle, all of that.
Yeah, I used to joke at the Asians in the tube, and they're all wearing masks, but they had it right.
I'd love it to go over to the Japanese style of masking when you're feeling a bit sniffly, or you're on your bike on a major road or whatever.
Yeah, you get those buses driving by spewing all kinds of toxic and noxious fumes. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard some quite horrible statistics about particularly diesel particulate matter. Apparently, it's it's causing, because apparently the particles that come out of diesel trucks are of a particular size, and that particular size is particularly damaging to lungs.
Oh, absolutely. And when I talk
Mm.
to people who poo-poo electric cars,
Mm.
climate change,
Mm.
not only do I talk about, the CO2 stuff, but also carbon monoxide and all the particulate matter that's coming out of the exhaust.
Mm.
It's not just the gas, it's not just the CO2 that's being produced. It's all the other shit that's being produced and thrown into the air. In addition to the noise. People
Yeah,
love they love some hot rod car that goes vroom, vroom, vroom. Can't stand it. I'd rather it be quiet.
Mm.
When we started the lockdown here back in March of 2020, people weren't driving. Our house sits on a kind of like on an up incline, and I can hear the major artery, which is about a mile or mile and a half from here. And at night, you didn't hear a thing. There was no cars on the road.
Mm.
It was great.
Mm.
You can hear those tractor trailers and all the noise they make going up the interstate there. And just thinking if all these vehicles were electric, you wouldn't have any of that noise.
No, that's true. But by the
One thing I
same
have had
token,
trouble with is how quiet vehicles can be when I'm cycling. I'm having a big vehicle sneak up behind me, and then do the stupid thing of trying to pass me and then turn across my nose, which is never helpful.
no. Has anyone heard of a across Australia solar car race that happens here from once every 2 years? They start in Darwin and go right across the middle of the country and finish in Adelaide. And there's quite often teams from all around the world. When my daughter was in high school, her school actually had put a car in that race. But there was a guy there that was helping getting the car set up for the race, and he had converted his own car from a normal internal combustion engine and put the electric motor out of a forklift into his car. And he was just using lead acid batteries. But when he took that over the pits to get that car tested to be able to drive it on the road, they forced him to put a quite large speaker in the front of the car pointing forward and forced him to play sound. I can't remember off the top of my head what sort of sound, but they made him play these sound all the time that he was driving so that pedestrians would be able, and cyclists too, obviously, would be able to hear his car coming because it was just so quiet.
Yep.
So they actually made him make the car louder.
No, it's fair because it can be a problem.
Mm.
Like I say, I've had electric cars sneak up on me, and then suddenly I've had a big, relatively powerful car just appear in the corner of my vision with no warning.
Mm.
Well, California passed a law back in, I think it became effective in 2019, that the electric vehicles had to make a noise when they were doing under 15 miles an hour. to alert people and blind people especially if there was a car around. I drove, I drive a Tesla Model 3,
Mm-hmm.
and I bought my car before that went into effect.
Mm-hmm.
My son has a newer Model 3, and you can make it make any kind of noise you want. You can make it sound like an ice cream truck if you want,
Oh, okay.
because it has a external speaker in the back of the car.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so that, yeah, you can do whatever you want with noise effects. And
Mm-hmm.
his car will make a whirling sound as it's as he backs up out of a driveway or drives around in a parking lot or something. Or
Eat
I've driven into
recycled food.
neighborhoods.
It's good
Yeah,
for
I've
the
driven into
environment
neighborhoods
and
where
okay
families
for
are
you.
walking their kids and their dogs, and they clearly don't hear my car coming. I'll be crawling
Mm.
at 10 miles an hour. So I always have to be mindful of the fact that you can't. I mean, it makes tire noise on the road. I mean, you should be able to hear that,
Sure. Sure.
but you don't hear an engine running.
The problem is tire noise is unfortunately fairly non-directional
Oh, right. So it's hard
because
to
it's
pick up where
because
it's
it's
coming
kind of a,
from.
because it's kind of a white noise. It's difficult to
Mm-hmm.
locate its position.
Right.
Well, it's another reason they should have the painting the look left and look right on the curbs in London. Because in the future, you won't be able to hear those double-decker buses coming.
We're probably going to get rid of them for something
Really?
a little more practical.
But
Well, you
they're
still
so
have those
iconic for London.
phone booths. There's no phones in them anymore. No, but it's like an iconic, British thing over there.
Well, some of the phone booths they've started doing interesting things with.
Yeah, like sports bets.
I saw a few that had been converted to ATMs.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, which is quite a good use for them, I suppose.
Mm. Most of the public phone boxes in Australia have basically been pulled up and taken away over the last sort of 20 years since the rise of the phone. But there is still some around in certain particular areas, mainly at places where there's a lot of public transport. So train stations and big bus stations and stuff like that. And the company, well, that runs them and owns them, has just recently, in the last 6 months or so, made them all completely free to use, which I thought was quite good.
Well, they are
So,
pretty iconic in England. I'd love to have one. I would put it in my garden. I'd put a
is that
bird
just
feeder
because
on
you're a
top of
Doctor
it.
Who fan? Is that just because you're a Doctor Who fan
No,
that you
that
want
would be
a
a
TARDIS?
TARDIS. No, I'm not a Doctor Who fan,
Oh, fair enough.
but I did. I did. My a friend of mine is well, I mean, he watched Doctor Who before anybody knew what it was in the U.S.
Oh, right, okay.
So when I'm an old guy,
Hmm.
and we
Yeah,
went on a
join the club.
tour. We went on a tour of the old BBC. It was still the BBC building over on the what's it called? South Africa Road, um, over in West London. And outside of the building, when you walk in, they had the TARDIS from Doctor Who, the original one.
Okay.
So I had my
Wow.
picture taken with it, and I sent it to him. And he was like, he sent it like a 15-year-old girl. Oh my God! Like, yeah, well, big deal. It's just it's just a prop. But yeah, I was a Star Trek person. I was never a Doctor Who fan. I do like the offshoot of the show, Torchwood,
Sure.
but Doctor Who never Never did much for me.
What about you, Dredd?
I like the old Doctor Who stuff, but not so much the new reboot. It went a bit peculiar.
It did, didn't it? Yes, I'd agree with that. I think the first Doctor I ever saw was the one before Tom Baker. What was his name? White-headed old bloke. Anyway, so that would have been mid-70s, and then Tom Baker came along. And then, yeah, so I never really got into it once it restarted.
Pertwee, of course.
John Pertwee, that's right. Yeah, of course. Yeah, he was my first Doctor, and Tom Baker was my second.
I had to think about it a moment because, of course, there's Tom Baker and there's Colin Baker, and I had a momentary which one's which.
Oh, right, of course, yeah.
But Tom Baker's Mr. Jelly Baby.
Yes,
and Mr. Scarf.
yes, exactly. With the scarf, yeah, absolutely.
Well, they used to run Doctor Who. It used to be on PBS here in the 70s.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, some people that got into it watching it on the PBS stations. But I just never got into it.
In Australia, we've got something called the ABC, which is very equivalent to the British BBC.
Yeah.
And we used to get Doctor Who on there. We still do even now.
I know the Scientologists aren't very happy with the Australian Broadcasting Company.
Well, they're not.
Neither is
happy
Rupert
with...
Murdoch either.
None of the right wing in this country are very happy with the ABC because they
There's
can't be bought.
Yeah, there's a UFO guy on that channel. Named Ulthrate, or he's done shows on UFOs the last couple of years on there, on some 60 minutes type like kind of program.
Okay.
Can't think of the guys. You know, real well known. I'll find it. I'll be back.
Okay, sure.
Go. I saw you lost another political star.
Yeah, who was that?
Kelly Burnby?
Oh yeah, yeah. And Miss I can land an airplane on her forehead. Yes.
Is that what? Okay.
Yeah, she's got quite the forehead. Yeah, 46 years old.
She's no longer with us.
No, anti-vaxxer. Yeah.
And I see Marjorie Taylor Greene lost her Twitter account permanently. Yeah, I know, it's terrible, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that is I think you should go the way of the courts to get it back, because freedom of speech and all that kind of stuff. You know. Spend a lot of money on that.
Exactly. I think she should. She should take that all the way to the Supreme Court, I think.
Yes.
Then hopefully she won't have enough money to contest the next election.
She's a gem.
She is, isn't she?
Oh, we're talking about politics. Here I am.
Well, we weren't talking about politics. We were just talking about people going away and dying because they don't want the vaccine and stuff.
We're really just ragging on Marjorie Taylor Greene more than anything.
Yeah, she's an idiot. I heard her name and my ears pricked up.
Yeah, I was just saying that she just recently permanently lost her Twitter account.
Didn't she go along the lines of saying that the vaccine was causing more deaths than COVID was, or something?
I think that was probably what ended up being the straw that broke the camel's back. Yeah.
Yeah, the UFO guy is Ross Coulthart.
Coulthart doesn't ring any bells.
Might be pronounced Coulthard.
Maybe. First name's Ross.
Like the F1 driver back in the day.
He used to be on 60 Minutes in Australia.
Yeah, I haven't watched 60 Minutes since I was a kid because it's just bullshit. It's crap.
I watched a 60 Minutes that was about Scientology, and it was hilarious. It was an ABC, an Australian one, I think, but it was well funny. There's like this sort of really sort of this aggro sort of Scientology, American Scientologist woman, like shouting, bawling at this Aussie, and she's just sort of smiling at her, going, "Yeah, yeah, all right." It was so funny. Like she's going, "Well, you pretty much can't do anything to me here, can you?"
Well, Australia has their own version of 60 Minutes.
Yeah, that's right. It's on one of our commercial stations, one of our free-to-air commercial stations. But
How
yeah, like
many
I say,
channels? How many, like, sort of terrestrial, we'd call it? Like, how many sort of normal free-to-air channels do you get in Aussie these days?
well, there's 5 different stations. Each station has got multiple channels, usually around 4 to 5 channels each station. So we've got the ABC, we've got SBS, which used to be part of the ABC, but that got stripped away 20 or so years ago. And then we have 3 commercial stations. We have 7, 9, and 10. And like I say, each of those stations has got 4 or 5 channels each. So it's just mainly Drek on everywhere. I watch almost no television at all.
I'm
Which is
getting
why,
to that stage.
which is
I
why I
have.
can spend so much time on Discord.
I have to admit, I don't currently have a TV. Not worth it.
I watch the TV for the cricket, which I'm enjoying the hell out of at the moment.
Bet you
Not
are.
worth it.
So let me ask you about cricket.
Sure.
I don't understand that sport in the least, and I've watched it. I was in England once watching. I turned the TV on. It was the Ashes,
Yes, that's what's
and I would
currently
turn it
on at the
on. It
moment.
was like it was in the summertime, so it didn't get dark until 10 o'clock.
Sure.
And I turned the TV on. And they're still playing, and then hours later they're still playing, and days later they're still playing. It's like
Yes.
it's like
Yeah,
what
but
the
you,
That
hell's going
happens.
on with the sport?
you get that with the baseball series.
Yeah, but the baseball games only last at most 4 hours, not 4 days.
One test match can last 5 days.
Yeah, I
But
was in India.
in that time,
I
you might
almost
play about an hour and a half, depending on the
No,
weather.
no. Well, that might be the case in England, but in Australia it's a different story.
Hey, no.
We
I watched one of the Australian. I watched one of the Australian tests, and
Yep.
you kept having to stop because it was too hot and too sunny. They kept pulling people off.
Yeah, there was one series about 3 or 4 years ago, but that was only one in one city. That was actually in Perth, where I live, and that's because we were getting 3 or 4 days of over 40 degrees.
Perth's the Gabba, isn't it?
No, Perth is the Wacker.
Oh, right, okay.
The Gabba is in Brisbane.
Brisbane, that's it. Yeah, sorry. I got there in the end.
Fair enough.
That's okay.
It might have been that specific one because it was a case of about every 10 minutes the whole thing would just stop. Everybody would shuffle off into the shade and have a drink.
It was, like I say, it was above 40 degrees for about 3 or 4 days in a row. It was just brutal.
Yeah.
Absolutely brutal.
And they weren't even having a proper drink. It was all water and electrolytes.
Well, I
Yeah,
saw
probably
something on the
mostly Gatorade.
Daily Mail the other day.
Ooh.
As they, I follow the British Premier League and the football over there. So I read their sports page, Martin Samuel and those guys over there. But
that's about the only section of the Daily Mail that I would say is probably readable.
Yeah, the rest of it's just crap. But it was, you blokes over there, you don't know how to pronounce controversy. You call it a controversy.
Yes, that's because we pronounce it correctly.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
well, reasonable minds will differ on that. But the
A bit of a Barney. That's how it's pronounced.
well, there was some controversy in some match about cricket match about they couldn't see that the ball hit the bat.
Mm-hmm.
What was
Was
all
that
about?
Kevin Peterson? I think I remember that, and they said that he'd put some sort of tape on his bat so it wouldn't show up on the edge.
Yeah.
Oh, so
There's the-
Snicko wouldn't work.
Well,
No,
not so
no, they
much
had a thing
Snicko,
called
it's
Hotspot.
that's right. Hotspot is an infrared camera. So when the ball touches the side of the bat as it goes past, there's a little bit of heat generated. So the infrared camera picks up a very bright spot on the side of the bat where the ball touched it. And what they were claiming, it was a bit of a conspiracy theory. It was never ever confirmed. But what they were claiming was that he was putting a transparent Teflon tape on the side of the bat so that if the ball did touch it, there would be no hot spot. But as far as I'm aware, there is no such thing as a transparent Teflon tape. So,
But
he was.
It's made more complicated by the fact that you're allowed to do certain things to repair the face of the bat.
yes, exactly. That's right.
But he was saying that, like, if he'd done that, then he might, because you can get an edge and have a bat pad, can't you? Or, like, save yourself from an LBW. Sorry, getting very technical.
whatever an LBW is.
It's where the ball hits your leg instead of the wicket.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was the issue there.
Unless it pitches outside the line of leg stump.
I'm simplifying it for the foreigner.
Yes.
Well, I appreciate that because we're we're dumb over here. So any help we can get is appreciated.
Well,
no, it's a mess.
What are you talking about?
You need to know a little bit of jargon, right? So complicating it so we don't need to explain all the jargon as well.
Isn't cricket the things that are outside making noise in the summertime?
No, that's cicadas.
Yes. Cricket,
No,
cricket's the game that baseball was derived from.
I think that's
we took a shitty sport and improved it.
No, you removed all the artistry.
You took a beautiful sport and completely fucked it up.
You removed all the artistry and stamina and endurance required to play the game.
Exactly.
Well, here's a bit of trivia knowledge. The first ever international test match was between United States and Canada.
Well, why do you have test matches?
It's the ultimate test.
These days, it's just all about money. But back in
the day, why is it called a test match?
It's called a test because I honestly don't know where the term comes from. If anybody else knows where that term comes from,
I thought it was from that. It's like the highest test of the skill of your skills. Like they have it for rugby as well, don't they? They call them test matches.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's true, and the term is only used for international games. So that very well could be where it comes from.
It's called test apparently because long grueling matches are mentally and physically testing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
well,
definitely.
It's funny. The oldest golf club that I can think of, now golf club in the Philadelphia area, dates back to 1869. It started as a cricket club.
Is that
Philadelphia
right?
Cricket Club.
Okay.
And then the other oldest one, it's still actually it holds international matches down the road here. The Marion Cricket Club.
Oh right. Okay.
The Marion Cricket Club is an internationally known cricket club.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
So we have cricket over here, but I don't understand it. They have a huge oval. I've been in the Melbourne Cricket Ground. It was the biggest stadium I've ever been in.
It's massive.
God,
it's huge.
Big. Holy man.
It can hold about 100,000 people.
Oh, it's
110.
I think it's 110.
Yeah, that sounds about
but
right.
Just the dimensions, because the cricket oval's huge.
It is, yeah, for sure.
And when I actually have a red cricket ball, I bought at the Portobello Market over by Notting Hill.
Nice. What brand was it? Is it a Duke's?
I'd have to look at it. I don't know, but it's red and it's got the and it's hard as hell.
Yes.
It's harder than a
Yes.
baseball.
Yeah.
Aren't
and you
they
can imagine
smaller
what
and
it's-
heavier as well?
I'd have to. No, it's. I'd have to put them side by side. I think the baseball's a little smaller,
Yeah, there
but
wouldn't be much in it.
the cricket ball is hard.
Mm.
Yeah, the bowler in cricket, he doesn't throw the ball 95 miles an hour like a baseball pitcher does.
Some can.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Can they?
Yeah, absolutely, they do. My understanding is that the fastest ball ever recorded was 160 kilometres an hour, and that's an Australian bowler by the name of
Okay,
Brett Lee.
160 miles an hour. So
No, 160 kilometres, which is
yeah,
100 mile.
so with the 100,
Um,
100 kilometers is 60 miles. So that'd
Yep.
be more like 90
Oh,
miles an hour. No,
No, 100,
um,
160 is 100 miles an hour.
is it?
yeah,
they're
that's right.
roughly the same size. A cricket ball's 5 3/4 ounces.
Mm-hmm.
A
150
baseball can go up
grams,
to 51 1/4 ounces, so it'll be a little heavier as a cricket ball.
Mm.
And I'm sorry, Sam. Brett Lee was pipped by Shawi Bakhtar.
No, he wasn't, because he lost that because of performance enhancing drugs. So Shoaib Akhtar did actually have the record for a little while, but he had that taken off him because he got caught using drugs.
Really? I'm looking
Yeah.
at like the info here, and it's saying he's still top.
Is that right? Okay, maybe
Like,
I've
I
got it
mean,
wrong then.
the next 4 down are all Aussies, so you're all right there.
Hey
But yeah,
Bjorn,
I could have it wrong, but that was my understanding.
hey,
I'll
Bjorn,
put it.
can
I'll
you,
put it in VC chat. What I found. Hang on.
All right, cool.
Bjorn, can you check YouTube? Did we just lose every viewer?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
This is too much freedom, even for me. This is
No,
the balls
too
measurements that doesn't fucking make sense. Sorry for the language. It's
much,
it's
too much
it's
cricket.
ounces and crickets and the stones and arms and feet and legs and all that thing. There's so much freedom, Joe. I can't handle it.
Nothing kills viewership better than cricket talk.
I
No,
can understand it.
Oh God, crickets. I can
We only
hear the
care about
sound now.
we only care about
I'm one of
cricket
those.
in Australia, India, and England.
Well, I
I'm
think
one of those
cricket is one of the.
weirdos.
Oh, keep
Go
going.
on. No, you're right. I was just going to say, I'm one of those weirdos who can quite happily sit down and watch every ball of a 5-day test, and not worry about it in the slightest. I love the game.
Yeah, I'm the same. I could
Yeah.
if I wasn't working. I'd
Yep.
sit and watch the whole thing.
it's
Oh, it's
too short.
fantastic.
We should be playing proper test matches that
You don't.
don't
So
have
you
a
don't like
5-day
The
limit.
untimed ones, yes. Back in the day, there was no 5-day limit, so they could literally go for. They generally didn't, but they could go for longer than 5 days.
Uncovered pitches as well, as Jeff Boycott
Yes,
always tells us.
that's right. Being
boy,
caught on a
you.
sticky wicket.
I guess you guys are against the one-day international.
Oh
No,
no,
I
no.
like a one day.
It's a different sport. It's a different sport.
It's for people who don't like cricket.
Well, when I
Um,
had the opportunity to go to a cricket match in India a couple of years ago, and I politely
Sure.
declined.
Mm-hmm.
So
But
Oh, you
like-
should have done that.
You might
If-
like
if-
T20. The whole thing's over in 3 hours.
if this show was, popular in India and stuff like that, it might have done well because cricket is apparently 2.5 billion people watching that stuff.
oh,
Get
there's
bots to
probably
tag it as
2.5
cricket.
Five days
Probably
in a
two-
row.
Probably
That's freedom.
2.4. Probably 2.4 billion of them are Indians
well, it's
Exactly.
amazing. It's
and
amazing how little.
Pakistanis and Sri Lankans.
It's amazing how little in India people pay any attention to soccer, or football.
Oh
know,
yeah,
cricket is by far, I
cricket
mean,
is
There's
it's
a
a
cricket
religion.
ground. The cricket ground, like on every corner
Yeah,
in Mumbai. I mean, it's amazing how many cricket grounds there are.
yeah.
Public parks.
Well, at least it isn't golf.
Well, Bjorn, the second most popular sport on TV in England. It's soccer's number one. Number two is darts.
Is that right?
Oh, I
Yeah,
love a bit of
that's
darts.
The Premier League of darts. You watch these fat guys with the
Yeah,
the multicolor shirts with all the advertising on.
I
With
struggle with
cheerleaders,
calling darts a
cheerleaders,
sport. I can call it a
darts on
game.
TV. Like
I can't. I
take me
struggle
out and just
calling it
hit
a
me with a
sport.
hammer. Take a hit me in the head with a hammer. You might as well.
I
Darts
I
on TV.
I
Jeez.
think anything that can have a very high skill cap can be called a sport. I don't disagree with that. I think Czech can be a sport. I don't mind that at all.
I have to disagree. I've had this argument with my youngest son, who thinks that video games can be sports.
Of course it can.
But I disagree. They're games. They're not sports.
I think that I'd count that as esports, if you like, kind of, compromise, but it's not a sport. No, sitting
No,
playing video games isn't a sport. It can be technical and you can be very good at it, but I don't
Yes,
think it
absolutely.
counts as a sport.
What,
I agree with you, mate.
What kind of qualities do you need in high sports? You need reflexes. You need good concentration. You need the ability to read the field if it's group sport. You need the ability to think far ahead in the game in many of these sports.
Sure,
And all of these things is the same there.
But I would argue that there is more of a physical nature to a sport, whereas a game is much more sedentary. So I would say that and I don't claim this to be a definitive definition or anything along those lines, but my feeling is that sports are generally physically demanding.
And so is esports too. That's why they spend a lot of time in.
Because they're sitting on their ass with controllers in their hands.
Yeah, but over a long period of time, that is, world's best chess players have to keep in shape because it's very demanding on the body. They will lose concentration, stuff like that. So they actually have to be a fair bit in shape.
Okay.
I mean, Jabba.
I get what you're saying, definitely.
I mean, Jabba the Hutt.
They're not
be a
physically demanding, but
player.
Not.
I
understand what you're saying.
The twitch reflexes of some of the gamers are on par with fighter pilots.
I've got no doubt, absolutely no doubt at all. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that esports aren't a sport to denigrate them. I think the people who are playing at the top of their sport, if you like, have got amazing abilities. That's not my argument. My argument is that those abilities are in a game, they're not in a sport. That's all.
But I think that in about 50, 60 years, there's got to be a change of opinion upon this because
I've got no doubt.
I'm going to tell you that you're going to need the money from the esports to keep the normal sport going. Considering there's more people watching esport than the Super Bowl, but by a factor of
I've never watched like an esports thing. I mean, it was kind of getting big when the pandemic first hit and the lockdown was on.
No, it was big before there.
Yeah. Particularly in Asia, there's huge amounts of money in, I think, mainly Korea, for the esports.
Oh yeah, they're like superstars.
One thing that might change it over the next few decades is when VR stuff starts working more. So some of the esports start having the physical component to them rather than just the controller aspect.
That is an interesting.
There's a professional gaming league in the United States. It's based here in Philly. So, I mean,
it's a bit with like esports. There's so many like million. It's a bit like pool kind of thing. Like there's so many million different sort of boards of control. It's like slightly a bit like boxing, where they sort of you don't know who's like the top one, do you?
Well, they can fix that easily in boxing. What they need to do is get everybody together and have a punch up about it, and whichever side wins the fight gets to be the definitive boxing control board.
Can I be on Tyson Fury's side?
Oh, but
So Bjorn,
yeah.
Bjorn, you need to go on the side chat in YouTube and create a poll.
On what?
Well, you create a poll. Is video gaming a sport? Yes, no, or I don't give a shit. There'll be the three choices.
No,
Let it
but
run.
to me, it doesn't really matter because esports is doing well. I don't think that anyone within esports really care too much because they are making tons of money. But I believe if the regular sport is going to survive, they're gonna have to sooner or later they're gonna have to agree to make a deal there, to put it like that. So the Olympics will have esports and the World Championships. You know, you will have World Championship esports, and you will link this up with other things because I believe firmly it's the future.
Well, that's gonna if that happens, Bjorn. We're gonna have the mud flood #2.
You'll have you won't have to travel as far to go and see Chelsea games, Joe.
No, I'll be able to just walk. You'll be able to ride a bike over the mud bridge. That's what's going to be. That's going to be the end of civilization. That'll be mud flood 2, Bjorn.
Well,
that'll make you happy.
I don't watch esport. I watch a little bit of chess. We have the world's best chess player in Norway for the last
Carlsen.
Yeah. So I watch a little bit of that, but it's sometimes like watching glue dry. So
allegedly the best.
Well, every time I'm in here on, I see you on Discord. You're playing some World of Tanks game.
Yeah, I do sometimes.
I've not played that.
Sometimes it's just the sometimes it's just the launcher that is on, and it says that I play that all day and all night. But you know, I'm at work. So
well, I'm old enough to remember Pong. We actually had the Pong video game. I probably still have it somewhere.
Nice.
That was doink, doink, doink. I mean, it was
It gradually got faster and faster.
No, I believe in interactive entertainment, and I think that's gonna, fewer and fewer people have regular TV. They have a TV, but they watch stuff on demand, and fewer and fewer people are reading books. And I think it's horrible that people don't read books anymore. But
all the new TVs.
Is that true though? I don't know that it's actually true that people aren't reading books. Is it? I'm to be convinced, but I was under the impression that book sales are still massive.
Yeah, they are, and but when you talk to the younger generation, there's a lot of I work with a lot of younger people, and I try to bring up a book name, and they haven't heard about it. They haven't heard about the authors. They haven't, if they have read a book, it's usually with in school.
Yeah, but that's because you're a boomer and don't do their style of writers anymore.
The other thing too is that I've noticed that particular generation that my kids are a part of have decided that they do not need to remember anything. It's quite okay to Google when the last time you went to the dunny was, because you don't need to remember anything anymore. The internet knows everything.
Well,
yeah. Why bother memorizing your multiplication tables when you can do it on your phone?
Yeah, well, exactly. Why? That's what they've decided. I think that's a shortcut, which is silly.
Yeah, if you don't have your phone, you're screwed.
Yeah.
But the thing is that reading actually helps you develop your brain. So it doesn't matter if you read Lord of the Rings or if you read a textbook about science. It doesn't really matter as long as you do the reading.
Well, I would
I
like to
don't.
see a
Sorry, Joe. You
I'd
go.
like to see a study of, I think people under 30 today probably never read a book.
Or ask what the last book someone's read and when that was.
Yeah.
I must say I'm not very good at the old reading a book cover to cover. Like it's been a while. Probably a bit probably about sort of summer last year was the last time. But I have to be like really interested in the subject, and then I'll just absolutely hammer all the way through it. But yeah, I sort of lose sort of attention, get distracted, and end up forgetting about it.
Get yourself some audiobooks. It's the best thing you can do.
Yeah, I have listened to a few audiobooks in my time. I listened to Long Walk to Freedom when I was at work years ago.
Well, the last book I read was a real page turner. It was God, I have to go look at it. It's over 600 pages with maybe more than that, footnotes. It's Richard Carrier on the historicity of Jesus, on the historicity of Christ.
Like the historical real.
And boy, oh
Yeah,
boy,
Carrier is one who thinks that Jesus never existed.
Yeah, I'm with
so,
him. But man, was that that was a dense book. Holy mackerel!
My understanding is that he is amongst the minority when it comes to scholars or historians of the time, but he does have some very good arguments.
Well, there's more and more. His view is becoming ever so more popular in the scholarship community. You got to remember that the overwhelming majority of people who are biblical scholars are Christians.
Religious people. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
So, and a lot of them work at, religious, like in a religious college. And, you can't say Jesus didn't exist and still have a job.
Oh no, I totally understand where you're
Christian
coming from,
college.
and you're right. But by the same token, it's not like they don't have their actual arguments. They do have arguments to back up their position. Carrier has different arguments, but I think there's going to be there's quite an argument between the two camps. But it's not like the pro Jesus side has no arguments.
I personally, from what I've read, I come to the conclusion that I believe there is a figure throughout history that is the start of the Jesus myth, but a lot of the stuff that they wrote 150 to 200 years later is actually picked up from other sources.
Well,
so the God of the New Testament, or the Jesus of the New Testament, would not be the Jesus that you would have met, or the inspiration for Jesus. Then let's put it like
certainly the supernatural elements, as far as I'm concerned, at least, are right out.
But
it's not unreasonable that there was a popular rabbi of the period called some variant of Jesse, Joshua, Yeshua, whatever, because it's like going, hey, there's a priest called John.
Well, the whole story.
It's that sort of level of common.
Well, the book itself. I mean, he wrote it as an academic book, so it's really it's a tough slog to get through.
Sure,
but I got through.
But if you have a look at the best information we have on it's written long after Jesus is supposed to die, and we don't even know who these people are. Paul, Luke, and these people. We don't even know. That's just name we've given them afterwards.
I also wouldn't put it past there having been several rabbis at the time preaching under the same name who got conflated into the biblical Jesus.
Well, the whole story is I personally I think can be disproven by the story itself. So the Romans didn't crucify the only people the Romans crucified were seditious characters. So if there was the Romans wouldn't have crucified someone who the Jewish people thought was a heretic.
They might have nailed him up for the "I am the King of the Jews" thing.
No, the Jews would have stoned somebody.
Ooh, this is a topic I have some knowledge in. Glad I popped in just at the correct moment.
So Pilate wouldn't be crucifying someone unless he was a threat to the Roman order. So you had all these messianic characters in the first century who were crucified because they were leading open revolts against Rome. That's who got crucified.
Well, my thought is that by claiming to be King of the Jews, or being put in a position where his followers are treating him as such, that's defying the Roman provincial governor.
No, the way Rome, no, Rome, basically, Rome didn't care about the Jewish religion. Rome wasn't worried about religions. They let the religions, especially they respected the Jews, and so they didn't care about their religion.
But
what they cared about was when people were leading armed insurrections against their authority. That's the only thing that the Romans cared about. So they would care less if there was some Jewish messianic figure that was preaching. You got to remember that Jesus is the gospel. Render unto Caesar's what's to Caesar, and the Roman centurion. The whole story in the gospel was like, it was not someone the Romans would have crucified. I'll just
then
leave it at that.
But then you've got the other verses, which are the whole take up your sword type stuff.
Yeah, and I think that's the real Jesus, and that's been whitewashed out of the gospel.
Yeah, and if I understand correctly, the different gospels, even the canonical ones, give a little bit different kind of Jesus. Like one is the give Caesar what is due to Caesar, and one is the pick up your sword type of character. So that even the gospels disagree which might have been the real one.
Yeah, there was a lot of messianic characters. So there was Judas. One of the classic ones that was of around that time period was Judas the Galilean, and he easily could have been somebody you could base the myth upon.
And don't forget Super Magic Jesus.
Oh, then there's Jesus Christ Superstar.
But as a figure, there you could, back in the day, back in these times, literalism, like Jesus was the, that might not have been the case. What they did believe, especially a few 100 years later, when the Bible were written, and after that, was that these stories have some sort of value. You didn't have a lot of literalists believing this is the perfect word of God. So having these stories wasn't a problem for a lot of people at the time, that these stories were conflicting. So that you have that in one of them he died. I don't remember what the last meal. It was a special occasion.
Well, each church would have their own gospel. Like the original church didn't have 4 canonical gospels. They had a gospel, which to them was the gospel. So they would have to.
But even when they put them together in one, it didn't really pose a problem because they weren't literalists. They believed that the stories themselves had some sort of value. They didn't believe that you should read it just, like a lot of people do today. Well, it's the perfect word of God. That wasn't the thing back then.
Well, you have to realize
that may be the case as well.
You have to realize that the canon of the church wasn't put together until after the Council of Nicaea. So you're talking about 400 CE, and then there are no copies of any of the Gospels: Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John. Just those 4 that can
You
be
know,
dated to the first century. They're all second century and later copies. So they
Yes.
really don't know what was in all the original stuff in the first century. It's like the letters of Paul. There is no
mm,
there is no letter of Paul that can be dated back to the first century. They're copies, they're interpolations. There's they take a little out of here, a little out of here.
And
They
we
don't have
know.
any early
Sorry, I was just going to say
original
we know
copies.
Sorry, I was just going to say we know for sure that several of the Pauline epistles were definitely not written by Paul.
No, 6 of the 13,
oh
only
yeah.
7 of the 13 were written by Paul.
Mm,
And even those are basically they're letters that were cut and pasted at the time.
that's right.
Yeah. So, there's no so who can tell? That's my whole, it's like there's no way to tell what the original story was.
Yeah, and
Basically, and without the gospel, without the New Testament, there is no story because there's no historical buttressing to the story.
yeah, that's what the mythicists have brought up a lot. Like I have been following both the mythicists and historicists, like, and their arguments. But there's really nothing beyond the Gospels proving that there even was a man. Like there's the something that some apologists like to refer to is the Josephus, but Josephus,
Mhm.
that's probably an interpolation, what is in
Yeah,
his
that's right.
book. But something that I find really interesting, this was from David Fitzgerald's book, Jesus Mything in Action. Apparently, because apparently Mark is probably the oldest of the Gospels, and the further you go, the more supernatural attributes and more perfection is added to the man. So it makes you think, like, even if there was a man, how much did Mark already add to it?
Well, my understanding about Mark in particular is that originally Mark finished with the crucifixion, and that
Yes, correct.
the later part of going to the tomb was added much later than the original part of Mark.
Yes, that is also, yeah, that is what
That is
Fitzgerald
correct.
also says.
And there's some scholars that believe there was a one source that the Gospels were written from called Q
Oh yeah, the Quell in German.
in German,
Source.
right? But that's pure supposition. There's no evidence of there being a Q, other than on
Isn't that
Star Trek Next Generation.
But the thing is,
just clarifying, isn't Q for the Old Testament, not the New?
No, that's for the New Testament.
Yeah,
It
it's for
is
the
the New, is it?
Gospels
Okay,
particularly.
okay, sure.
Maybe there's something similar for the Old Testament, but if there is, I don't know. I do not know about it myself, at least.
Sure,
but
sure.
if these stories were made as teaching stories for people, they weren't made as stories that were supposed to be taken literally. It means that a lot of the people that are religious today that think it's literally, they are the ones in the wrong. So
yeah.
And
Yeah,
if you
and I
want
think
to,
that's
and if you want to take it as a teaching moment, the New Testament, the Old Testaments are teaching moments that we are supposed to take knowledge from, and you have to also see that in the time they were written, because they had different morals than us now. It is much more benign than it would be if you would have to take it literally.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's particularly true. Sorry, go on.
No,
After
you go first. You go first.
Okay. I was just going to say, I think that's particularly true for the Old Testament. I think much of the Old Testament, particularly the first 5 books, is just simply old creation myths that have come down over the millennia, and were finally put together in book form long after they originated.
Yeah.
Well, no serious Old Testament scholar thinks that, for example, Moses was a real character.
Oh yeah, and this is I just this was something related to what Björn said. I just remembered something that kind of proves his point, because in Mark's Gospel, this happens when Jesus is arrested in the Garden of Gethsemane. When the guards apprehend him, they notice that there's this young man dressed only in a loincloth, and they try to catch him, and then he runs away naked. Now, literally, it sounds kind of suspicious and kind of naughty, but as David Fitzgerald mentions, it actually has a perfectly respectable explanation. Apparently, in ancient literature, becoming naked, losing your clothes, was symbolism for losing your life. So
Okay.
so yeah, it sounds like, yeah, if you want to take it literally. And also, sure, if I was an apologist, of course I might make the claim that an maximally powerful deity could make things happen in real world, which would resemble human symbolism. But which is more likely, that or the fact that the author just used a symbolic depiction that was familiar to many people back in those days? Like, as Björn said, the first people listening, and the lucky few who knew how to read, the first people reading the story, they would probably immediately realize that, wow, that's really neat symbolism.
Well, you have to realize that. Well, first of all, Tess, are you intimating that Jesus was doing the dirty with another guy?
Richard Carrier has mentioned the Lazarus, right?
Yeah, I know all that. But so you have to realize that the Gospels were all written by educated Greek speakers.
Yeah, not
they were all
Aramaic
written in
speakers.
Greek, so they were educated in Greek. They understood how the literature of the time, and how stories were written and how things were put together. I mean, then there's no Gospels or anything in Aramaic. It's all written in Greek. I think Paul's letters are all in Greek. So
yeah, I think so.
So I always tell people there's more evidence for Harry Potter than for Jesus. So if you have 10,000 years, let's say humanity's wiped out except for a few people, and they happen upon the Harry Potter books and movies, they may think that whole thing is real.
I actually think that I'm going to disagree with you here, because I think, well, the man Jesus as in the Bible, I don't believe exists. I think that Jesus might have been multiple people that later was put together into one character, and then they embellished on top of that. But I think there is, a sort of beginning to the story. Yeah, I do believe that.
Are you disagreeing with the Supreme Leader?
Yes, I am disagreeing with the Supreme Leader.
Well,
but I don't think that Jesus was the Son of God, if you ask Dan.
There's ramifications for that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I personally, I don't have an opinion between the mythicist historicist argument. Well, I think it does say a lot that I am not convinced that there ever was a Jesus. It's just that I'm not also convinced that there wasn't. But I think it's kind of detrimental that I also am not convinced that there was.
Well, it depends on what kind of Jesus you're talking about. If you're talking about the man that walked on water and fed 5,000 people in the desert with a few loaves of bread and fish, and yeah, you shouldn't feel bad that you don't believe that, but
yeah, and also I think we have to ask, like, where does historicism begin? Where does historicism end and mythicism begin? Because how much you have to change the story of a man or a woman or whatever, and still consider like that there's historicity behind it? Because apparently, because I'm into morbid stuff, I learn a lot about cults. Apparently, some of Manson's followers used to tell a story about how he made a bus fly or levitate. That obviously didn't happen, but there still was a guy. And in case of like Yeshua ben Yosef, what if his story is based on someone like, say, Jesus ben Ananias? I think it was that like I forgot there were two guys Fitzgerald mentions. I think Jesus ben Ananias was someone who was killed by a Roman catapult during the Jewish revolt. And his story had some similarities with the Gospels, but so little that if that is the inspiration or partial inspiration, okay, they kind of was a historical guy, but was there really like a? I'm not really sure how to articulate my thoughts here, but like,
The
hope you get
timeline's
what
a
I'm
bit
going
of a
to.
problem there too, isn't it?
Sorry.
Because
Sorry,
no, I was just
what?
saying that the timeline's a bit of a problem there. My understanding is that Jesus was apparently crucified approximately 40 years or 35 years before the Jewish revolution.
Oh yeah, yeah. The if the like there's a canonical Gospels, but it's somewhere around like 33
Mm-hmm.
AD, and the Jewish revolt happened. I think it was in the
That's reasonable.
60s or 70s. I'm not sure, but like the first Gospel happens very much after the Jewish revolt. Like,
Well, there were
Oh, no.
several Jewish
Yeah, that's true.
revolts.
That's
Yeah.
true.
There were
But
several
let's.
Jewish revolts in the first century. Okay, number one. Number
Mhm.
two, people date the Gospels and the death of Jesus around 33 CE
Mhm.
because they mention Pilate. Pilate's a central figure in the story, and they
Sure.
know where Pontius Pilate was the governor of
Mhm.
Judea. Okay, but outside of
Sure.
that, there's no evidence that that's when it happened. And most scholars agree that the Gospel of Mark and all the Gospels after that were written after 73 AD, which is when the temple in Jerusalem was destroyed.
Sure.
Okay,
oh,
so when you
Just.
consider all that together, what happened or didn't happen before 70 AD is
Mm.
basically unknown.
But
Mm.
No
let's.
one really knows.
But let's put it like this. Let's say that in 2,000 years you will find a lot of scraps of data. It's not going to be books mostly, but it's going to be data from this era of time, and it's going to be about this guy with yellow hair. That's the king
orange
of the
skin.
country. Yeah, orange skin, and they're going to find a ton of information from QAnon people. Now, most of that information is going to be wrong, but the character they're talking about still existed.
Interesting hypothesis, yeah.
Mm.
So according to the people of the QAnon movement, he would be walking on water, curing babies from AIDS and saving the world from a network of pedophiles.
Oh, hey, yeah, I got even better. Suppose they got their hands on the movie Babe Ruth story. They will erect a statue of Babe Ruth where he's wearing his baseball gear, healing crippled boys.
Yeah, but that is my point. You can have an origin, you can have the man can exist, but the story about the person might not be true.
You're making
Well,
a dangerous
that's
assumption there. You assume that the QAnon team, so that the QAnon guys will actually still be acknowledging that AIDS is a thing at that point.
Well, but you understand my point. That is what
yeah.
I want to get.
Yeah, and actually, the Gospels already give a really, really good example of what you say because, like most of my, I haven't yet. I will intend to read the New Testament as well, but most of my knowledge, by the way, comes from David Fitzgerald and Bart Ehrman, completely on the opposite sides of the historicist mythicist movement. But yeah, like apparently, what we know about Pilate or Pontius Pilatus, as we say in Finnish, probably closer to the actual Roman pronunciation, by the way. He was nothing like the Gospels depict. He wasn't this timid, kind of nice, poor little guy. Oh, I'm going to wash my hands. Oh, like he definitely was an actual historical person, but all other sources portray him as a vicious, bloodthirsty tyrant. Like if there was an incident where a bunch of an angry crowd was yelling at him like crucify this guy, he would probably, because he did this, he would have probably sent his legionnaires in this civilian disguise and slaughtered everyone, and then crucify the guy anyway. Like,
Well, the whole story, the whole gospel story on the crucifixion is basically, you have to remember again that the Gospels were written after the destruction of the temple. That is very important.
Mm.
The temple was the central point of Jewish culture in Jerusalem. I mean, you can't underestimate the importance of the temple. Okay, so when you look at the actual story, it's basically a replacement for Yom Kippur after the destruction of the temple. So you have Jesus,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah. That's what Fitzgerald says too.
then you have Barabbas, which in Aramaic means son of the Father. So you have Jesus Christ, the Son of the Father, and Barabbas, the Son of the Father, which are like the two goats. And in Yom Kippur, one goat is um, left to wander out in the desert, which is what basically they did with the Barabbas. They released Barabbas to the crowd, and then you would sacrifice the other goat to atone for the sins of Israel for a year. And with Jesus,
Yeah.
you crucified the goat to save all of mankind from sin forever. So the two stories they're parallel stories designed for the replacement destruction of the temple. I mean, these stories, they're well crafted.
Oh yeah.
Clever stories, but they're stories for teaching a lesson. And
Yeah, they,
Well, let me
you know,
play.
they're definitely, especially like after listening to Fitzgerald's book on audio, I got this really big appreciation for Mark's gospel. Like, yeah, whoever wrote it was a literally genius. Sorry, my English is not the best today, but yeah, really awesome author.
yeah,
I
but
think
there's
a
all
very
kinds of
important
parallels
question.
between.
I think
There's
a
all
very
kinds of
important
parallels.
question is did Pilate have a friend called Biggest Dickus?
I'm afraid not, unless the Gospel of Monty Python is true.
Have you ever seen Roman art?
Oh yeah, it's naughty.
Okay.
No, biggest dickus is a sign of unintelligence in many ancient culture.
That's true.
Well, there's a
you should have a small and humble one to be the
if you
smart
go
guy.
if you go to Pompeii.
I didn't know that.
If you go to Pompeii, in Pompeii there is a house in Pompeii that was you can't go in anymore, but you can still see this from the street. It was a fairly wealthy family, and when you if you walked in the foyer of someone's house, this would be the equivalent. The first thing you see is on the art is a Roman centurion, and on a fresco, and he's got the helmet on, he's got the red robe, and he's got the breastplate on, and nothing underneath, and with an erect phallus that must be about 3 feet long. And so it's still there, and that was considered high art in the upper crust of Roman aristocracy. So there could be a biggest dickus. He easily could have had a biggest dickus, buddy. No question.
But I have to put some information, add some information to that. What I said before, it was among the intelligent people, especially in ancient Greece and stuff like that, where they the lust and stuff that they had younger men as their companions. It was normal. It's they had weird ideas.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they were all boy lovers. Like that, and damn, I hate the movie. No, okay, no offense to anyone who likes that movie, but I damn it hate the movie 300, especially how it influenced war movies depicting ancient combat. Like, so stupid. I apologize.
It's Hollywood. You don't expect anything different.
What happened to all those Greek warriors in the movie?
Same thing that happened to them in reality, except that there weren't millions persons and there were a lot more Greeks.
No, but they got slaughtered. So
Yeah, even though in reality they wore armor, they weren't in loincloth like in that stupid movie.
no, I know, but they got slaughtered. So what's the social utility of that?
There's actually a book I've been meaning to get the PDF version called Bronze Lie. I forget the author's name, but it goes into that, like how our perception of the Spartans as this supreme warrior culture. Yeah, it's apparently largely based on propaganda. Like, yeah, they weren't bad, but they just weren't exceptional.
Oh, getting back to the religion thing, if I were God, God forbid if I was God,
I
Dallas
take you
Cowboy.
over the Old Testament and even the New. Actually, I take you more over the New Testament God, especially.
Well, the Dallas Cowboys would never win another football game if I was God. But why would I only choose to talk to certain people?
Yeah, I've never got that too.
Why do I need a prophet? Why can't I just talk to every human being on the planet? Because
Why do I
created
need?
You've met
everything.
humans, right?
Well, no, but the only reason God only talks to certain people is because those certain people end up controlling everything.
Also, maybe only certain people hear voices in their head.
No, God talks to me.
Not everybody can be middle management.
I think there is, very often, if you talk to God, you're sane. If he talks back, you should, go to the doctor.
I think the house quote goes like. I think
I'm
the house
talking about having a feeling, or you feel warmth, or if he literally talks back with words in your head, then you should go and see them.
Yeah, I think the house TV series quote goes like, "If you talk to God, you're religious. If he talks back, you're crazy." Something like that. I haven't seen that episode. I stopped watching it after a while.
My point is, you only have a few people that are supposedly prophets.
Oh yeah.
They
Good
claim
point.
that they talk to God, talks to them because they can go out and tell everybody God told me this, so you better do that. You know what I'm saying? It's like follow the money.
Well, let's. So I want to play devil's advocate just for a little bit, because
be careful. Remember, I'm the supreme leader.
Yeah, I know. But in certain times, this could have had great utility. So not only if you read the story of the crucifixion of Jesus, and you ignore the whole scapegoating thing, because that is just despicable in my mind. It's kind of a good story. This guy, he was out preaching and stuff like that, and the big, he died for his beliefs. Let's put it like that. And these kind of stories could be powerful to help people understand that there were more important things in life, not necessarily a god, but freedom and the ability to speak your mind and stuff like this. So there might be utility there. There might also be that a lot fewer people died in certain situations because you kind of had a book of rules that everyone followed. It also helps when everyone pulls in the same direction in the society, which might be a utility for the people. So I think the only thing that I object with when it comes to religion, if we could just remove the part that is crazy, where people think this is the literal word of God. If you could take that away, if you could remove that and just leave the happy Christians, the people that say, I get a warm feeling, it gives meaning to my life, I feel better about myself. If you could leave just that, I wouldn't have a problem with religion.
Well, you're right. You're right. The stories, all these stories have social utility, just like all the Greek gods, all those stories. They were, they were designed to have for social utility. I don't think the educated peoples in Greece believed in all the Zeus and Hercules and all that other nonsense, but the stories ordered society and gave meaning to life, even though they're made up.
The Greek stories in particular are really from what I can see at least, really designed to give lessons, right? They're morality plays. They are stories on how to win a war and make sure that you win the war and that the people that you're fighting against do not win the war. They have that sort of utility. I mean, the one of the things that I saw a quote from, oh, what was that movie? It was the one that the Australian guy, what the hell's his name? Anyway, it's about the Kraken and
Release the Kraken.
Yeah. The
Not the Sidney Powell Kraken.
They kill Medusa, and then they grab Medusa's head, and they use Medusa's head to get rid of the Kraken. Oh God,
Perseus.
Yeah, but what was the movie?
Anyway, I will check it. I know the movie. Just a moment. I will look it up.
There was a moment in that movie where he says something along the lines of, teamwork will always win. And I just thought, you're not listening to the stories, are you? It's not teamwork that wins. It's getting one over on your opponent that wins. That's the story. That's the idea of those Greek stories, is not this nebulous idea of teamwork. It's being the sneakiest bastard that you can possibly be in order to be sneakier than the person that you're trying to fight against. And it just made me, I think from memory, I walked out of the theater after that.
Well, Machiavelli, he learned the lesson.
Oh yeah, I have actually read the Finnish translation of the Il Principe. I think it's called in original. Here we call it Prinssi.
Yeah, in English it's just called The Prince.
If they only could have done a better job on the Ten Commandments, we could have had a better society.
Well, I wish everybody was like the Norwegian. It would be peace, love, happiness,
and understanding,
tranquility, right?
Oh, you should be here 5 minutes with Linda when she's not happy with me. There's no peace, there's no tranquility, and there's
Clash of the Titans. I think that was the movie.
That's the one. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I
very
knew
much.
because the marvelous, the magnificent, the genius Ray Harryhausen made the special effects. That's why I remember. Ray Harryhausen was an absolute genius.
Mm-hmm.
And if everyone, this is my, I don't care about religion, but if anyone disagrees with me that Ray Harryhausen was a genius, because he was, then that's when I won't be your friend anymore. I will cancel you.
Yeah, Perseus was played by an Australian guy. I can't remember his name either.
Isn't half of Hollywood from Australia?
I wanted to ask you something.
There's a few.
Joe.
Go ahead, Bjorn.
How come? You know the 10th commandment. You shall not cover your neighbor's goods, which is basically the foundation of American,
capitalism.
Capitalism, yeah. And how is it that so many people in America is super Christian, but they still cover their neighbor's goods all the time and go and buy that stuff?
They haven't even read the Acts of the Apostles, because the Act of the Apostles actually describe the early Christians basically living in a commune. And again, I haven't yet read this. Oh no, actually, I did read this story myself. But Fitzgerald mentioned that in the book Acts of the Apostles, there's this story. A couple belonging to the early church called Ananias and Sapphira, they sell their land, but because they refused to give all the money, I mean, they donated money, but because they didn't give all the money to the church, God struck them down dead. So basically, forced collectivism, collectivization. But, yeah.
If you take 9 and 10 there, you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife and your neighbor's goods. That is.
Don't forget you shouldn't be coveting your neighbour's ass either.
No,
Thank you. That's exactly what I was going to say.
but we're all going to hell. That's just the way it is.
Look in this country, all the evangelical churches, these pastors are, vociferous in their, don't wear masks and no social distancing and all this sort of thing. They don't read the Bible. So in Leviticus, Leviticus specifically requires if you're unwell, you're supposed to stay outside the camp. You're not to come back into the camp until you're well again. And while you're outside the camp and you're ill, you need to wear a face covering. It's right in Leviticus. Wear a mask.
Yeah, that's one of the good things in the Bible.
But don't God forbid that the Christians read the damn Bible. They don't.
Yeah.
They read portions of it.
Well, I think there's 3 commandments that are good. You shall not kill, you shall not steal, and you shall not bear false witnesses.
Yeah.
Even that, like, as long as it's like legal, don't bear false witness. But if it's against lying, because sometimes lying is the good choice. Apologia, the YouTuber, gave a really good example. Like, I'm going to paraphrase it a lot with my fake German accent. Like, Nein, Herr Sturmgruppenführer, I haven't seen any Jews here.
Yeah, that's always the one, isn't it? Anne Frank.
Well, yeah,
when the
in
German comes
essence,
knocking on the door.
But in essence, these things are the 3 good commandments.
Well, think about it. If
I would say.
What would we have to talk about? Because if no one lied, there wouldn't be any flirts. Because you have to lie.
Well, that's true.
Maybe we would have a life, or at least maybe I would have a life.
Don't forget as well, the usual list of 10 commandments isn't the actual 10 commandments.
Oh yeah, that's a really good point as well. Yeah,
involves
totally true.
More boiling goats in milk.
Yeah, there's about 30 of them.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you could have
616. I thought
you could have you shouldn't rape, you shouldn't torture, and you shouldn't have slaves. I think those 3 are quite good commandments to have.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bible doesn't say anything about those.
Washing your
anything
hands
negative,
after going
negative.
to the toilet would probably have saved another 100 million people by now.
I do like the New Testament summary, though, that basically comes down to just don't be a dick.
Well,
be nice to people.
Isn't Jesus quoted in the Bible when they say about washing your hands? You don't have to wash your hands because God gives everything that's good.
Oh,
yeah, that's the like. It's not
what goes in.
Yeah,
Jesus didn't know about germs and good hygiene and
you can and there's the way I see it. Sorry, I'm babbling. The way I see it, there are 2 ways of taking that, and one is really great, and one is really bad. Like the really bad is like literal again, like oh, it doesn't matter what you put in your literal mouth. Like that doesn't matter but if you say a certain word, then you have sinned. That's bad. But at the same time, if you have arbitrary rules about what, like not based on, because there's definitely moral arguments based on some things about that we eat or maybe shouldn't eat. There are moral arguments against it. But if you just make an arbitrary rule that don't eat this because reason X, mind you, then if you go around and say, well, for example, if you lie about your fellow citizen or something like that, yeah, there are consequences in that. Like, and if you take it literally, it becomes really superstitious and bad. But if you take it symbolically, again, actually, that's not really that bad.
I was watching a video on YouTube of an apologist who was arguing in favor of the whole story of Moses and the 10 Commandments going up to Mount Sinai, and God gave him the 10 Commandments. And
right.
He was arguing that this clearly had to be true because God is all knowing, and of course He would have picked out. You would write the 10 commandments on stone because stone lasts forever. And
Then
in
why don't we
response,
have the originals?
so in response to his comment, I said, "Well, gee, I don't know about you, but if I were God, I would give the 10 commandments out in titanium, not in stone."
Nice. Or diamond.
And I said, "What? Oh, I forgot. The goat herders that wrote the New Testament didn't even know what titanium was, so they had to pick stone."
Mm.
You
Good
know?
point.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was a good point. Some people liked it, and some people didn't.
But I
Yeah,
think
that's the funny thing about this. It's the same thing when people claim they have seen cryptids, like ancient, long extinct animals. The funny thing about it, whenever someone, for example, and this ties into what you said about then not Please, stupid.
Oh, you're
I'm in the
We are live.
We are
Okay,
live.
awesome. Then I will say what I had to say later.
Let's do it live, damn it.
Are we, I'm listening to see if we're audible again. Let's see.
Audible, my favorite audiobook website. And see how much I'm shilling today?
Yep. We should be. Yep. There we go. We're live again.
Awesome. Please, stupid.
Oh, you're
I'm in the
We are live.
We are
Okay,
live.
awesome. Then I will say what I had to say later.
Let's do it live,
Oh,
damn it.
John Rapp also, he earlier asked
I'm listening to see if
about when I mentioned the Clash of the Titans. He was asking. Audible. Let's see if I can find the. Yeah, there. He was just Clash of the Titans question mark. Yeah, that was the. That was one of the movies that got mentioned earlier, and I looked it up. What was it actually called?
Yep. There we go. We're live
Yeah,
again.
that was I started talking about that movie.
It's a great movie, and like I said, Harryhausen effects. I mean, oh my god, I love Harryhausen. He was a genius.
Speaking of, so I saw that the James Webb Telescope successfully deployed its sun shield.
Excellent. That's still got a way to go before it's working properly, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's got a ways to go. Then it has to unfurl the actual panels for the telescope. But
yeah.
The solar, that huge layer, there's like 4 different layers. That's successfully deployed. So that's step number 1. So now it has to get out to Lagrange point. What is it? Lagrange point 2. And then they'll unfurl the telescope and it'll start operation.
The solar shield is the tower for it has deployed out. They actually haven't, or the last I saw, they haven't unfurled the shield itself yet. That takes several weeks. But the thing that takes the longest cool, and then they have active cooling to bring it even colder than what the shielding brings it down to. So from what I understand, it's going to be about 6 months before they're getting their first images with it, because they have to calibrate.
Well, they better hope they get it. It works, because they don't. No one's going to go out to fix it.
No, that's for sure.
If it's near sighted again, the Hubble.
Yeah.
Needs a
Nobody
little
that's
bit of
going to go out and
glasses.
do cataract surgery on it. Unless, of course, the secret space program actually exists and we have alien technology.
You never know. I mean,
You never
that would
know.
be so cool, wouldn't it?
I severely doubt it, but it would be cool. We could ask Hunter here. You know, he has some inside track into the.
Hunter can't talk about those things.
I know. He's busy building his murderous space laser.
He could tell us, but he'd have to kill us later. Is that the story?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't
That's
have to do that anymore.
That's what he was doing with those steel pipes yesterday.
Yeah. There's 8 people watching this and us, and well, one of those 8 is me because I'm moderating. So I guess that it will be a short hit list.
Well, I thought everybody knew that we got fiber optics and silicon chips and all that from the Roswell. craft.
Yeah,
I thought that was
I,
common knowledge.
I'm hoping they actually have better stuff than that. If they're, I don't want that kind of crappy aliens. I want good aliens. I want teleportation devices and stuff.
Faster than light travel is what we need.
Yeah, if they come here and give us fiber optics, I'm gonna be very disappointed. And the CD, you know.
Well, there's no way that they're those craft. I think if they exist and interstellar travel is a thing, it's going to be from either from warping space or some sort of a wormhole. It's not going to be faster than light travel in the physical, universe. It's going to be, instead of like folding space or pulling it towards you, as opposed to um, traveling at speeds. That's how I think it's going to be.
As long as someone can still say either engage or make it so. As long as that's okay, then we're good.
I think that's
Well, the biggest, most advanced thing we've gotten from this alien technology so far has been Velcro. It has changed the world.
Yeah, and can we get some proper aliens, some good ones? First of all, if they crash, I don't want them. Send them home again. Like, if they are so incompetent they can't even fly their spaceship, I just want them home again. I want proper aliens.
You sound like Trump there, Bjorn.
Yeah, I want proper, the good part. I don't want those crappy aliens.
You don't want those losers.
No.
Give
me the good type of.
I like my soldiers that aren't captured,
Yeah.
These are the best aliens, the absolute best aliens in the universe.
Well, then they can stay there. And we'll have to live without Velcro, I guess.
Are you going to tell me, Bjorn, that you want those Nordic aliens that are
yes,
white skin, 8 to 10 feet tall, with long blonde hair, no facial hair, and piercing blue eyes?
Yes, those aliens.
Okay.
The competent
you don't want
ones.
those 3-foot gray, hideous things with the big heads and the big eyes.
No, like, I don't care what they look like. They can look like me for all I care. I just want them to be competent. I want them to be the best kind of alien when it comes to technology.
Maybe they crashed because we shot them down with some particle weapon.
Well, that I really don't want them. If we can shoot them down, I really don't want them.
Oh, God.
It was distracted driving. They were laughing at flat earthers.
Yeah, maybe.
Could have been.
Maybe it was the stupidity of this planet.
It was a really hard face palm.
Yep. They actually knocked themselves out. You never know, but
yeah, they saw some Bob Nodell stuff.
But think about how ridiculous that is, that, you have a way to travel throughout galaxies. You come to this planet, and you're so incompetent that you can't land. But you just crash. No. No, no. Come on.
Hey, maybe they forgot the landing gear.
Yeah.
Maybe they went to the same pilot school as the 9/11.
Ooh.
There you go.
Ooh. There we go. Oh, we're off the air.
Yeah, that's going to crash the stream.
Sorry, Bob.
I didn't do that. Why was it me, Bob?
That wasn't
Yeah,
me,
no,
Bob either. No.
Wasn't me either. We'll throw the yank under the bus.
Yeah, I'm a troublemaker. I'm sorry.
We've heard that, Hunter.
Well, usually
of course you have. I started that rumor.
Usually I'm the one that says things that people just think, but Hunter, I'm glad you're here.
Now we're in trouble in Alpha Centauri or Theta Reticuli or wherever the hell these aliens are from. Wait till they hear this stream, Bjorn.
Yeah.
They're going to be coming after you.
Yeah. What are you saying? We're bad aliens.
You're, you're going to get abducted and you're going to get anally probed.
Oh, we're going there now too. I see. Holy shit.
Don't threaten him with a good time.
I just have to tell, sorry, YouTube. This is the kind of level of entertainment you can expect here. On Bob the Science Guy when he's gone. We just lost another one. There you go. Oh, God.
Speaking of anally probed, I was watching this David Pakman show on YouTube clip. There's this right-wing provocateur guy on YouTube, Stu Peters. He had this woman on who's supposedly an actress that I've never heard of. Claims that she has rectal bleeding every time she goes near someone who's had the vaccination.
What?
Starts bleeding from her rectum anytime she goes near someone who has had the vaccine.
She would bleed to death in Norway. Just walk down the street and fall over in the pool of blood.
I mean, these people will say, they'll say anything to get attention.
Well, I think she's just getting too close.
Yeah.
Way too close.
There's friendly and then there's friendly. Come on.
Yeah.
We lost another one.
The more outrageous people get, the more clicks they get, the more attention they get.
Not on Bob's channel. We just keep losing people from this kind of entertainment. I think he has a different type of audience, put it like that.
Well, I try my best here, Bjorn. I know I fall short most of the time, but
I was highly amused by you and Hunter right now. I liked it. Oh, there's another one gone.
how many are in there now, Bjorn?
There's 4. There's me. There's Bob and the 2 flat earthers, I think.
I'm also in there.
Oh,
there
then
you
it's
go.
just 1 flat earther.
Okay.
Are we allowed to abuse the flat earther?
I don't know if he's there, but the other day we had a sneaky one. He was here recording us and then taking it over to Bev's channel. And they were talking about it over there, which I thought was hilarious. So the whole night I was every half an hour I just thanked all the flat earther that supported Bob's stream with their viewership and asked them if they could like and subscribe and maybe throw a super chat in for the. Oh, it's good. This is all good.
Well, anyone who's out there listening on YouTube, make sure you like and subscribe to the Socialist Worker Drones channel.
No! Don't don't promote my channel. Come on. These people are.
You still have 23 subscribers? I haven't checked in a while.
I haven't checked, but you have to understand the people that subscribe to Bob are people of substance and importance. They don't need people like me. Totally different audience, Joe.
That's false modesty, Bjorn. Come on.
No, that's not false. That is 100% true. On my channel, you're more likely to hear about this woman that has anal bleeding. And yeah, it's I don't have any sextant or ruler or cat and telescopes and all those kind of fancy things that Bob has. He's on a different level.
If we need to get more viewers, then we just need to talk about cricket again, surely.
I've
Yeah,
got no doubt that will make all the difference.
we're up to 6 again now, so just the silence of us not talking helped.
I think Bjorn needs to turn his camera on, put on the thong, and do his business. That'll get probably 20 more people.
Yeah.
The dancing Bjorn from Norway.
No. I need to get rid of my COVID catcher first, Joe.
Oh yeah, yeah. You definitely need to do that, Bjorn. Would that be approved by the lovely Linda?
To get rid of it? Yeah.
Yeah.
She hates it.
Well, you should have gotten rid of it years ago, Bjorn.
No, she. This is my one independence. This is one, I have to decide one thing in my life.
Well, that would not be the hill I would die on, Bjorn.
I tried to die on other hills and I died every time. Just. I'm gonna get rid of it, Joe.
Good. Send us a picture when you do.
This is just my way of rebel against the system.
It's the last vestige of your rebellious adolescence.
Yes. So what is Hunter up to today? Are you at work? Yeah, there we go.
I think Hunter is at work.
Yeah, I think so too. The silence is the only answer I needed. What about you, Judy? What are you up to today? Other than watching the stream?
That's basically it.
That's
Thinking about going to bed.
Well, that's a sensible thing to be thinking about right now. On the ball, Yellas, what are you up to? Anything interesting?
Nothing interesting at all. Just playing some video games in the background whilst I'm listening to you lot.
Well, poor you. Sam Wimes, do you have anything interesting to report?
Insomnia. That's about it.
Okay.
It's 5 o'clock in the morning here. I'm only here because I can't get to sleep.
Well, I think we screwed them.
Pretty much.
We ran out of stuff to talk about.
Well, there is a cricket game it's going to be starting in day 2 tomorrow. Well, in about 3 hours, 4 hours. Day 2 will be starting.
I don't know what you're talking
about that.
There's some static noise coming from you right now. Don't know what this is.
You're harsh, man. Harsh. I don't know why you'd say that about when we can talk about cricket. I mean, really.
I don't know.
Cricket is one of the few sports I'm actually interested in.
I can talk about cricket endlessly. So if you ever want to chat about cricket, more than happy to.
Well, it would be very one-sided. You would just be explaining things to me.
Yeah. And look, I'm happy to do that. I played a fair bit of cricket when I was younger, and I just loved the sport.
I got interested in because of an episode of Dad's Army, the old British sitcom.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because there's an episode where the home guard plays a cricket match against the wardens, and it was like at first I didn't really care about that episode because I'm generally not into sports and especially cricket because it's so hard to understand. But then when I don't know, that episode just grew on me. And I started looking up the rules and like, oh, now I actually understand why it was such a big deal when Private Godfrey hits a 6.
Sure. I television cricket and actual cricket have very, very little in common, particularly at the high levels of cricket, because generally speaking, television cricket is done by actors, and actors are generally very, very bad at cricket. So get on YouTube if you want to see some actual good cricket. There's plenty on YouTube.
Oh, sure.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's lots. I mean, it's actually played by probably close to 500 million people around the world.
Yeah, that's
Mainly. Go on.
that's the funny thing about it. Like, it's any place that doesn't play it, it's really obscure, but it's still one of the most popular sports in the world generally.
Yeah, particularly in the subcontinent. So India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, those 4 countries in particular have massive numbers of people who play it.
Oh
But
yeah,
apart from
even
that, it's pretty much only played where England was a big part of colonizing the world.
yeah, you can tell that because, for example, here in Finland, the one and only actual cricket field is in a town called Kerava, and it was founded by guys who were immigrants from India.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. The people from India in particular are so full on for the game that they, even though it's very difficult to play it in winter because water wrecks both the balls and the bats. So if you're trying to play when it's raining, it's very, very difficult. But we have a winter league here in Australia, which is basically only people from the subcontinent. They're that enthusiastic about the game that they'll even play during the time when it's very difficult to play the game.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Yeah, those are actually like I'm really not. My mom got me interested in watching snooker, but cricket and also American football, and exactly for the reason because they are all so they are so foreign to a Finn. Because most Finns, they are into like hockey and European football, aka soccer, stuff like that. And I don't know, I never really got that interested in them. But I don't. There's something so exotic about cricket and American football, and also snooker because I have actually very very amateurishly played billiard myself. So I don't know, snooker is also pretty neat.
What about American baseball?
Yeah, no, I haven't really seen that because I have. Well, Judy, you probably know about the Finnish pesäpallo, which is kind of like baseball light.
Yes, I've watched it.
Yeah, I played that in school, but I never really got into it. I do like. I'm not really sure if I was that interested in seeing an actual baseball game, but I am interested in a sense that the American baseball because it's so entwined to American culture and cultural references. Like, I mentioned earlier the movie Babe Ruth story, and then of course there's the Simpsons episode which has all these famous baseball players in it and all that stuff. That's kind of the reason why I find it at least a little bit interesting.
I also think that you have to have some sort of relationship to the sport, and to me, it usually is that I had to play it myself to have any interest.
Yeah, I think that makes a big difference, doesn't it?
I never really played much cricket, but I always loved the game because my dad played it and he kind of taught me, very much the basics. But I've always loved watching it.
But you probably sat there with your dad, watch it when you were young, so you have some sort of relationship with it.
Yeah, or like go to a match and get hammered all day.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's one of the couple of the experiences I would really like to have. Like they do show it on television here. I don't know if it's on regular channels, but they do show it at least somewhere here, where the Super Bowl. But it probably wouldn't be the same. I would really like to be present physically, drinking a couple of beers with some Americans who are really gung ho about it, watching it with them. And same thing about cricket. It would be sorry, it would probably be really fun to watch a game of that with some really dedicated fans.
Particularly in Australia, there is a big culture of drinking when it comes to watching cricket. Most people by the end of the game are staggering out through the doors.
I
That's
guess
true,
so.
yeah.
If it lasts 5 days, I would be.
Oh, I could do that. I could totally do that. I'm a fucking drunk. Sorry.
I've not been to a test match since the Ben Stokes test match. I was there for the day
shut up.
before the last day.
Shut up. I don't want to know about that one.
I ordered my ticket and we were out for, 67 all out on the first day. And I'd ordered my ticket for a fair bit of money, like half an hour beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
I was like,
Yeah.
oh, great. I'm going to go to bloody Headingley, watch the Aussies win the Ashes and be there for that day when they win it back or whatever, win in England finally.
Yeah. I don't want to. I'm more than happy to forget about that particular test match. Thank you very much. I'd rather talk about the test matches that we've had over the past few weeks.
What
Do you want to chat about those
test
ones?
matches were they?
They would be the ones where we currently 3-0 after 3 games?
It's going to be 5-0. It's going to be 5-0.
Yeah, no, look.
As a Norwegian, Viking, if you don't have a battle axe in the game, it really isn't interesting to me.
Well, you could use the bat as a bit of a weapon, like.
You could.
Björn, you should really check out the channel called Skallagrim. He's, I think he's originally from. Oh, you have? Isn't he originally from Norway? He lives in Canada though.
Not sure if he's Norwegian. I thought he was Swedish.
Well, maybe. Well, Norwegian or Swedish, yeah. But there's some.
Don't say it's the same thing. No.
No. Hey, I'm a Finn. Of course, I wouldn't say that.
Norwegian,
But yeah,
Swedish,
I was just about to say, there's some Viking actuary for you.
At least he was smart enough to move to a cold country like Canada.
Oh, shots fired.
Careful, North might unite here.
Oh, are you guys gonna gang up against me now or what?
No, I think Canada is it's okay.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. It's just okay at best.
It's okay. You get it for the most of it. For the most part, I think it's okay.
Yeah, it's hardly even okay.
I find it so weird because a disproportionate amount of YouTubers I really like are from Canada. I find that really weird.
Really? Like what kind of YouTube videos do you watch?
Well, all over the place, really. Like, even I'm on, this anti-flat earth. There's the Brainy Beaver.
Oh
Then
yeah.
there's Scalagrim. There's movie reviewers like Phelan Porteous and Brandon Tenold. There's Logic and his wife. There's let's see, like there's.
I
Oh
heard
yeah,
that
of
Brainy
course,
Beaver
Mary.
dude isn't. I heard there was a big thing about him being racist or something.
Which one?
Brainy Beaver.
I haven't heard about that.
Oh, do you know who? What the hell is that guy's name? Oh shoot. Nah, I'm not going to be able to think of his name now. There was another YouTuber that was calling them out for being racist or something.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm not aware of that.
From what I understand, I didn't actually see it myself, but from what I understand, the story was that he was playing a game on a stream, and something bad happened. His character died or whatever, and he shouted the N-word.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
that's my understanding.
Well, if that's true, that's not really cool.
No, but
exactly.
let's okay. I'm gonna play devil's advocate again. This doesn't mean that he's a racist. It means that he did one bad thing.
It means that he got caught for doing one bad thing.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't throw him under the bus and call him a racist because of that. Because I know people that aren't racist that have said that word in a heated situation.
Yeah,
why would they? Yeah, it's weird. I'm not saying I don't even know the dude, so I wouldn't have a clue. But
no, but I
if
don't
you're
know
going
him,
around using the word, it's not appropriate, really, right?
No,
I
it
guess.
is not. But the same is to say other words that has been used in common language about gay people.
Yeah, I was about to say that I'm sexual minority, and I hear a lot of no offense, but I hear a lot of straight cis people use language that I'm not going to call out. I'm not going to condemn them as absolute evil or anything. I'm just like, I kind of wish you didn't use that.
Yeah, but let's say that I used one of those words once, Tessa. Would you think that I was against gay people?
No, absolutely. And also, hey, here's the thing: among friends, I'm totally okay, even straight cis people using these things, because hey, I joke about them all the time, and I don't think you have to be a part of the in group to do that. It's all about time. It's about
context.
the time and context.
Yeah,
but that's why
exactly.
I'm not defending the guy.
Sorry.
I'm not defending the guy. I'm just saying that you shouldn't immediately go to the racist word. That is
you can't change your skin color though, too, right? So that's another factor.
I should probably say too that as the other half of that story is that he was immediately contrite, immediately apologetic, immediately pulled himself off the internet, as far as streaming and that goes, for a couple of weeks.
Wow.
So it wasn't like he said that and then carried on with it. He immediately apologized, and then continued apologizing for days afterwards.
Yeah. Well, once again, I don't even know the guy. Maybe I shouldn't have brought it up. It was Unirock. That's the guy I was trying to think of. Unirock was the one that he was doing a bunch of stuff about.
Well, Unirock and he had a bit of a verbal tussle for a while, and I think it was around about that time. I'm not quite sure.
But my point isn't that this guy is perfect or good, or he might even be a racist. I don't know him. I'm just saying that it's a little bit harsh to take 1 second of time and then just label him racist afterwards.
That's right. Sure.
I agree.
I agree.
So, if I could ask you guys, did anybody apparently you guys had a presentation today? I missed it though. What about Logic? I heard or something. I must have missed it. Did any of you guys catch that?
Yes, it was
Brian's
Betty?
Logic, was it?
No, I think it was Bebby or whatever his name is, Bebby.
Bebby, yes. He did the presentation and it was recorded and then it will be released separate from this live stream.
Oh, good. So a guy will be able to listen to it. Like it'll be a premiere or something?
I don't know. It may. Dr. Bob may just release it on Common Sense Science. Or wait, I'm not sure which channel. It might be on Research Flat Moon.
Okay. How will a guy know like where to look? I'd be interested in listening to that logic.
Well, if you're subscribed to Research Flat Moon, it would show what before he's going to release it.
Okay. Cool. Was it a pretty good presentation or what?
Yes, if you're interested in logic, he did quite a good description of logic and ways that flat earthers misuse it.
Cool. I'd be interested to see that. I think there's some like what do you guys think about that whole labeling thing? Like flat earther, ball earther, like I always kind of wondered about that. I thought it was like, can people just not have different ideas and not be labeled? Or, it's like if I really like Chevy trucks and you really like Ford trucks, I don't call you a Ford head and you call me a Chevy ass or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? We can just
Oh, you're kidding! No, there's a lot of friendly rivalry between Ford and Chevy fans. Trust me.
Oh, for sure, but like you're not necessarily like labeled, right? You know what I mean? You can like talk about the trucks. Oh, well, I think Chevys are better. They'll kick a Ford's ass or some stuff like that. And I've been involved in that kind of rhetoric at work. But when at the end of the day, we just understood that it was a difference of opinion and a difference of outlook on things. It wasn't like we didn't have to refer to the other person as like I say, the Ford head or the Chevy guy or whatever. You know what I mean? It was just a difference of
Sure.
I don't refer to me as a glober.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anyone that does that, except in the conversation itself. But in every day, we don't go around saying globers. But
No,
when it comes to flat Earth, if you're going to try to explain that to someone, you're going to label them as flat earthers.
But isn't it a pretty wide? Like I feel like it's a wide range of people and a wide range of ideas. It's like saying I don't know, if I believe in God, well then I must be a Christian. So you want to label me a Christian because I believe in God, but maybe I'm a Muslim, or maybe I'm a Jew, or maybe I'm a Buddhist, or maybe I'm just some guy that believes there's a creator, and I don't attach any tag to what I think.
Well,
right?
that later is generally called deism.
Yeah, religion, but you would be a religious person or a person of faith or a person of belief.
So is that what this debate's about then? A religious debate? Is that why it's in the two camps?
No.
Well, then I don't understand the labels then.
Because there's two groups that have opposite opinions, but to be fair, one group has all the evidence, and if you look at the world, they have a working model. They can test it in so many ways, and on the other side, you have people that can't do that, and so this isn't a set of IDs. This is evidence against non-evidence. It's there is no parity here. This isn't equal.
Yeah,
well, the same could be said. But I find the same could be said about I believe in God, and then you say I don't believe in God, and one side says, well, I have evidence, and the other side says I have evidence of the same. You know what I mean? And it really both sides believe they have solid evidence of such statement, but really maybe they're both standing on the same kind of ground.
No, because the people that I believe and really respect that are religious say they have faith.
All right. So that's where the difference lies.
Yes.
But don't we all have faith at some point? If a person says, oh, I see a rocket.
Depends what you mean by the word faith.
Yeah, you have to
Exactly.
define it first.
Religious people like to conflate the word faith with the word trust.
Or confidence.
So,
Yes.
what's your What would be what's your guys' definition of the word faith?
Well, in a religious setting, it is a belief without evidence.
Yes.
A belief without evidence.
Yes.
What if there's people that would claim they do have evidence of it?
Well, that's fine. I want to discuss that evidence.
Yeah, but what if it's personal evidence? You know, like what if they prayed for their mother to get sick of, like their mother's sick of cancer, and they prayed for their mother to be healed, and then they were healed, and then the atheist comes along and says, "Oh, that's just coincidence."
Well, that's the thing. Like correlation and causality are two different things, and I think it was one of the American founding fathers who said it the best. Like, revelation is necessarily first person and hearsay to all others.
But isn't that similar with, like, let's say something like bring it into the the gravity type thing? So, I mean, it's obvious that you can observe something fall and it accelerates when it falls, and you can get you can kind of give an average number of what that acceleration is going to be. But all that being said, it doesn't really give any causation to that. It's just an observation. You know what I mean?
You can measure it.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. You can measure acceleration, but that doesn't prove causation, right? And I think it sounds to me like within this debate, that's where, I guess that's where the difference would be. Nobody really disagrees that there's that things fall.
Because you can call it bobs, you can call it whatever you want to.
Sure,
gravity is just a word that we put on the effect that we see.
Well, not exactly, because you'll also define what that is to the point of either mass attracting mass or the warping of space time.
Because we have measured the attraction.
But I think that's where it seems like that's where the disagreement takes place, which I think, to me, without taking one side or the other, seems to be somewhat of a reasonable disagreement, doesn't it?
No, because if you can come up with another idea that you can measure that can predict the same way gravity can, then we can have a discussion, but you can't.
When you say measure, what do you mean by that? What are you measuring?
Well, we have measured gravity.
How? What do you mean by measure it, though?
Well,
You mean acceleration, though? Is that what you mean by measuring it? Like, that's all I'm asking. Like, what do you mean by measuring it? Like, to observe something accelerating as it falls? Is that measuring gravity?
Well, we have multiple experiment on it, but Cavendish is one of them. Yeah.
Wait a second. So, by measuring something accelerating when it falls, is that measuring gravity? I kind of asked that question, but I don't believe I got an answer.
I am not.
Yes, I think measuring acceleration as something falls is measuring gravity. And then,
okay. At the risk of sounding pedantic, wouldn't that just be observing and measuring acceleration? Like, without giving it a...
all we're doing, right? That's one of the things that we're doing, is dropping something and measuring it. But we're doing other
but
things.
when it comes to that, would it not be fair to just simply say that, if you're going to be logical and sound, the only thing you can actually truly say is you observed an object falling, you observed an acceleration, you measured the acceleration to be whatever, blah, blah, blah. But at that point, you can't give it really a name or a cause, can you?
Well, we can give it a label.
Yeah.
Well, sure, you can call it pink unicorns if you want, like, whatever.
Yeah.
But that's not really, you can't do that just by observing the item falling and accelerating, really.
Why not?
Right?
What force is
it would be fallacious.
But what force is acting on the object so it falls?
You can't say that from an observation like that. That's my point.
What force is acting on the object so it falls?
you can't say that from that observation. That's my actual point I'm trying to make. But
no, but you
I think it's a
you need more
reasonable
than just
statement.
you need more than just that observation. You could actually measure that acceleration change as the density in the Earth's crust is different. So you could actually map out density variations in the Earth's crust by acceleration changes. You can also map out acceleration changes by getting further from the object or closer to it. So you could actually measure the correlation with the masses and the acceleration change. It's a lot more than just I saw something fall. You could actually measure the correlation and actually measure the ratio of distance between the object, masses of the object. You could actually get that correlation, and that's where the formulas come from to actually do the calculations to actually be able to find petroleum or gas pockets under the earth just by measuring of an object.
Well, what are you talking about? Petroleum and gas pockets?
Yeah, they use gravimeters in oil exploration all the time.
Gravimeters?
Yeah, gravimeters.
Don't they use seismic to?
Yeah, they use seismic also.
And don't they use things like wirelining, like E-line, and don't they use geology?
But
the geology, they need to be able to measure the density of the Earth's crust. Seismic can only give them so far, and if there's anything blocking it, or depends on the frequencies they're using. If they're using like a 3.5 kilohertz, which is pretty typical, it'll go a certain depth. They have to use it a lower frequency to go further. But if you have gas pockets in the way, you can't see past the gas pockets. Whereas using gravimeters, you could actually get an entire density of the crust below it. So they use gravimeters often to be able to use to be able to map out different subsurface terrain to where they could find the gas pockets or oil reserves.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see that.
Well,
do you have an article about that?
You're talking to a guy that know a thing or two about that.
I've been on some of the surveys.
Oh, I thought you worked in an oil and gas industry.
I work for a survey company where we did the surveys for the oil.
You're a surveyor, like a land surveyor?
I am not a land surveyor. I worked for a survey company doing marine survey.
Oh, okay. So what do you do with marine surveying?
Navigational maps. We map the ocean floor. We position oil rigs. We do subsurface mapping, sub-bottom, find oil and gas pockets or fault lines. But a lot of the work also is with navigation stuff. So we actually make navigational charts.
So this gravimeter thing, you mostly use it over water then?
We do. I mean, it could be used anywhere. In fact, the absolute gravimeters are rather large and are anchored in place. And they're put in place in certain locations, and then they're used as a reference when using your relative gravimeters, which can be moved around. Any kind of acceleration can affect those, so you need to have a lot of sensors on board the vessel to measure changes in it. And the way those are made, they can cancel out different accelerations from different directions because it's in the way they're made.
Accelerations from different directions. What do you mean by that?
Well, if you're on the water, the boat never sits still.
Oh yeah, okay.
So you're going to have horizontal, vertical. You're going to have heat, pitch, and roll.
Right.
And those accelerations have to be canceled out of the measurement.
Oh, I see. So it's a calculation. So are you suggesting that the 9.8 meters per second squared thing isn't really a constant then? Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's a rounded off value, and it actually changes quite a bit. Actually, that's average, and it's actually changes by latitude as well. because it's actually, things are heavier. You could actually weigh that with a scale. Don't even need a gravimeter for that. You could actually weigh that with a scale. When you get further from the equator, things weigh more, as long as you don't recalibrate your scale to that latitude. But within that same latitude, things will weigh different, but it's too small to be able to read with a scale. You need an actual gravimeter to be able to change, to be able to measure that slight difference whenever you're dealing with changes in density of the ground below you.
So it seems like you're conflating acceleration with weight at the same time.
Well, the 9.8 meters per second gives you of acceleration also is equivalent to your weight. It actually causes the weight.
That's
So,
what they say. Yeah.
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 You can measure
when
it.
when
You
you're
could actually,
when you're not moving, you're also not accelerating. Wouldn't you agree?
right, but the force is still on you.
But it's not an acceleration.
Well, you have an acceleration downwards and you have an acceleration upwards from whatever you're setting on. So it's a balance.
Yeah, that's
at
what
that
they
point.
say, just to cancel out X, so to speak. But really, then you're not accelerating.
Well,
Because another
it cancels
force
out
is-
because you have a balanced force.
Yeah.
Yeah, but force isn't acceleration. It's conflating two different things, don't you? Like, I never understood that. So acceleration is a movement. If I go get in a dragster and I accelerate, I put my foot on that gas pedal, I'm accelerating, I'm going someplace. But when I'm just sitting there at the start line, I'm not accelerating. Not till the light turns green, then I start accelerating.
You're still accelerating downwards.
No, I'm not going anyplace, dude. When you're sitting at the
No,
start
because
line,
what do you have underneath yourself? What's underneath you?
my seat,
Yeah, and what is that standing on?
the frame, the chassis,
And that is standing on.
tires,
That's standing on.
the earth.
Okay, great. There we go.
Wow, that was quite big deal.
Yeah, would you expect falling through the crust of the earth?
Is my seat accelerating up as well? Like, is my seat accelerating up, or is it just the earth?
I don't think that you fully grasp what I said, but hello, Bob.
Hello, Bjorn.
Looks like we have some action here.
Oh, action. No, there's no action. I'm just asking some questions, man.
Well, what kind of questions are you asking?
Well, if you're not, I was saying, like, as far as I can see, if you're not moving, you're not accelerating. Is this like a tag team thing? I was talking to one person. You're coming in to take over, Bob? Is that? I'm just curious.
No, I came in to see what was going on. Carry on with Bjorn.
Yeah, this isn't a competition.
No, I don't think that it is. It just seemed weird, like in the middle of the conversation. It was like, hello, Bob. And then it was like, what's going on here? So I was just trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, it is Bob's channel, so it wouldn't be totally unreasonable to think that he actually joined his own channel.
Okay, he can.
I do that
I just
sometimes.
didn't. So we need. Okay, do we get the trumpets out next time? I don't know. It seemed weird.
I think that you're about to reach a line that isn't good for you if you want to continue talking on this channel.
Yeah, I would say so. I think Bjorn just said hi to me. If you guys are having a conversation, please, by all means, go ahead.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I just thought it was weird that right in the middle of the conversation, it was like, if that's going to get me kicked for saying I think that's weird, well then may as well kick me now, because that's what I think. It was fucking weird.
That was not the part that gets you into trouble. It's the whole trumpet thing and the cheeky tongue thing there. That's
because you're like,
hey, wait! I just said hi to I just said hi to the owner of the channel, and you made a big deal out of it.
He
Okay.
really isn't a big deal. He just said hi to me. Go ahead and continue. I'm more than happy to listen.
I don't care. It's your server. If you want to join in, join in. I just thought it was weird.
Well, I'm
But
going to
anyhow.
go over to moderating and letting other people speak, and considering that you're not allowed to speak and moderate, I will pull myself out of this discussion and let other people do the talking. Okay?
Oh, so you're going to moderate the conversation now?
Hey, well, he's a moderator. He's literally a moderator, but literally. And also, I just got to say, hey, I mean, I don't really understand many of these things, but personally, if I have something I'm wondering, like you seem to be genuinely asking, in your position, I feel this all the time. I'm really glad when Bob turns around, because then I can ask him, because he understands his thing. It's not about tag teaming or anything like that. Like, yeah, Hunter knows his thing, Bob knows his thing. It's just, yeah.
Just
Okay,
to help
sure.
you out a little bit, we have kind of a rule on the server here.
Yeah.
And that is that when you're a moderator, if you're
Right.
part of the conversation, you're not allowed to moderate it. You know how you go to other servers and you get into a conversation with a mod, and you start debating things, and all of a sudden they put you on mute.
Yeah.
Okay, that's them trying to use their moderator powers to get an advantage in a discussion with you. So our rule here is that if you are involved in a conversation, you're not allowed to moderate it, and that includes me. So, for example, if you and I got into an argument right now, or we got into a heated discussion, I couldn't mute you. I just can't do that. I'm not allowed to. Somebody else could, but I'm not allowed to.
Sure.
So it just takes out my advantage.
Yeah, no, fine. That's cool. I don't understand why a guy that I was having a conversation with would do the switch in the middle of the conversation, but whatever, so be it. I don't, that we were talking about stuff and he just switched the moderator. So
Maybe he's just tired of talking to you. You never know.
No, you were talking to Hunter, and I actually rudely interrupted.
Oh, so the moderator rudely interrupted. Yeah, it's all right. Whatever. We don't have to talk about that stuff. I don't even know how we got
No,
on.
it was Hunter and you that had a discussion about this, and
Yeah.
I'm glad to let everyone have their say, but I can't moderate and be part of the discussion.
Fair enough.
All right. So is Hunter still there? IBU rep?
I just
want
at
work.
a little busy
He's at work right now.
Oh,
yeah.
He's at work. Yeah.
I just wanted to throw this out there quick too. Like, isn't generally speaking, and like you need moderators in a debate or something, not a friendly discussion, or what?
Well, it just keeps everything friendly. Did you have something that you wanted to talk about? Because I've got a few minutes.
Oh, I don't know. I was initially I don't know. We talked about lots of different things that didn't even pertain to science or nothing at first, but yeah, I was just asking. Initially, I was just wondering. I heard that there was a guy that did a logic, and which I already got my answer anyhow. But I heard there was the logic presentation, and I was curious if it was going to be public or not, because I missed it, and I heard that it will be.
As a matter of fact, I just finished editing it. I literally just finished editing it and popped back into the chat afterwards to see what was going on. But that'll probably be out. I think I'll put that out tomorrow.
Oh, nice. So as a premiere or whatever? Or not
no,
premiere,
it's going to be a regular. It's going to be a regular video, and what it is basically just his presentation. And I thought, I listened to it on and off as it was going on, because I happened to have an appointment this morning, and I couldn't really participate. But what I saw of it and what I got from the replay of it, it was very interesting. I think you'll enjoy it.
Okay. When you say very interesting, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, it was a professional logistician evaluating an argument, and it's just I enjoy learning about logic, and I learned a lot from it. I thought it was very nice.
Cool.
But rather than spoil that for you, I'll let you go ahead and make up your own mind on it when it'll be out tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the morning Eastern time.
Oh, nice.
Is it on Research Flat Moon?
Yeah, it'll be on Research Flat Moon, Judy.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check it out for sure. I'm looking forward. I heard a bit about it because someone told me about it, but
Okay. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. One of the things that I like to do is I like to kind of look at the techniques and the arguments being used by various groups and try and make some sense out of them.
All right.
And he did a very nice job with it.
Groups. That goes back into something we were talking about earlier, the labels and whatnot, labeling groups and people. I find
What do you mean?
Well, I just find it strange to. It seems like people can't have a conversation and just exchange ideas or opinions without being labeled as a group or like globe
Well, you can.
earther or flat earther.
Well, you
things
can
like
as
that.
long as you're not in one. You know, if you're not in one and you aren't expressing the ideas of one, why would you be associated with a group that you're not in?
But what does it mean, like, to be in a group or express an idea of a group? Like, what if a person does agree with certain aspects of what one, in quotation marks, group says, but also agrees with other ideas with what another, in quotation marks, group says? Does that make them like bipolar, or you know what I mean? Like,
No,
kind of weird.
that's not at all what it means. For example, we deal with science denial here a lot, and there are certain characteristics of science denial.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we like to do is we like to evaluate the arguments and see if they have those characteristics. So,
And what would be a definition of science denial?
I think it's pretty much in the name. It is it's a conspiracy theory, and there are certain characteristics involved with it. There are 5 of them, according to Dr. Lee McIntyre, which seems to be a very good outline of science denial. And
So this is a medical term type thing, science. Like, I can look it up here.
It's an academic term. You can look up science denial. You'll definitely get definitions of it. So, for example, people that deny gravity deny science. People that, young Earth creationism is a science denial conspiracy. Flat Earth is a science denial conspiracy. The moon landing deniers are science denial conspiracy. And to some extent, anti-vaxxers are, but not as much as the others.
I'm not an anti-vaxxer, I don't think, by definition, but I've seen articles that have come out recently that say supposed, in quotation marks, anti-vaxxers are actually more educated in terms of vaccination numbers and science, I guess, if you will.
Many of them are more aware of
pro vaxxers.
And that's true. There have been some studies that have come out that do demonstrate that. And the thing that you have to deal with that is that people that know little about vaccines tend to trust their healthcare providers more. Whereas people that know more about vaccines tend to question their healthcare providers more. And the problem that you run into sometimes is that even though they're more educated as far as vaccine side effects, for example, they don't have the background to really put it all together and make a really good decision with it. And they feel that sometimes that they know a lot more about it than people who actually do that sort of work and do the actual science behind it. And that can always be, a little bit of knowledge is not always a good thing, because it can lead to bad decisions because you don't have the background to make the right decisions with them. And I'm not saying that a decision not to get vaccinated is necessarily a bad decision. It's just that sometimes it's based on bad information and bad understanding of the process.
Right. Yeah. So I just, I do actually have to get off here pretty quick, but I just wanted to say, like, it seems, and I don't mean to insult you or anything, but it seems like you kind of talked a little bit out of both sides of your mouth on that specific point. I just picked that one because I
What's
read
up?
an article recently. Well, because you grouped
Because I agreed with
anti.
you?
No. Because well, yeah, that I guess that is part of it because initially you said anti-vaxxers were science deniers / conspiracy theorists, but then when I brought up some recent
In
articles
some
that have been
cases,
out about it.
in many cases, they are.
Oh, okay. So basically, you're saying then all cars have tires, but not all things that have tires are cars at this point. Then,
I guess you could put it that way very nicely. Yes,
okay,
that would be a
well,
very good way of putting it.
kind of a logical
Because
statement.
tractors
I
have
guess.
tires.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
tractors have tires too, but they're not cars.
That's right. Yeah. So you're saying that in your estimate, because initially it was kind of a blanket statement, but now it appears that you've kind of rearranged it a bit. So if I get you right, you're saying there are some anti-vaxxers that are science deniers, but there's also some people that choose not to get vaccines that are not science deniers.
Correct. They may not be necessarily making very good decisions, but they're making a decision that perhaps is not based on the best information sometimes. So if you look at the universe of people that are that don't like vaccines or are not supportive of vaccines, probably 1 to 3% of them are hardcore anti-vaxxers, and the other, another 30 or 40%, are people that are vaccine hesitant because they need more information or they're unsure or they haven't really explored it as much as they would like to feel comfortable.
Sure.
I just want to point something.
So in the end,
just wait.
if I could just very quick.
Yeah,
well,
I just
you're
want to
kind of
point
interrupting
something
the
out.
conversation,
Yeah,
dude.
I just want to point.
No, hang
something
on.
out.
No, what's Bjorn have to say here, real quick?
I just want to point out. I just want to point out that Dr. Bob said to a lesser degree when it comes to anti-vaxxers. I just want to point that out.
Anyhow,
Yeah,
I don't even feel like you guys are playing by your own rules. I'm going to take off for now because if someone else can interrupt mine and Bob's conversation, then it seems like you guys really are following your own rules at this point. But anyhow, have a good day, guys.
Well,
I'll take off.
come on back
now.
tomorrow sometime.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
you bet. Bye.
He wasn't interested in having a discussion. He was interested to point.
Yeah. I would still like to hear what you had to say, Björn.
I just wanted to point it out that Bob said to a lesser degree the anti-vaxxers were science deniers. He actually started with that.
Yeah, I did. And you pointed it out. It was a valuable addition to the conversation. I just hadn't added it yet. But he obviously had a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
So, that's no great loss. If he wants to come back later, he's welcome to. If not, no great loss.
No, I didn't want to interrupt. I just wanted to point it out because I thought it was very important that you actually had said that to a lesser degree.
Yeah, that wasn't an official debate moderated in a university or something. There's nothing like outrageous about someone else wanting to come in to the conversation and have what they have to say brought in.
Well, I didn't express my own opinion, and one of the
that too.
One of the rules here is that we should address the point. And he was addressing the point in a dishonest way because
honestly,
Bob actually said that to a lesser degree, and then he turned it around and said he was speaking out both sides of his mouth, and I wanted to make sure that he kept to the point that he was actually trying to make.
Yeah, and I obviously I cannot know this for certain, but it kind of seems to me like he was making excuses to get away. Like I cannot know that for certain, but that's kind of what it seems like.
But I was just wondering, Bob. He seems to have the tag of guest speaker. The role of guest speaker.
Yeah.
Who was it? What was the name on it?
That was God's Scalpel.
I've not heard of him before.
Yeah, he had. I checked that too. He had that role mentioned.
So I was just wondering if that was some other person that changed his name. That's what I was.
Well, it must have been because because I don't recall chatting with him before.
Have I misunderstood? I thought when we brought somebody in, we could give them that role. Was I
You
wrong?
can. No, you can. Did you give him to him? Did you give it to him?
Nope.
I don't remember. I might have, not today, but I might have another time.
Well, I mean that's fine. You know, the rule of thumb here is you let them in. You know, if they're as long as they're a person, you just let them in, and unless they start acting in a disruptive manner, I don't have a problem leaving it on. If they start disrupting, you know, you take it off of them. I didn't
Speak
think he
with
was
temporal.
particularly. Yeah, I didn't think that he was. You know, that's basically kind of a probationary status.
Yeah.
You know, we see what kind of behavior you have. I don't see any reason to bounce him or anything yet.
No, I didn't bounce him either. He left
Yeah.
on his own accord.
Oh no,
like,
he left of his own. I'm saying I don't see by bounce. I mean I don't see a reason to take that status off of him just yet. But he obviously has a chip on his shoulder.
Well,
Yeah,
he
that's-
has basic member, so he should be able to get in as everyone else.
Well, he'd have to be brought in.
Oh, is that so? Oh, I'll put it back on again.
All right.
Yes, speaker temporal. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. He behaved well, but he behaved well, but like I said, it seemed to me at the last moment he was trying to figure out some kind of an excuse to go away, which I may be wrong. So yeah, that's what it seems like.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean I think he was looking for a fight, and first he picked the wrong person to do that with. Second of all, yeah, I mean he really wants to go head to head with me on vaccines. Not a problem. But you know, I mean, if he just came in to disrupt, well, he left. If he didn't come in to disrupt and he just had questions, that's fine too. I don't have an issue. Remember, this isn't a gladiator server. I'm not interested. If they want that, they can go on over to Gems.
I think he came in here to because he thought it was some soft targets in here, and he found IB Hunter, and then you came in and I said, "Hey," and he used it as an excuse to, you know, to tell that we were tag teaming him and stuff like that.
Yeah, like he wanted to make it seem like it would be a gladiator match, even though it wasn't.
Yeah, wasn't. But that's not a big deal. I don't have an issue with him.
No, me neither.
When he first came in, he was actually I thought he was alluding to a quite interesting question in the philosophy of science, which is what is the link between causation and
correlation?
No, sorry. The link between what we see and what the cause of what we see is. Okay, so he was talking about gravity to start with, and the where I thought he was going to go was how can you prove that the observations that you do are caused by what we call gravity? And that's actually a quite interesting question in the philosophy of science. I don't have an answer. As far as I'm aware, there isn't one, but I could very well be wrong about that.
But gravity is just a name we put on what we perceive as the force.
You know, I understand that. I'm just using that as an excuse, as an example of the bigger question.
So you can call them Bobs for it. Doesn't matter. I think we should rename gravity to Bob.
So the Catman or Nodell?
Catman.
I was hoping so. I had to say it. I had to say it.
I thought it was interesting that he asked Hunter if Hunter had ever read an article about gravimeters.
Yeah, no, I think he actually said, to be correct, and that if he had an article on it that he could read, to be 100% accurate and not misrepresent him. But yeah, he picked when it comes to that kind of stuff, he kind of picked his battle badly when he took on Hunter.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all just went silent and listened Hunter talk.
The interesting thing about this particular server is that we've got a lot of people that it is really unfortunate if you choose to start slinging crap with them, because it will not turn out well for you. I think all of us know what we're talking about. We have a relatively low tolerance for silliness. We're more than interested in answering questions or having nice discussions, but we have a very low tolerance for BS here.
Yeah. And like there aren't many topics I know that much about. Like when I heard what was being discussed when I popped in, I immediately wanted to have a part of it because it happens to be something I know about. But that was a really good example when Hunter started to talk. That's when I just like, oh, now I just listen and learn, because that's something like one has to have some sense of humility that, yeah, I do not know about these things. It's good to ask questions, but I cannot be like, oh, well, what about this? And what, like, I cannot be a smart ass about it.
I found it interesting that he actually used that drag racing, that he talked about drag racing, that he was sitting still until he accelerated, which shows that you need some sort of thing to act on you, in this case the engine, to accelerate.
Yep.
And it seemed lost on him.
Well, one of the things that kind of struck me as strange, that was, an interesting question and maybe a knowledge deficit, you never know. But to say that an object sitting still is not being accelerated, specifically with the acceleration of gravity, is kind of weird, because you can measure it right on your phone.
Yeah.
It's not that big of a deal.
No, I don't get it.
There's a thing out there called a normal force.
Educate us, Bob.
Yeah, I was about to say, well, I do not know what that is. I just want to learn.
Oh, sure. Well, I have an app on my phone that's an accelerometer. And let's see now, if I just put this on, where is it? I think it's under science. There we go. I think it's called Physics Toolbox. Yeah, there you go. I'm sorry, but here. Give me a second.
Bob, you're muted still.
No, I'm not. I hadn't
Okay,
said
yeah.
anything. But you see, this thing right here is an accelerometer that's in your phone. And as you see, even just rotating it, because the vector of gravity is going straight down, the accelerometer in the phone will give you a 3-axis representation of the acceleration acting upon your phone. And that acceleration, surprisingly, the total g-force on it is just shy of 1.
Well, color me surprised.
Yeah, but you can do that on your phone. And anybody
That's
can
so
do it.
cool.
And that's one of the reasons why when you rotate your phone, I mean, that little memes chip that's in there, that's why when you rotate your phone, you go from portrait to landscape.
Yeah, the
That's how it
capacity
knows.
changes.
It measures the acceleration and the vector of the acceleration of gravity, well, any acceleration acting on it.
It also
And
measures the differential capacitance. That's how it
yes,
actually measures. It's a differential capacitance device.
yes. And it's got a little ballistic weight in it. And what it does is it just figures out which way is down.
Yeah,
So,
if the lower plates have a higher capacitance than the upper plates, it
yep,
will know that it'll know which end of the phone is at the bottom. Because there's
yep,
literally 4 vectors of capacitance measured by that sensor, and
yep,
whichever one has the highest value is usually the bottom. The 2 that
yep,
are lateral at the sides. And
yep.
you're right, it's within micrograms.
Yeah. And it's really nice. And if you just set that thing on the, see, I just set it on the chair next to me. And surprisingly, it's measuring a downward acceleration of 9.81 meters per second. Actually, 9.8, because I'm getting about 0.996 G just
Yeah,
with it sitting on the thing next to me. And that probably has to do with the fact that I'm 800 feet above sea level.
yeah,
I mean, there may be, plus whatever's in the ground underneath me.
yeah. Yeah, if you drop the thing from the troposphere without a parachute, it'll measure 0 G for at least for a little while. Until
Yep.
it gets doing a decent speed, then it will actually start to measure some G-force again from the air resistance.
Yep. Now the interesting thing is you can get on a swing with this or on a merry-go-round, and it'll measure the gravity, it'll measure the centrifugal force from the merry-go-round. It's really kind of cool. Blue Marble Science has done some really nice work with it. But that's called the G-force meter from the physics toolbox,
You
and
can
it's an
actually
app
use it.
for your iPhone.
You can use it to set the speed of your turntable too. If you place your phone, get your phone set up with, there's an app for the turntables, and if you set that, it'll measure how fast the phone is actually rotating. So you can tell
Nice.
exactly. It measures in RPM, sadly, but it still measures. So if you're spinning your phone at 33 RPM, if the turntable is rotating at that speed, it'll register 33 RPM on the display. And it knows that it's rotating, so it keeps the display facing in the direction that, you place it.
That reminds me of something that I saw a while ago that I thought was interesting. Let me switch over to the better mic here real quick. Hang on.
That one's
Get my
working.
ugly face off of here. All right, we back?
Yep.
Your mic is crappier now. It's muffled, or it's much clearer the other way. Much better.
All
now.
right. All right.
No.
Well, in any event, during World War I, the Germans obviously captured quite a few Allied servicemen. And one of the things that they would do is that some of the people at German universities that were interested in things like linguistics could apply and would be allowed to come out and interview the prisoners. And one of the things that they did was they had one that was studying English language accents. And what they would do is they would go on out and, the prisoners would volunteer to help out. I guess they didn't have anything better to do at the time. And it wasn't really war related. But what they would do is they would have them sing a song or tell a story or, read a passage from the Bible. And what they would do is they would use that to study their accents. And they recorded them on phonographs. And the interesting thing about it was at the beginning of every phonograph recording, they would have a tone in there that would be, middle C, and you would change the speed of the record player until middle C matched a tuning fork, so that you got a very precise reproduction of the voice. And it was
That's
just a very
cool.
interesting way of doing it. And they were studying accents.
Well, that was
So it's just
very cool.
Yeah, I mean, what a great way to do it. I'm sure they probably do something similar to that now. But, back in 1917, 1916, when they had all these guys sitting around in POW camps, they would go on out and they'd record them, and it's under less than optimal conditions because I'm sure they didn't have a sound studio at a POW camp. But, you'd sit in the commandant's office and you'd sing a song that you grew up singing. You'd sing Happy Birthday to You or a folk song that you were familiar with. And then or you'd tell a story about your childhood or something or other. And they'd use this to study your accent. I was just looking at this thing on the side, Bjorn, where you've got that one person standing out on that pinnacle rock over a fjord.
Yeah.
That just gives me the absolute heebie-jeebies. You have no idea how afraid I am of heights.
Oh, you too. Yeah, me. Yeah, I was telling Bjorn that like you would have to drag me there.
The name of that place is Troll Tongue. It's a troll tongue. Yeah.
So you're on
the troll. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're on the tip of the tongue there, huh?
That's not me though. Someone else. But that's 3,600 feet over sea level, or over the bottom there, down there. I think.
How many feet?
3,600, if I'm not
Holy.
mistaken.
Yeah. I mean, the instant I left the main rock, I'd just be imagining that this is the day that damn thing's going to come off,
Yeah.
Sat out there from, millennia, millions of years, but just that one little crack, that last freeze last year just opened it enough that it just needs my weight out there on that fulcrum. And there you go.
Yep.
Yeah, I would basically be, if I went there, I would have to crawl all the way to the edge and all the way back. I don't think I could handle standing on top of it.
I would do it probably on a bet. Unfortunately, internally, I'm kind of about 12. And I remember we were out visiting. Yeah, I was out visiting my dad in Vegas with the family a few years ago. My 14-year-old daughter said, "Dad, let's jump off the stratosphere together. They have this bungee thing there." And I go, "Yeah, right. Sure, honey." Next thing I know, she and my wife are making reservations. And I'm going, holy shit, what did I just commit myself to do? So she went first and I went right after her and I jumped off the damn stratosphere. 812 feet straight down. That was an interesting experience, but I got double dog dare by a 14-year-old girl, and there's no way in heck I'm not going to do it.
Look at that guy sitting.
I can understand.
Look at that guy sitting on the edge.
That's not going to be a no-go for me. What'd you say, Bjorn?
Look at the guy sitting on the edge on the new picture there. In VC text. The bottom one.
No, God. No. No.
I wouldn't do that either.
Just no.
You can see the fjord underneath there.
Yeah, I see the cloud underneath it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a big no-go there, Bjorn.
Well,
Bob, the only difference between the 300-foot drop and the 800-foot drop is the size of the grease spot on the bottom after you hit.
Well, actually, the only difference between the two is how long you have to think about it on the way down.
Yeah. Oh my God! Like I was very briefly in the military, and there was some rope climbing exercises, and oh my God, they were a nightmare for me. And of course, the ironic thing is that right at the end of the last damn rope and the last meter, I fell down. Yeah, so that was funny.
Hopefully they at least caught you.
No, but luckily I was wearing a helmet. I still had to be sent to the military hospital.
They didn't have you belayed?
Belayed? What's that? I don't know that English word.
Belayed means you're in a climbing harness, and they have a clip on you and a rope that's attached to the top, and you got a guy down at the other end hanging on to it, so in case you fall, they can just lean back and stop you.
No, we didn't have any of that.
That little boulder there is just wedged between these two mountainsides, and it's far way down there, and people do craziest things on this thing.
Yeah, not this kid.
That's
I know the boulder's real, but but is the person faked?
No.
Norwegians are crazy.
Meanwhile, in Norway, that's a meanwhile in Norway moment.
Here you have another guy. He's even worse. Let's see if we can get that one up. Yeah, there you go. That guy is.
Yeah, I just made an audible sound when I saw that. That's like, why? Why?
Bjorn, I'm going to remind you that I'm having a stress test on Wednesday. Please don't do this to me.
Okay, I'll try to. I'll try to stop now. I can't promise anything.
All right. And it's just a routine thing. I'm just old enough to need a stress test.
Well, I would think that you could have some stress in your life, considering you're an active person, and let's not forget that all the things that you have to sit and listen to, on a basically daily basis. Holy shit!
Yeah,
I would be stressed out.
That image disturbs me far more than the flat Earth does.
Okay.
That just gives me the damn heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, I have had nightmares about being trapped on some really really high or tall place, and I don't think those pictures are going to help.
I tell you, I fell down 7 meters in my work accident, and my next job was installing industrial gateways. The largest one I think was 19 meters high, and I had to go up in one of those lifts afterward. It wasn't fun. Well, a scissor lift. It wasn't fun.
Yeah, I couldn't do that job. I mean, there are jobs I would still like. There are jobs that I would prefer a high place over them, but yeah, I would rather not go to anywhere high.
Hi, everyone, and greetings from Northern Michigan. This is Bob.
I walked along the inside flange of an I-beam that was at about 200 feet, holding on to the edge of
Hi,
another
everyone, and
I-beam.
greetings from Northern Michigan.
And this was when I was wearing prosthetics.
That's always a good thing.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I watched this documentary about this New Zealand guy with leg prosthetics, and he climbed Mount Everest with them.
Unfair advantage. He doesn't have to worry about frostbite.
Needs less oxygen as well.
Yeah, and also like Mount Everest is crazy. Like you can. I'm not going to go into details, but well, let's just say that anyone who didn't come back from the mountain, they are still there for all other climbers to see.
Yeah. I think we've got a Russian rocket coming down, huh? South of New Zealand right now. I thought they said that it was in the atmosphere already. Yeah, it's starting to come down a little bit. It's about 119 kilometers in altitude right now.
Is it like a first stage or something?
It says Russian rocket expected to crash into Earth. Out of control Russian rocket debris.
Yeah, passing on
Debris.
coffee, please, sweetie.
It was supposed to crash January 5th at 10:09 UTC. I think it's late. According to this, it looks like it's about 12 hours overdue.
Yeah, 12 hours doesn't sound unreasonable, though. I mean, its drag could vary quite dramatically given that it's out of control and
Well, they
depending on
revised
its
it here. It looks like
orientation.
they revised it here. Originally, it was 10:09 UTC. Now it's 21:30 UTC. But it's 22:25 right now, isn't it? Yeah, 22:25 UTC now. That bastard's heading right at me.
Oh,
Well, it's down by New Zealand right now. Won't be here for 45 minutes. That'll be about the time my wife gets home. That way there can get both of us. It's a pity the skies are so bad, you might even be able to see the darn thing go overhead.
what are
That'd
we
be
talking
cool to
about?
see the fire streak.
Yeah. Well, that would be kind of cool, wouldn't it? I saw a fireball driving home the other day. It was pretty impressive.
What are you guys talking about?
Oh, a Russian rocket is coming down out of control right now.
Oh.
And it's supposed to crash into Canada, but apparently it's an hour overdue. It should have crashed last orbit, according to this. And it's coming over my house.
That is severely cool. As long as it don't fall on your house.
Yeah, I was
Well,
about to say also a bit scary.
Yeah, well, at least I won't see it coming. It's too cloudy. It started off, it was 119 kilometers just a few minutes ago when I first mentioned it. Now it's down to 114. It's starting to sink, it looks like. It's not skipping up anymore.
Anyone know what kind of satellite it is?
It's a rocket stage or rocket parts of some sort from the Russians.
Oh, okay.
Probably filled with sarin.
Or vodka for President Nobby the Elf.
Naughty the Elf?
Yeah, Stephen Fry once called the Russian president that he in Fry's opinion, he looks like Nobby the Elf from Harry Potter.
Oh, okay.
You know, just like the Chinese president looks like Winnie the Pooh. So I always call them President Nobby the Elf and President Winnie the Pooh.
Now, I'm a big guy, but I would not say that to Putin's face.
I would.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that to Putin's face either. Given his background, he's probably not only capable, he's probably done it.
Yeah, he's very capable, I believe.
I don't know. I think he's gone soft now that he has other people to do it for him.
Yeah, but I'm softer.
I'm crazier.
You're Finnish. That's
Yeah, apparently, hey, Russia. I just read today that many medias in Russia, they have kind of surprisingly voiced criticism about the government. Like, maybe it's not a good idea to drive Finland in the arms of the NATO. Someone even mentioned the last time they were at war with us. Like, they won eventually, but at what cost?
Yeah, that was a bit of an expensive skirmish. But let's be fair. The Russian army at that point wasn't very well organized, if you can put it like that.
No. Yeah, because of Stalin's purges, and also we got lucky. The guy who was, for example, in Winter War, I think it was Voroshilov, if I remember correctly. It was Marshal Voroshilov who was commanding the troops at first. I think he was replaced by Timoshenko, who actually knew something about waging war. But Voroshilov, apparently, Khrushchev said it the best. Khrushchev called Voroshilov the biggest bag of shit in the army. And yeah, for everything I learned about Voroshilov, that was pretty accurate.
I am not even going to pretend that I know enough of that about that to make a comment.
That's fair. But hey, you guys kicked the ass of Germans as well. So if it wasn't for the superior numbers and technology, like there's no way they would have taken Norway.
Well, we put up a fight, but we
Sure
weren't
did.
really we weren't really ready for a German invasion. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, and I honestly think that if you guys had been ready, no way. Especially assuming that you guys had been ready and you had the same amount of tanks and airplanes.
Yeah, but they weren't going to have the same amount of tanks and airplanes. They had terrain and they had good troops and local knowledge, but they kind of got overwhelmed, and there really wasn't much that they could do.
So our main priority was to get the king out of the country so they couldn't ratify a government in Norway. And we managed that.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember if I ever told you this, Bjorn, but it was really funny because our workplace did a visit to the Hietaniemi cemetery in Helsinki. A lot of famous people are buried there, famous Finns, and there are also some World War II monuments. And there's a monument for the Norwegian volunteers who served in the Finnish army. And the guy who was giving us the tour through these monuments, it was interesting when he mentioned like there was this old Norwegian veteran that he was talking with about where to put the monument for the Norwegian volunteers. And the old Norwegian guy was just like, well, I don't care, as long as it's far away as possible from the German one.
I know that story. We have a new guy here, or girl. You want to introduce yourself, RC Maestri?
Yeah, RC Maestri. Yeah, it's good to meet you all. Big fan of Bob the Science Guy. Glad to see that the channel's active here in the server.
Oh, hi there.
Welcome.
Yeah, he was sending me some notes saying that he couldn't get in, so I went over and had a little chat with him to make sure he was person, and I gave him that temporary thing so he could come on in, and that way there he can pop in.
Appreciate it.
Well, all I ask is, make a good contribution to the conversation.
I'll try to do that.
Then there's going to be one person in here that does that. So that's an improvement.
Yeah, you're going to have to keep all these guys in check, man. Just keep them all honest, okay?
Try my best.
I recognise your name from Nathan Oakley's Discord.
Yeah, I've been on there a couple of times.
Yeah, you used to be over there in text a fair bit, but I haven't seen you for a while.
Yeah, like work waxes and wanes in terms of how much I travel. So when I'm traveling, I'm on more. When I'm not traveling, I'm not on as much. So I'm with family.
Completely understandable.
Well, traveling nowadays isn't as easy as it used to be either, so.
No, definitely not. I'm my big thing into flat Earth. I heard somebody where close to where I live talked about believing that the Earth was flat, and I was surprised because the person I'm a private pilot and had been flying with me a lot. I was like, seriously, dude? Like, that we as pilots get around all over the freaking world and don't have any problems, and we check twice. It's a globe, but that was about 3 years ago, and here I am.
You checked twice? Only twice?
Yeah.
If that is true, I'm not gonna fly anymore before you guys check it a couple of more times.
I know, right?
I think we need to check it a couple of more times than that. No, I suspect we had a flat earther in here earlier.
You know who it was?
No. Well, I know his name here on the Discord, but I don't know who it was.
Yeah, he was calling himself God Scalpel, but
yeah.
Oh yeah, I know God Scalpel.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, he's definitely a flat earther.
Well,
he's part of Bev's crew, if you know.
Yeah, that's why he was here, trying to get some. He probably did some recording.
He's definitely a level earther narrative guy.
Yeah.
He's good for a good conversation every once in a while. He's less dishonest than a lot of other people, but has become more and more entrenched in the craziness of as he's gotten closer to Bev.
Yeah, but I could hear it from so that's a measurement. Yeah, that's a calculation. Oh, that's these kind of under your breath comments that he made, which is It seems like measurements is good for everything but the things that they care about.
Exactly. And God forbid you do anything with those measurements, right? Like a calculation.
Yeah, if you calculate anything. Oh, Hunter, I'm sure you just spitball it and use your eyes to see reality. You don't use any calculation or measurements at work.
Nope, never.
I just got back on and I just heard what's going on. So what went on with him after I got off? I was distracted right at the end there. If y'all noticed, had some people come into the office.
Well, I took and left it to Bob because he came in so I could moderate, and he took offense of that, it seemed, and called it a tag team. And then he talked a little bit about Bob, and I interrupted because he actually was misrepresenting what Bob said. So I said as a moderator that Bob actually clarified that in the beginning, and then he said, well, you're not following your own rules, and he left. So that was it.
Yeah, and claimed that he claimed that Bob was talking from both sides of his mouth. He wasn't.
No, that's what I corrected. Said that he actually clarified that in the beginning. So it was dishonest.
Yeah, I think he was just using Björn's interaction as an excuse to leave. I honestly think so. Especially now that you tell that yes, he is a flat earther. So yeah, that was an excuse to leave. Oh my God, they are piling up on me. This is unfair.
He probably came in looking for a gotcha comment or something to take away.
Well, maybe as RC Maisty said, maybe he is going to make some video where he takes things out of context. Looking forward to that.
That's okay. That's what they do. So can't really stop them doing that.
This guy's called On the Ball as well. It's got nothing to do with the globe Earth or anything like that. Sorry.
I find it interesting that that's a new thing that I haven't heard before, that these labels are apparently offensive to them. You know, that,
which ones?
That they are flat earthers.
And that we are globers.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, at least he did say both sides at least.
Yeah, but you know, I'm just saying it amazes me because you're not labeled as when you say flat earther, the only thing that it means is that you presumably mean that the earth is flat.
Yeah, and I agree that it's more important to discuss the topic and actual ideas than discussing the label. But the labels, they are there for a reason. Like, generally speaking, if I'm asked if I'm a flat earther and I say no, it should be obvious that I mean that yes, I am not in fact someone who believes the earth is flat.
But my point about this is actually this, that it reminds me a little bit when I did the religious debate, where they wanted both sides, because he was saying, both sides could just discuss this, both sides has arguments, both sides. It's they want to make the flat earth argument as valid as the world we live in with a ball. So they want to have those equals so we can have an equal debate. This is a little bit like the religious debate back in the day, creationism versus evolution. Both has valid points. All his talking points on that was very, very on the same as I used to hear like 5-6 years ago when it came to evolution versus
I think that the flat earthers have directly borrowed arguments from creationists. For example, the thing that I think Ken Ham made famous, like, were you there? Basically, what is called the genetic fallacy, as if unless you have done this measurement yourself, you cannot know if it's true. Like, no, it doesn't go like that. And of course, this was discussed the other day I think it was Bob who brought it up. How lots of these science deniers, they copy from the tobacco industry talking points, like, oh well, we cannot make a decision until all the data is in and all that.
But that is a very old religious, or when I say religious, I don't mean old religion. I mean, you know, the fundamentalists. That's
Yeah.
an old fundamentalist. It actually predates the whole tobacco. I actually think the tobacco companies got it from there, and
Well, maybe.
That's why I'm saying it's so they are sneakily trying to make these two arguments equal, so we can sit down and have a discussion on the matter, and we can't really let them do that.
Yeah, because yeah, they're not.
They are not equal.
One side has evidence, the other side does not.
Yeah.
And it's also funny when religious fundamentalists make these, well, they basically boil down to straw men. Like flat earthers do this, like, well, you cannot be a real Christian if you think the earth isn't flat. And of course, creationists do the same. Well, you cannot be the real Christian or a Muslim if you accept evolution. Well, majority of Christians accept evolution. Even vaster majority accept that the earth is a globe.
I even think we have someone in here that are religious that actually accept evolution.
I'm a like probably about as religious secular American as you get, but like I'm not scared of evolution or the idea that we evolved.
Yeah, and it's like, for example, some of the greatest scientific names among, well, people who study evolution are Christians. Like from the top of my head, Kenneth Miller, a Catholic, Mary Schweitzer, an evangelical, Robert Barker, a Pentecostal. Oh, sorry, was he a well, I forget what is he a Baptist or Pentecostal, but Pentecostal, I think. But plenty of Christians among the scientists who study and accept evolution.
Yeah, I went to one of the U.S.'s largest Christian universities, and every one of my professors, as I did a STEM degree, including in my biology classes, were experts in evolution and devout Christians. Like I have no. It was so strange to me that I knew that these people existed, and I even knew some of them, but it's very strange to me how offensive and scared that some Christians are of the idea of evolution.
Yeah, and I am an atheist today, but I was raised Christian, and still, despite me being raised a Christian and believing in even like I'm not like I'm honestly going to say I'm not sure if I was ever really a true Christian, like unlike many other atheists, but I was definitely a monotheist, definitely a monotheist, and it was only in I think it was in my teens when I even heard that there is such a thing as a creationist. Like it was so foreign to me, raised Christian and being definitely an atheist. Like it was so foreign. Like what? Some people don't accept it because it didn't even occur to me that these things are conflicting somehow. Like no.
But I didn't want to bring up the religious debate. I just wanted to bring up their arguments or the way they argue, because I think it's important that everyone is aware that they try to sneak in these. You know, we should all be equal. We should all work from. We should have respect for each other's opinions. And I'm sorry. I can have respect that you have that opinion, but I don't have to respect your opinion.
Yeah, the thing is, people are equal. Ideas are not.
Yeah.
Well, Bjorn, I have no problem bringing them in and treating them as an equal on ideas, as long as they have to go through the same scrutiny as the measurements and ideas that we use.
Yeah, but then you actually have to bring them up to the normal level of scrutiny. But as long as they are interested in avoiding every question you ask, ignoring science, ignoring evidence, tell you that that's just fake news and stuff like that, you cannot have that kind of parity.
Yeah, but it allows me to just tear apart the claims one at a time with actual real testable procedures.
But when you spoke to this guy earlier, it was like, oh, so it's a measurement. Oh, it's a calculation.
Yeah.
Oh, it's, you know,
Well, there was no way I was going to convince him of anything.
No. And so if you're gonna argue in that case in that way, I will treat you accordingly.
I got you.
But that's just me.
I just enjoyed this discussion. I mean, you've read some of my stuff on with that last guy.
Yeah, I would have been done like when the whole you going to hell came up. I was like, okay, bye. See you later. Have a good day. Have fun. I'll catch you on the flip side, you know.
Oh, and to go on to what y'all were talking about just earlier, he has that video of only true Christians do this.
Yeah.
Oh, are we still talking about that?
Flat sky.
What you linked, Bjorn?
Yeah, the flat sky.
Oh yeah. Oh dear God.
Well, that's a whole other discussion. That we actually managed to get up to 11 viewers here, so we should try to behave ourselves.
Yeah,
Hunter, say something smart, fast, Hunter.
we'll avoid that other video. That's probably the smartest thing I could say right now.
But I still gotta say I definitely want to contact that person and ask that person's opinion about me being a trans person. Like, well, am I a Christian?
Well, just yeah, I'm sure he's gonna answer.
Oh, I'm sure, but it's just yeah. And honestly, I really don't even think like I am going to totally steelman the Bible here. I'm going to steelman the heck out of the Bible. I think he's interpreting it wrong.
Well, welcome, Gigi Little.
Oh gosh, is it little G?
Hi y'all, how you doing?
Well, we're doing great.
Just drop the idle and call me Giggle.
Hi, Giggle.
Hi.
There's on Nathan Oakley's server. There's this user called Little G, and I thought that's who that was. But then I looked at the picture, and it wasn't him. It's very very
I have
interesting.
been known to go by
flavor.
Little G.
Oh, I don't know. Is that your rap name?
But never on here. My last name is Little.
Nice.
Just the opposite of what I am.
You have such an adorable. Sorry, you have an adorable little pooch in your avatar. Adorable little dog.
Thank you. That is Lola. And yes, she gets whatever she wants.
Oh, I can understand. My cats are like that too.
Well, I'm gonna leave you while I eat and stuff. So you guys have an intelligent conversation while I'm gone.
Are you going to eat some moose or other Norwegian delicacies?
No, I'm gonna eat some duck.
Oh, okay. I couldn't find that cheese.
That's That's mostly Swedish, the smelly fish thing.
Oh, it's Swedish, is it? Okay.
Yeah, we have the lutefisk, which is a fish that is bathed in lye and then watered up. And I'm not a big fan. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, we have it too. We call it lipeäkala, lime fish.
Yeah.
We usually eat it at Christmas.
I'm wondering how hungry those people that came up with that concept was when they when the fish fell into the lye and they watered it out. At what point did they decide that this looks edible anyway?
Yeah, there are many things I wonder about. Well, discoveries and foods and everything. Like, who came up with this? Like, it works or it is edible, but who came up with it? Like, well, molded cheese. Like, I actually just bought. Well, I don't really know what it's actually called in English, but literally, it's cheese that has mold in it. Hence we call it homejuusto. Like, it's absolutely delicious, at least in my opinion. But who was the crazy person who was the first to taste it?
Well, just think about milk itself. Who was the first guy that sat down at that cow's udder and said, I'm going to take this and squirt it into my mouth?
Good point. Good point.
I've actually had a thought about that, and I suspect that it probably wasn't a guy at all. I suspect it was probably a nursing mother who was running out of food and running out of milk for their baby and put 2 and 2 together. It's merely a suspicion on my part, but it works.
Maybe. And it's the same with the various poisonous plants, like poisonous plants versus edible plants. Like before science, someone had to try them. Sorry, Judy, what were you about to say?
I was going to ask Bjorn something, but he's not listening right now.
Yeah, he's eating. He said he would be back.
I just wondered if tomorrow is a holiday in Norway.
Oh yeah, good question. Like it is here, but yeah, what about there? Is it in America?
No, but some religions probably celebrate it, but it's not a national holiday.
Okay.
What would be the holiday anyway?
Epiphany.
I've heard of it, but no, you're right. I don't think it is.
Yeah, it's
At
the
least,
6th of January.
well, us Southern Baptists never celebrated it.
Epiphany, yeah?
Yes.
I've heard of it, but it's not really celebrated. It's supposed to be you have to have your Christmas decorations and everything down by this point. I think the tradition is if you haven't taken them down, you're supposed to leave them up all year.
What if you never put them up?
You're golden.
I've been golden for 10 years.
Nice.
Yeah, we didn't put like we in home didn't put any up either. But well, I went to Helsinki today and they still had them.
I haven't seen the need to put up decorations since my wife died, so I don't.
Like, was she really into it or something?
Oh my goodness, yes. We had a house that had a 20-foot ceiling, and I swear she tried to fill that ceiling with a Christmas tree every year. And we had some beautiful Christmases, just beautiful Christmases.
Yeah, I can understand why it wouldn't feel the same.
She was also a baker, and first year without her in the house, it just didn't smell right. So I actually broke out a recipe book and made some chocolate chip cookies, and at least I got close to the smell.
Nice.
Yeah, it's funny how smells can like evoke memories like that, isn't it?
Certainly is. And it's been long enough in the past that it doesn't bother me anymore to talk about her. Just good memories. It's just good memories now.
Well, glad to hear about it.
No hot topics to discuss today, huh?
Well, we had a couple earlier, but yeah, now it's pretty quiet.
Yeah, I think you've just missed it. Probably about half an hour or so.
That's my normal state of affairs. I get there too late.
On the balls, is that your avatar? Is that your cat?
Yeah, that's my cat.
A pretty cat.
Oh, adorable.
Yeah, he's called Clement.
And this theory that all cat people are actually a little bit evil. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
What about those of us who are both dog and cat people?
You're less evil. That's my opinion.
You're just confused.
What about if like someone like me who's a cat, dog, horse person? What about me?
Massively confused.
But that's
So, Judy, on your avatar, is that your cat?
No, just a friend I met at a zoo.
That's a big cat, Judy.
My avatar can eat your avatar.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Oh no.
No, they I just think that cats are well, how to put this, tiny bit selfish. A cat is, you can't own a cat. The cat owns you.
Yeah, that is true.
You can own a dog, but a cat not so much.
Same with some horses, especially Shetland ponies. I think Shetland ponies are a bit like cats. Like they think that they are the center of the universe.
I don't know. I'm we've had plenty of cats, and I'm a little bit evil, so that's just a sample size of one. But I mean, come on.
Well, I don't know. I think that being a cat, dog, horse person, maybe it balances it out for me. And of course, I also, besides cats, I actually own a few invertebrates as well.
Some snakes?
No, invertebrates.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Madagascar hissing cockroaches and an Acatina snail.
I just changed my avatar. That's Lola.
Adorable.
Ah, that's not a cat. It's approved.
Nope, I am not a cat person. I'm allergic to cats, so I don't get close to cats.
I like you already.
I used to be allergic to cats, but I visited a friend of mine whose family had them, and it kind of because I was, first of all, I was lucky enough that my allergy wasn't that bad. I just basically get some sniffles and red eyes, and eventually, I don't remember what that is called in English when you basically you get an allergy removed simply by being exposed to it enough. And of course, like I said, it maybe. I have to check it out, but yeah, like eventually I got used to it, and yeah, now I have cats myself. Same thing with horses, actually.
My daughter has a snake. It's a Australian native snake called a Stimson's python, and she's had him or her, we don't know, for 10 years, 12 years. Beautiful little snake. I'll try and find a photo and I'll put it in the chat. They're gorgeous. Ah, there we go.
Oh, great. I think my computer is frozen up again.
Restart.
Well, as long as you can hear me, it's not that bad.
There you go. Some Stimson's pythons to look at. Oh, what the hell? That's not right. Let me try
Well,
that
it's my bedtime.
Good night, Judy.
Night, Judy.
It's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
It's 1 in the morning here, so I'll say
fair.
goodbye.
Try that.
Good night. Have a nice one.
Good night.
Yeah, by the time I get off of work, all the interesting stuff is over with.
That wasn't the Bebby presentation that was interesting, was it?
I didn't fully catch it.
Was it the Bebby presentation that was interesting?
Oh, I mean, I didn't see the presentation.
I caught bits and pieces.
Oh, no, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just questioning. You may have information. Go ahead.
Well, I actually didn't catch the presentation either because I was in Helsinki, but I happened to arrive just in time to catch a conversation regarding Gospels and the historicity of Jesus, and then we had an actual flat earther pop by.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he was called, what was it? God's Scalpel, he called himself.
God scalpel, as in the sharp, pointy little knife?
Yeah.
Ostentatious. That's why I stay with my own name.
Yeah, same here.
Actually, I don't think I could come up with a better moniker. When you stand 5'9", weigh almost 300 pounds, and with the name of Little, that's called an oxymoron.
Well, kind of like Little John from Robin Hood Legends.
I can relate to that.
But yeah, speaking of the topic that I just happened to catch, like Robin Hood Legends and their evolution is quite a fascinating topic as well. Like, for example, many of the characters we today associate with the Robin Hood legend, like Maid Marian and uh, Tuck the Monk, like they weren't really in the first known legends. Like they have been added in time.
H- How old are the original legends that you're talking about?
I do not remember for sure. Like I think they are at least like the earliest Crusades or something.
Oh, really? So wow, 1,000 years old then.
Yeah,
Give or take.
at least one of the legends does feature King Richard the First. He has even been in many of the movie adaptations.
Yeah, that's true. If I remember correctly, and I don't claim that I do, I have a feeling that he was king in the 13th century.
Yeah, maybe. I'm
Yeah.
pretty bad at the history of the Plantagenet family, but yeah, I think so. I can look up if it's still available in YouTube and put a link in the VC text about the documentary about the origins of the Robin Hood legends and stuff in case people are interested in.
Yeah, please, that would be good.
Oh yeah, I found it. Yeah, this is presented by the English actor Tony Robinson. Some
Oh,
people
yes.
may remember. Yeah, some people may remember him as Baldric from Blackadder.
Yes. Yes, he
Yes,
was hilarious.
I love the guy. He has actually has done also done audiobook reading of some Terry Pratchett books, and there's quite a few documentaries that he has presented or hosted. Usually something to do with history. My favorite being worst jobs in history. But yeah, he has this series where he takes like historical or legendary figures from history and goes through like as the show is called, fact or fiction. He goes through like did the guy actually exist, what do we actually know about him, how much is like exaggerated. He has also in this series he also has one about William Wallace, about I forget the name, but the guy from the Macbeth play. And oh yeah, and Harald, the last Anglo-Saxon king who perished in the Battle of Hastings. So this is a really interesting documentary series if anyone's interested in this kind of topic. But yeah, I personally find the Robin Hood episode particularly interesting.
Excellent. Thanks for that. Yeah, I'll have a look at it when I get a chance.
Yeah, I have a feeling that after I leave the chat, I will probably take a look at this episode again because I haven't watched it in quite a while. So that's why I don't remember almost anything,
Sure.
except yeah. But yeah, it's really fascinating because it goes through a lot of the history, like where since when do we have the first stories and how they have changed. And this is something that I find quite interesting because and I can understand because if we're talking, for example, about movie remakes, I totally understand. The originals are usually so much better. But it's not like there's anything inherently wrong about remakes as such, because frankly, that's part of Western tradition to reinvent stories, reinvent the characters, make them fit the new times. Like that's what we do. Probably it's done in other places as well, but it's definitely done in Europe traditionally. Another really great example is how apparently Virgil, the Roman author, he like when he wrote the Aeneid, it was basically a Roman remake of Homer's Iliad. So yeah, Western culture has a long tradition of remaking stuff. And especially including remaking stuff to fit the current political ideas and morals and such.
You want to know how you're retired?
Well,
when you get a wrong number and it makes your day. Strange lady wanted to talk to Bonnie.
And I take it that you don't know any Bonnie.
Nope, and there's never been a Bonnie at all in this household.
Well, I think I can speak for most of us that you are always welcome to dial the wrong number, so to speak, here with us.
Oh, you think so, huh?
I think so.
Well, hey, I've come to learn that it gives me something to do for a while. And I've got some people I can actually carry on an intelligent conversation with.
Yeah, I like it too, and especially because I'm currently unemployed I will get another job at the latest next summer when the cemetery season starts again, but until then, yeah, unless something else clicks, I also have a lot of time in my hand.
Well, I'm retired, 75 years old, and don't work at all, so this is what I've got to do.
Yeah.
You don't have any hobbies?
Well, I call myself a writer, and every once in a while I do manage to get into my writing utilities and put some word on paper.
Mm-hmm. You had anything published?
on an e-magazine called Short Fiction Break.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a couple of things published there. Just short stories.
Cool. What sort of genre?
Anywhere from memoir to science fiction.
Okay.
Was it a short fiction break?
Short fiction break. One word.
Okay. Yeah, I started Googling it right now.
And if you get in there, just
go ahead.
Yeah, if you get into it, just look for Gary Little. Talk about voluntarily doxing yourself.
Yeah, oh yeah, indeed.
Well, I just walked out to my truck and took a picture, posted it in VC text.
A picture. You got to be from the South.
Yeah, absolutely.
Texas or further east?
Further east.
Georgia.
No, we have the best food in the world right here.
Alabama?
Oh, hell no. Not even close.
Okay, I'm from Texas, so I give up.
Louisiana.
Nah, okay. I forgot about that state.
Yep.
You have so many states that it is easy to forget that some of them exist. Or like Grandpa Simpson in The Simpsons, when Maggie pointed out that the flag he brought for a TV program had only 49 stars. Grandpa Simpson was like, "I'll be cold in the ground before I recognize Missouri."
Hey, you said it wrong too.
Yeah, I know. You probably did.
49 stars. Do you realize that we only had 49 stars on the flag for maybe a year, maybe two?
Yeah, but don't you have 50 now?
We had 50, but we had 48 for a really, really long time.
Yeah, I probably got the numbers wrong. Anyway, the joke was that there was one star missing, and when Lisa pointed out that, then his grandfather said that he will not recognize Missouri. But yeah, probably got it wrong. What is the actual proper number?
No, like I said, there was a time when we had 49 stars, but it was a very short period. It was only a year or so. I can't remember who became 49, whether it was Alaska or Hawaii, but we did have 49 for a while.
Oh yeah, that. Okay, I really had to, because I was kind of sure I got it wrong. But yeah, no, that the joke in the episode was that Grandpa only had 49 stars, and that's what Lisa pointed out, that's wrong. And that's when Grandpa is like that. Well, because he doesn't recognize Missouri. So yeah. But I have really bad head with numbers, so I wasn't quite sure if I remembered it correctly.
Oh, that's all right. There was a time when we actually had that number. And now I got to go look it up.
This is like I'm really, really bad with numbers and math, but I gotta say that U.S. history is something that I find really fascinating. Well, there are many, multiple topics in history I find particularly fascinating, and I gotta say that United States and its founding is one of them. Largely thanks to a book called what was it called? The Founding Myth by a constitutional lawyer called Andrew Seidel. After I listened to that book on Audible, and I gotta say that it really, like speaking as a Finn, it really made me appreciate both the ideals that America was founded by or founded on, and the influence it clearly has had, even here over the Atlantic, to like small, relatively young republics like ours is.
Well, the start of the revolution was called the shot heard around the world.
Oh, definitely. I mean, like the French Revolution was directly influenced by it, and it's kind of like throwing a rock in the pond. And when Finland got her independence in 1917, after the Russian Empire collapsed, there was lots of like talk in the new country, like, okay, what should the government be like? Because there was seriously many people who thought that Finland should become a monarchy, and there was this German noble who actually was elected as a king of Finland at one point, and I honestly suspect that if it wasn't for the influence that already was on the other side of the Atlantic and in France, yeah, we really might not be a republic currently. Because
well, it's nice to know.
Yeah, because at least sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just about to say. Well, it was not. It was nice that we had some example to look forward, like example for a young country to look up to.
Well, it's nice to know we did it right somewhere.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I reckon I've got about 20 more minutes.
Yeah, it's getting late here too, but well, hey, I have all the time in the world, so I probably stay in for a moment as well, at least.
It's getting close to the time where I've got to go feed the monster.
The Kraken Awakens. We were talking about that before.
Yes. Actually, this is the first dog I've ever had in my life that could care less whether she eats or not.
That's a weird dog.
My
That's what I
cat's
keep.
not motivated by food at all either. It's weird.
I keep telling her she's weird, but she doesn't believe me.
As far as dogs and cats are concerned, we are the weird ones. And horses can be so funny as well because they are animals that will quite literally have childlike temper tantrums when they are hungry. And you can imagine a half a ton animal getting a temper tantrum. That's loud.
I can imagine, yeah.
I don't know if I want to imagine that or not.
It's a quite a sight, but above all, it's quite a noise.
This test match is in Sydney, isn't it?
Are you talking about cricket?
I was, yeah, sorry. Kill the people that are watching.
Yeah, I am the supreme weirdo, someone who is not from the old country or the Dominion and still interested in cricket.
It's certainly a rare. It's definitely a rarity. That's for sure.
I suppose, honestly, like I mentioned earlier, a reason I got interested in it was because of British sitcoms. I basically grew up with them. And it was an episode of Dad's Army where they played cricket that really got me looking into it. But I don't know, I gotta say, there's something, maybe it's the rebel in me that never grew up. There's something kind of countercultural about being a Finn who likes cricket.
I bet it's very rare.
Yeah, it is. Like there is only one actual proper cricket field in Finland, in Kerava, town of Kerava, and it was founded by immigrants from India.
There's a lot of US teams in the US, isn't there? But they're basically all expatriates.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I remember there was like a game show here called "They Think It's All Over." It was like a sporting comedy panel quiz show, like we love to do in Britain. And they were talking about there was like the South Central cricket team, and they they're trying to sort of have some initiative where instead of sort of joining gangs, they join a cricket team instead. I don't know how successful that would have been. It was probably in the late 90s.
That reminds me of a YouTube parody video I once saw. It was about gangs of different My Little Pony fans having a gun war about their favorite characters.
Nice. Oh, apparently they've been the USA national cricket team have recently played Ireland.
Ireland?
Yeah,
And
and
how did they
they
go?
they beat the Irish in a T20.
Is that right?
And
Oh.
on the 22nd of December, Ireland won the next game on Christmas Eve.
Right.
Huh.
So I think they tied the series.
Yeah, it'd be good to get the US in as actual test playing nation, I think. I can't see it happening in the short term, but it'd be good. Have someone else to beat.
We'd probably end up getting beaten by them, wouldn't we?
Well, I wasn't going to say that.
It was where you were angling for. I just put myself out of my own misery.
I might have been thinking along those lines, but I wasn't going to say it.
Oh, we're absolutely atrocious. But I think what's happening with English cricket is we're reaping what we sowed, because it's on Channel 9, isn't it, in Australia?
Used to be. It's now Channel 7.
But you don't have to pay any money to watch it.
No, it's free to air. That's right.
Yes, you see, if you want to watch any cricket, you have to pay money to watch it here.
Yes, I've heard that from other people.
So
And yeah, I think that's a big part of it.
the ECB thought, right, we can make a lot of money here, sell everything to Sky, Rupert Murdoch and everything, and we'll make a load of money. And now no one can actually watch the game. People aren't bothered.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that would have happened here too, except that when cable television first started in Australia, the government at that time brought in what they called anti-siphoning laws, and there was certain things which they weren't allowed to sell exclusively to the cable companies, and one of them was cricket. Another one was football, and there's a few other bits and pieces as well. So we actually got out of it quite well, and I'm damn sure that if it wasn't for those anti-siphoning laws, we would be in exactly the same position as far as not having any free-to-air TV at all, free-to-air cricket on TV at all. So yeah, we were lucky that way.
I wish it was the case here, really do. The last one that was on, like we say, normal telly, but like on the sort of telly you don't have to pay any money for. It was the 2005 Ashes series.
Oh right, okay.
So everyone got really excited about cricket. Yes, cricket, way, come on! And then they sold it all off to Sky, and no one got to watch it ever again.
Yeah, it's tragic. We're really lucky here for that reason that I mentioned, but if it wasn't for that, we'd be in the same boat, I think.
Well, it used to be. I think the Ashes was one that was like legally mandated to be on normal telly at in the 90s. It used to always be on TV, and then the BBC lost it to Channel 4, and then and it's a bit like, I don't know if you're like the FA Cup, that has to be on normal television.
Okay, I didn't know that.
And the Olympics, like if before the Tokyo Olympics, the BBC covered everything, but now, because that's kind of been sold off as well, that's all gone to Discovery Channel. So we only get on the BBC, they get 2 streams. So there's like the main stream where they show like the Brits doing well sometimes, and then and then there'll be like the live versions that are going on, like just the random sports. But it was like the first year that it happened, and I noticed it massively. And it's all do they want people to still watch sport and be excited by it, or do they want to just make loads of money out of it? I don't really. It seems short-sighted.
Yeah, I agree. Totally agree. We've got the three main sports, Australian rules, rugby league, and cricket. We're lucky that we've got those still on free-to-air TV, and they've all got very good player bases as well. The other thing that I really think has let you guys down is your county system. We've got 7 teams, and as far as our state-based cricket is concerned. So with only 7 teams, you've got to be pretty damn good to get into any of those teams.
Yeah, 100%.
So the competition at that level is very high. Whereas from what I understand of the county system, there's a lot more county teams.
Yeah,
So
there's a lot. There's 2 divisions.
yeah. And so the problem with that, of course, is that the competition in each team is nowhere near as high as it is in the 7 teams that we have here. So every week you're playing against teams that aren't composed of, the best 100 players in the country. So there's nowhere near that level of competition, and I think that's been noticed for quite a while.
But also with Australia, like cricket is a much more sort of major sport in Australia, as far as I can sort of tell. In Britain, it is followed, but it's not.
Yep.
Amongst my friends, not everyone likes it. And in fact, like a lot of people sort of detest it, and they see it as like a posh person's game. But that's not. It
Yeah.
doesn't seem like that's really the case in Aussie.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. There's always been that upper class snobbishness about cricket in the UK, hasn't there?
It's the same with rugby union here as well.
Yeah, right. I remember, even as early ago or as short a time ago as the 70s, there was still that real divide between the amateurs, who were the upper class, and the professionals. So you basically had 2 teams. You had half a team of the upper class amateurs, and then the guys who got paid, who were middle and lower class guys. And I think there's a bit of a holdover in that sort of class system as far as the ECB itself is concerned. Would you agree?
Yeah, 100%. And I mean,
Okay.
Britain, like growing up in Britain and living here all my life.
Sure.
England, I mean, I'm from the north, so it's not quite as pronounced up here. But if you're sort of
Sure.
in the wrong class, you notice it.
Yeah, exactly. The upper class play cricket and rugby, and the middle and lower classes play football.
Yeah. That was all we did.
Yeah,
That's
there's not a lot of crossover, is there?
That's kind of surprising to me that rugby is like a upper class thing. Considering
Rugby union is there's rugby league, but rugby league's more. The rugby league fans are more like sort of UK soccer fans, you'd say.
Okay.
Yeah, well, rugby league actually started in Australia. Rugby union was the original form of the game, and then in around about, I think it was just before World War One, there was a breakaway, and rugby league was started in Australia.
I thought it
Sorry,
was.
not league. Yeah, league.
I thought rugby league was like the northern teams weren't allowed to play in the rugby union because the northern teams needed to be paid because they were taking so much time out of their lives to play rugby league, and they couldn't leave their other jobs. Whereas with rugby union, they were usually of like the upper class anyway, so they wouldn't necessarily need the money. And I thought that was kind of how the schism came in rugby and why rugby league started. But I'm probably wrong on that. You sound
No, no,
much
no. Look,
more.
I'm actually from the other side of the country, so I've never played rugby. I've never really followed rugby. Rugby isn't really a thing in Western Australia. So I'm sort of going by secondhand bits and pieces that I've picked up over the years. So there's every chance that you are 100% right.
Yeah, I mean, it's I always I tend to kind of there is a bit of a British exceptionalism thing when it comes to sport because we have invented a lot of them, or at least codified them anyway.
That's the joke, isn't it? That the rest of the world is waiting for you guys to invent some more sports that we can beat you at.
Yep, that's very true.
Yeah, but none of you drive on the proper side of the road.
Of course, they would say the other way. It's the other way around.
Exactly, that's right.
We just like being slightly kooky, different.
I think I'm outnumbered here right now, ain't I?
Well,
yeah,
maybe
you
there
are
are two Europeans, Australian and American.
Can you call English people Europeans anymore?
Well, yeah, no, not anymore. Not anymore. They used to be Europeans, but then they decided they're not.
Not to get political or anything. I voted to remain.
Okay, then you get to call yourself not to make the no true Scotsman fallacy, but yeah, you're a real European.
Well, there's that joke about Scottish people. It's like they're always walking in a straight line because they've got a chip on both shoulders.
I've heard the same said about Australians too.
But that's
sorry, you go ahead, Tessa.
I can say that later. You go ahead.
But I was going to say that I was going to do another cricketing joke this time, but it was where do the English cricket teams stay when they play in South Africa? With mum and dad.
Yes, there has been quite a few Saffers in the English teams over the last few years or last few decades.
Yeah, for going back for a long time. Well,
Yeah.
Dolly was a famous one.
That's right. Yeah. And that was late 60s, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're right, Tessa.
I used to love Graham Gooch when I was a kid. I loved Graham Gooch, but then later in life, I learned that he went on that rebel tour to South Africa, and I thought, yeah, you're probably a bit of a dick, aren't you? Really?
Yeah. Yeah, we had quite a few do the same thing as well. I have a feeling. Actually, no, that's right.
What was that about? Rebel tour?
Back in the late 60s, early 70s, South Africa had apartheid.
Yeah, I was wondering if this had something to do with that.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was about. There was a lot of countries around the world got together and decided that one way they could try to pressure South Africa out of apartheid was by refusing to allow their sporting teams to go there. Or allow South African sporting teams to come to other countries. So for quite a few years there, we had no South African cricketers come and play in Australia. We did have the occasional rugby team come to Australia, but that caused massive riots and all sorts of trouble at the time. And I think it was similar sorts of things with England too, wasn't it? on the ball?
Yeah, we didn't we didn't we didn't get along with that apartheid gear. Like,
No.
it was a little bit before my time, to be fair, but
Same
yeah,
here.
from what I understand, it was they offered quite a fair bit of money for an England 11 to go down to South Africa to play a tour, and it's known as the Rebel Tour because
Yes.
I think they got banned for like a year or two when they came back, something like that.
Well, at
Yeah,
least they weren't thrown in prison like Nelson Mandela.
No,
Well,
that's true.
But yeah, something I was about to say earlier, like it's funny how like British culture has spread around the globe, and even though I am certainly not a fan of imperialism, but I do appreciate that, for example, Shakespeare has gotten around the world so well. Like that's not a bad thing. And there was interesting. This movie reviewer called Kyle Kalgren. I don't remember if this quote is original to him or if he was quoting someone else, but I remember it from him saying like the British gave birth to Shakespeare, the Italians adopted him, the Americans inherited him, and to the Indians he was forced upon. But he was kind of refreshing like all these parts of the globe, Britain, Italy, United States, India, all of them still did embrace him in one way or another. Like even in India, there are lots of plays and movies that are made based on Shakespeare's works.
But you have never heard Shakespeare until you've heard it in the original Klingon.
Oh yeah. By the way, Kai Kalgren has a video about that reference too, by the way. He's a good nerd.
I'm interested in how Shakespeare is viewed in Europe. Can you give me some information on that?
Well, he's very much appreciated. Like I, as far as like rest of Europe, I can only give my personal opinion. Like I'm a fan. I adore Shakespeare. I think he was a genius. But the Italians apparently, Shakespeare loved Italy, and as Kyle Kalgren puts it, Italy returned that love. Like Italians have made lots, like of course some of Shakespeare's plays, like Romeo and Juliet, it took part in Italy, and Italians really appreciated that.
Othello, yeah.
We did a lot of Shakespeare at school. Like I did The Merchant of Venice, Macbeth. I did The Taming of the Shrew.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So I've done a bit. I'm not that familiar with all of them. I don't think I've ever sort of read or seen Hamlet. So there's a few that I'd need to have a look at.
Oh yeah, I'm still very uncultured on. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, I was just about to say that I'm still very uncultured in many things Shakespeare, but the adaptations I have watched, like for example about Richard III, the one with Laurence Olivier, the one with Ian McKellen. Oh, I love it. Like as Kyle Kalgren, Shakespeare with tanks.
Yeah.
Then there's the movie Titus, which is absolutely batshit insane. I love it. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. And then it's interesting how so many things in Western pop culture, and not just Western, they have, even if they're not direct like inspirations, that they still have their roots in Shakespeare. Like Lion King. Kyle Kalgren points out that Lion King does actually heavily resemble an African story as well as Hamlet. But yeah, it definitely has Hamlet influence in it as well. Then there's the West Side Story, which is kind of like Romeo and Juliet and all these things. And it's so awesome. Like again, now I have been sealing all this night. Now I'm sealing for Kyle Kalgren. I will put a link to his videos. He's a really big Shakespeare fan, and he talks about a lot how Shakespeare is really this universal author. you can basically set his work anywhere at any time. And it's a compliment for him.
Mm. Oh, look, there's no doubt he was extremely influential and, as you say, a genius. But I've often wondered. I mean, we English speakers, particularly when we're first exposed to Shakespeare, usually at high school, really struggle with the language. I think you'd probably agree with that. That for the vast majority of
Yeah.
people, that difference in language between the way we speak English now and 400 years ago,
Oh
that's a
yeah.
real struggle. So I
Yeah,
was
especially if
really
it's
interested
a second
in.
language to you.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's right. I was really interested in how that goes for somebody where English is a second language, and then you've got this massive change in that language as well.
Well,
Yeah, and
a bit like Chaucer. I bet that's quite a handful.
oh yeah, Geoffrey Chaucer. Yeah. Here's the funny thing though, like Finnish culture has this way of often translating foreign names to sound like Finnish. Kind of like some Swedish kings, like Gustav Adolf becomes Latinized as Gustavus Adolphus. We do the same thing usually with monarchs, and apparently Spanish people do the same with monarchs. The crazy thing is that as a Finnish speaker, I can so much easier say Geoffrey Chaucer than when I looked up the Finninized version of that name, like Geoffrey Kauseus or something like that. Like that's when my tongue got twisted.
Yeah, we didn't do Chaucer at all at my high school. I've picked up bits and pieces voluntarily as an adult, but we didn't do Chaucer at all at high school.
It was all about the Miller's Tale.
Yeah. That's the rude one, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, it's
Yeah.
exceptionally rude.
Yes, I thought so.
It's got the famous thing about being the first use of a certain word in English, or the last
Oh, really?
the first recorded use of it. Yeah.
Right, gotcha. The one that starts with F.
No, no.
Oh, interesting.
It's an even ruder word than that.
Oh.
The C word?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
But it's not spelt with a C in that. It's like a Q.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, but that's the interesting thing as well. Like back in Shakespeare's time, like the language wasn't, as we say in Finland, there's kielihuolto, like language maintenance. That's what it is. Yeah, there was no language maintenance. And for example, Shakespeare's surviving handwritten autographs, they are all written a different way because back then there was no rule how you're supposed to write it.
No, that's true.
And of course, this is Calgren has this video a review of the movie Anonymous, where this Roland Emmerich Roland Emmerich basically jumps into the anti-Stratfordian bandwagon. Shakespeare didn't really want to write Shakespeare. That argument they are basically bring forth by people who do not understand the cultural context. They are like, well, look at how badly Shakespeare wrote. Yeah, because there was no language maintenance back in those days. He wrote like everyone else, educated people including. And some people think that, because he wasn't educated, he must have been secretly some noble who wrote this. Like, no, Shakespeare does get some things wrong about history and geography. Yeah, like it reads like someone who is a genius but not all knowing.
Yes, exactly. Has gaps in their knowledge. You made a Simpsons reference a little while ago. there was a joke. Bart was complaining about reading, and I want to say he was complaining about reading Shakespeare. And the joke was, oh, but it was made before they invented spelling, which I just loved. I thought that was a brilliant joke.
Oh, I haven't seen that episode.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Ah, must be some of the classics.
Just the idea of inventing spelling just tickled me.
Yeah. And well, it's like, well, it's not entirely untrue.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, and, this is it's a really the Carlgren's review of Anonymous. That's well, basically, it's a really good topic about as well from. It's a really good topic regarding skepticism, because Carlgren basically uses skepticism to basically debunk the arguments of the people who claim that Shakespeare didn't actually write his own plays. Because he looks into the cultural context, the historicity of the writing, like, yeah, why people wrote certain ways, and why even someone without a university degree back then, yeah, they could still learn a lot. And also points out that, yeah, it wasn't perfect. They were clearly written by someone who, for example, who had never been to Bohemia, because he thought that Bohemia has a coastline.
Right.
It's kind of funny that like people think like, oh, they're from like however long ago it was, even like 100 years, say, and it's like, oh, how stupid must they have been? They didn't figure out like mobile phones and laptops and stuff.
Oh yeah. Oh, I was. Oh, again, me. Here we go. Here I go with the shilling. But there's this there's this YouTuber Brandon F. He's a reenactor, and he specializes in. He's an American, but he specializes in the British Army during the American Revolution, and he was basically commenting on a video of a couple of like these YouTube reaction channels where you basically take someone else's footage and quote unquote react to it.
Yes, I've seen them.
Yeah, there was this couple who obviously knew very little about history, and they were basically making the argument, oh, they were so stupid, like why were they doing things like that? And then Brandon F was like pointing out that, well, because it was difficult to figure these things out.
They didn't know what the weather was going to be doing.
Yeah, and yeah, it's and yeah, they couldn't just invent machine guns out of nowhere. Like this was regarding like muskets.
Why didn't they just get the flamethrower out?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
And
Well, to be fair, there have been primitive flamethrowers, like I think in Middle East and China, but yeah, nothing comparable to what people started seeing in World War One.
Well, yeah, look, I mean, you could say the same thing about aircraft. Why weren't aircraft invented 500
Yeah.
years ago?
I mean, as Brandon F says in the video, hindsight is everything when it comes to history.
Well, yeah, look, I mean, it's a combination of the technology available at the time, and also things like metallurgy. You know, I mean, there's no way that you could do even 100 years ago the things that you can do with the metals that we have available to us now.
Yeah, and even if, like, it's not like people haven't had the ideas of something. Like, well, for example, Leonardo da Vinci had plenty of ideas that if he had lived, let's say, even at the Victorian times, maybe he would have gotten to explore these. But when he was around, yeah, they didn't have the technology to explore these inventions of his, these ideas of him. And it's speaking, like, again, regarding military history, let's take, for example, large caliber belt revolvers, because that is something like they had it's the Colt Navy, Colt Navy's, like, I forget which caliber it was, but it was basically small enough to fit on your belt. Then they had the really large, like Colt Dragoons, really large, large caliber revolvers, but you had to put on the saddle. And they had the idea, like, wouldn't it be nice to have a really powerful, large caliber revolver that you could just keep on your belt? They had the idea. They didn't have the technology. They didn't have the, especially the metallurgy.
Yeah, exactly.
I eventually Colt came up with the Colt 1860 Army because now they had the metallurgy. But yeah, before that they had the idea, but yeah, they had no way of building it.
Yeah, exactly. And people forget that, I think, sometimes.
Well, I think I'm going to have to go to bed because it's midnight, but it's been nice chatting.
Yeah,
it was really fun. Good night.
Take care. I don't think I'll listen to the cricket, though.
Okay.
It's just about to start again, too, I think.
Oh, it's already started, but yeah. Take care,
is it?
all.
Okay. All right,
Same
bye,
to
yeah.
you. And yeah, well, like continuing with the idea of something, like even we today, we have plenty of ideas we have that we still cannot build. Let's say we have already in fiction we already have faster than light travel. In fiction we have wormholes. In fiction we have flying cars. All these things we have in fiction, but guess what? We cannot make them.
That's right. Because we don't have either the science or the technology or both.
Yeah, and
with those things you just mentioned, of course, it's both.
Yeah, and even the faster than light travel, as I understand with my very poor understanding of physics, it's impossible anyway, unless you are talking about maybe a wormhole or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Again, I don't claim to have any particular knowledge on the subject, but from what I do understand, it's impossible to accelerate something up to the speed of light. It's quite all right to be created at or faster than the speed of light. That's fine. It's the acceleration up to the speed of light that's the problem.
Right. Yeah, and even like speaking of this, like I'm fairly certain. I was thinking about this, I think just today. I'm fairly certain that technically speaking, we might be able to create something, for example, a bit like, for example, the Space Marines in the Warhammer 40K. Yeah, I think we might be able to have one guy who's really large and then feed him a bunch of steroids, build him like, because apparently some inventors have already built like bear-proof suits and stuff like that. Give him something like that, give him a really big, powerful firearm. But would it be feasible? Like, I don't think so. I think, like, what would you do with him? No, like, I think it's just currently better to have the regular special forces, like with US, the Marines and the Rangers and paratroopers and stuff. You know, like, they do their job just fine. I don't think there would be any really, especially with the maintenance and all this. Like, I think we could technically probably do it already, but
why?
Not in a, and not so that it would be practical.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that was one of the reasons why the full plated knight fell out of fashion. It wasn't because, yeah, really great plate of armor probably could withstand the firearms of the time, which is sometimes thought about the reason why the knights disappeared. No, like I think the earliest firearms probably could be stopped by the best of the best German and Italian armors, but Yeah, it's kind of insane to have this one really, really expensive, well-trained guy with a bunch of baggage behind him that you basically have to equip him when you just can have a bunch of mercenaries with pikes and maybe a breastplate and something.
Yeah, exactly. The large plate armor knight had some serious limitations. So
Yeah,
didn't seem to be really worthwhile as soon as those limitations outweighed the advantages.
Yeah, and like that kind of knight was awesome when he actually was in the battle, but that's just like as this was something that Brandon F brought up in his video, because most of the time soldiers are not in battle. They have to carry their gear, they have to carry their food and their weapons, and they have to sleep and find the food and take care of their equipment, when you can just have
their horses.
Yeah. And yeah, knights were great when you actually got them in combat. Like, yeah, they could wipe the floor with everyone, but it was hell of a job to maintain them.
Exactly. And there was serious limitations about the sort of ground that they could fight on too. It couldn't be steep. It couldn't be soggy.
Yes, the French knights noticed in Agincourt.
Yeah, exactly. So even in the battle itself, there was serious limitations.
Yeah, considering how like, they were wearing plate. Considering that even the Borgs of World War One, with the relatively light uniforms, even then people got stuck in the mud. So yeah, I can imagine what it would be like wearing full plate armor.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
I mean, sure, they didn't have artillery pummeling the ground into a mob, but yeah, rain could still do that from smaller area.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway, I think I might be able to actually get some sleep now that it's 8 o'clock in the morning. So I might hit the road too.
Okay, well,
Thank
I
you
think
very much for the chat. I've really enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, same here, and I think I will go watch that Robin Hood documentary then.
All right, no worries. You still there, Gary?
Yeah, but I'm in the kitchen doing things.
That's all right. I was just going to say goodbye.
Good night, Sam.
Good night.
Good night, guys.
Good night, Gary. I'm going to watch something else as well.
Okay, I'll be watching, or I'll be listening here.
Okay. If I don't get sleep, maybe I return, but probably not. But anyway, I hope that I catch you again anyway. Bye.
Still people alive?
you